Cao Wenbin traveled to the fantasy world and became the holy son of the Cao family. Unfortunately, this is a fantasy novel dimension. Sons of luck are everywhere, and destined protagonists are as numerous as dogs. Although his Cao family is the largest force in Zhongzhou, if he takes a wrong step, he will lose everything immediately. Fortunately, Cao Wenbin obtained a magical book when he traveled through time. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to live a life of idleness and wait for death. As the only son of the Cao family, Cao Wenbin's way of dealing with problems. The introduction is weak, please move to the main text. Chapter 1. Taking the protagonist's ancestor as a concubine. What? Are you interested in the butterfly family patriarch? Want to take her as a concubine? Looking at his parents who were filled with astonishment a few steps away, Cao Wenbin nodded without any hesitation. To be honest, he didn't really want to do that. After all, the ancestor of the Dai family must be at least 500 or 600 years old. Although in this world, awesome people can stay young forever. People outside also say that Dai Yunyu is extremely beautiful and rare in the world. But that's just a rumor after all. No one can tell what the real person looks like. But even if he was extremely reluctant, Cao Wenbin had to do it. Because if he doesn't capture Dai Yunyu, he will be killed in the near future. Oh, why is my luck so bad? Other people who travel through time are either invincible or have systems to rely on. At the very least, he's still God's chosen one. Although he might suffer a little in the early stages, at least his life is safe. Why do you become the destined villain just because you come to me? That's right, Cao Wenbin at this moment is no longer the Cao Wenbin before. Inside this body lives a soul from the blue planet. But coincidentally, both of them are named Cao Wenbin. As a time traveler, he also has a golden finger. But his golden finger is just 2 books. The name of one of them is Dragon King from Another World. What is described in the book is what will happen in this world in the future. According to the records in the books, 3 months later, he would be beaten to death with 1 punch because of jealousy with Dai K of the Dai family. As for the other one, it is called Wanmei Lu. Unlike Dragon King from Another World, this is a strange book. Up to now, Cao Wenbin has not found any text on the book. All the pages are filled with shadows of characters. However, when he opened this book in his mind for the first time, Cao Wenbin already understood its specific function. To put it simply, as long as he lights up the phantom on the booklet, the book will give him a reward. And that Dai Yunyu is exactly the phantom on page 34. It was precisely because of this that he came to beg his parents to help him marry Dai Yunyu. HMPH, as long as this is accomplished, I'll see how you, Dai K, can attack me again. So what if I can't beat you? I'll crush you with my seniority. When thinking about the happy things, the corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth curled up unconsciously. But just then, you little brat, I think you're itching for trouble. Do you know that Dai Yunyu is 200 or 300 years older than me? Why, do you want me to call you something? After getting confirmation from Cao Wenbin, Cao Zian exploded. But just when he was about to teach this rebellious son a lesson, Cao Wenbin's mother immediately stopped him. What are you in such a hurry for? I think this is a good idea. Wenbin is already grown up, it's time for him to experience the good things of the world. As for age, what does it matter? She's just a concubine anyway. Why, don't you want to have a grandchild soon? After hearing these words, Cao Zian was speechless. As a man over 100 years old, how could he not want to have a grandson? Besides, Cao Wenbin's big account has become a useless account due to his poor physical condition. So it has always been his wish to hold his grandson as soon as possible. Then you can handle this matter. I can't afford to lose this person. After saying that, he turned around and left. Without this serious-looking father, the communication between mother and son immediately became a lot warmer. Wenbin, tell me quickly, why did you suddenly come up with this idea? Could it be that you are attracted to Dai Yunyu's beauty? That's not true. It's said that woman hasn't been seen in 200 or 300 years. I haven't even seen her true face, how can you? Looking at Lin Xian, whose face was full of gossip, Cao Wenbin shook his head speechlessly. Of course he couldn't tell the inside story, otherwise this mother who was extremely protective of her child might do something. In fact, with Lin Xian's saint-level strength, it would be easy for her to crush a member of the Dai family. After all, in this era when there are no great emperors, the saint level is the ceiling of combat power. It is easy to destroy the Dai family, but it is extremely difficult to kill Dai Ke. According to the records of Dragon King from another world, after he was killed, the entire Cao family was shocked. Because the Cao family has few members, and his generation is the only one in line. But even though his Cao family's ancestor at the emperor level was dispatched, he still couldn't kill Dai Ke. At the critical moment, the guy accidentally entered a teleportation array. So, not only did Dai Ke not die, but he also got a great opportunity. Finally, 100 years later, he came back to avenge the Dai family. Mom, don't worry about it. The most urgent thing now is to quickly facilitate this marriage. I promise you, as long as you can make Dai Yunyu my concubine, I will definitely let you hold your grandson within 2 years. Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes immediately burst into excitement. Are you sure? A gentleman's word is as good as gold. Good. With a curl of her lips, Lin Xian's index finger began to write in the air. Chapter 2, Holy Order Decree. Although Lin Xian's movements were slight, the sky above Lingxiao City underwent earth-shaking changes the moment she moved. First, spiritual energy swarmed in. Then, a bright yellow scroll made of spiritual energy slowly appeared in the eyes of all living beings. And what is presented on the scroll is exactly what Lin Xian wrote. Listen up, everyone in the Dai family. My son Wenbin has taken a fancy to your Dai Yunyu and wants to take her as his concubine in 3 days. Don't wait and prepare well, or you'll lose face for my son, Lin Xian. Overbearing. Extremely domineering. No negotiation, only orders. I'm telling you bluntly, within 3 days, your Dai family must send their ancestor to my son's bed in person. Saint-level decree. This Lingxiao city is the largest city in Zhongzhou. Therefore, there are many knowledgeable people who can see the origin of the aerial scroll at a glance. The Dai family is going to be lucky. Even though she's just a concubine, with the support of the Cao family, she can at least make further progress. They were a second-rate family before. If they take it one step further, wouldn't that mean? Is there someone named Dai Yunyu in the Dai family? Why haven't I heard of her? My friend, you've revealed your age. This Dai Yunyu is the ancestor of the Dai family. It's because of her that the Dai family has been able to become a second-rate power. Alas, I was once fortunate enough to witness the peerless beauty of Dai Yunyu. Did you know that back then, there was a saying that goes, once you see Yunyu, you'll be ruined for life. Not only were the people on the street talking about it, but the butterfly mansion was also in an uproar. The meeting hall. The ancestor is the pillar of our butterfly family. How could she marry someone else as a concubine? There is no need to discuss this matter any further. Great Elder, please do not say any more. How dare you? Since ancient times, our butterfly family has always adopted the system of public consultation. When did it become your one-man show? Master, I agree with you. Forcing our ancestors to marry that brat as a concubine is truly a humiliation. But that's the Cao family, the only immortal power in all of Zhongzhou. If you want to save face, you have to come up with a way to compete with the Cao family. It was obvious that the Dai family had split into 2 factions, each side holding its own opinion, and the quarrel broke out. One group felt that letting the ancestor be a concubine of a little brat was a huge shame and humiliation, and they absolutely could not agree to it. The representatives of this faction are none other than Dai Qianqiu, the head of the Dai family, and his son Dai Ke. As for the other faction, it is headed by the Great Elder. They all hope that their ancestor will become a phoenix, so that if one person succeeds, the whole family will also prosper. Shut up, everyone. The 2 sides were arguing fiercely and were about to come to blows. But at this moment, a voice that seemed to be able to enchant the world came from outside the door. Immediately afterwards, a woman appeared out of nowhere in the conference hall. Ancestor. Without any hesitation, every member of the Dai family knelt on the ground. Everyone, get up. The woman must have something on her mind, so after saying this, she fell into deep thought. The people from the Dai family did not disturb her. They all stood with their heads bowed, their attitudes extremely respectful. But there are exceptions to everything. Look, Dai Ke, who has the potential to be the protagonist, is not as honest as others. But the moment he raised his head, he was stunned. Oh my God, how can she be so beautiful? In ancient times, Bao Si, who made the king of Zhou set fire to the beacon towers to amuse the princes, must have been of this level. No, I absolutely cannot let her marry Cao Wenbin. She is mine, no one can take her away. At this moment, Dai Kei's heart was extremely firm. What made him even happier was that his teacher actually supported his decision. That's a great idea of yours. Her true phoenix body will be of great benefit to your cultivation of the fire god technique. If you could. These words appeared directly in Dai Kei's mind. At the same time, the ring on his right ring finger was also flickering slightly. Teacher, then. Originally, Dai Kei was planning to ask how to pursue Dai Yunyu. But he had just finished asking the question when Dai Yunyu, who had been silent for a while, started talking. You guys go get ready. I'll be marrying you in 3 days. The Wangju Chengfeng faction is overjoyed. They have seen an extremely bright future. But Dai Qianqiu and Dai Kei, the father and son, were horrified. Grandfather, this is absolutely unacceptable. We are not afraid of death. At worst, we can just fight the Cao family. Hearing this, Dai Yunyu was stunned at first, and then she laughed. Qianqiu, you don't think that I made this decision just to protect my family, do you? This time it was Dai Qianqiu's turn to be stunned. Isn't it? Shaking her head, Dai Yunyu answered with extraordinary certainty, of course not. The reason I was thinking was simply to figure out how much I should sell myself for. Face is very important to you, but in my opinion, it's worthless. My current strength is at the middle stage of the King realm. If anyone can help me break through to the Nirvana realm, then let alone marrying a little brat, even marrying a pig would be no problem. Chapter 3 The True Phoenix is Crying. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the Dai family's wedding sedan soon arrived at the side door of Cao's mansion. Yes, it's the side door. After all, Dai Yunyu is just a concubine and has no right to enter through the main gate. Not only that, during the entire process of entering the mansion, there was no grand welcoming ceremony, and there were no guests sitting in the house. The person who came to greet the people from the Dai family was only a woman in her 30s. But even so, the people of the Dai family were still flattered. Because this woman is a peak-level Nirvana realm expert. They are even stronger than their ancestors by a whole realm. Okay, you can put down the sedan chair now. Madam, please follow me. As for the others, please go directly to the dining hall. We in the Cao mansion have prepared a lot of good things for you. Don't worry, senior, I know what to do. The one who led the team from the Dai family was not Dai Qianqiu, but the great elder of the Dai family. Since he is from the Wangzhou Chengfeng sect, he is very obedient. He put the sedan chair aside and then left with the others. As for Dai Yunyu, she was more active than anyone else. As soon as the sedan chair landed, she lifted the curtain and walked out. Senior, please lead the way. In fact, Dai Yunyu is much older than the woman. But in this world, the one who achieves the most comes first, and age is nothing. But what was different from before was that the woman's attitude at this moment took a 180-degree turn. Young madam, you're too polite. I'm just a housekeeper in the Cao mansion, so I can't be called a senior. You can just call me Xiaoxia from now on. Dai Yunyu was stunned. This powerful man who had achieved nirvana was actually trying to please her. But she soon realized that what people were trying to please was not her as a person, but her identity as the young lady. Even though she was just a concubine, she was Cao Wenbin's lover after all. Her pillow talk is also very powerful. It seems that the benefits of marrying Cao Wenbin are greater than I imagined. The more Dai Yunyu thought about it, the more excited she became. So, the two of them, both extremely anxious, quickly ran hand in hand to the courtyard where Cao Wenbin was. But even if they were moving at full speed, with the strength of the two of them, it still took them nearly 10 minutes to reach their destination. Master, the young lady is here. No answer. Because of this incident, Cao Wenbin was stunned by Dai Yunyu's beauty. Charming face and long hair. She was wearing a bright red dress that fell directly to the ground. No matter how you looked at it, she looked like a fairy. The most important thing is that Dai Yunyu absolutely cannot see the ground when she lowers her head. The online writer was right. Traveling through time is truly a gift from heaven. If this were on Blue Star, how could a cow like me possibly taste such delicious fruit? Thinking of the excitement, Cao Wenbin hugged Dai Yunyu in his arms without saying a word. As for the housekeeper Xiaoxia, she had already left. Tell me what you want. Cao Wenbin buried his head in his hair, and he looked really intoxicated. However, he did not lose his mind, but remained unusually calm. He knew very well that the reason this woman married him was definitely because of her interests. As for feelings, let's not talk about them. I don't want anything, I just want to be with you forever. There are no fools in this world. Of course Dai Yunyu would not put forward conditions directly. After all, if you really do that, it's not marriage, it's business. And after the experience just now, Dai Yunyu also realized that as long as she could serve Cao Wenbin well, the things that she had longed for but could not get before would become worthless. You can have as much as you want. So, my dear, a night of spring is worth 1,000 gold. If there is anything, let's talk about it tomorrow. At this moment, what we should do is explore the origin of mankind. After saying that, she rubbed Cao Wenbin's legs with her own legs. Under normal circumstances, Cao Wenbin could still withstand this little temptation. But I didn't expect. In a restaurant outside Cao's mansion, Dai Ke was sitting by the window drinking alone. And judging from his blurry eyes, he was obviously a little drunk. Cao Wenbin, you're so bold. You actually dared to sleep with the woman I like. And that Dai Yunyu, you're absolutely shameless. To become stronger, you're even willing to sell your own body. Don't you just want an opportunity? I've discovered a saint-level inheritance. If you can serve me well, I'll give it to you. How about that? The more he talked, the more excited Dai Ke became. In fact, according to his original plan, he should have gone to grab the bride by now. But Dai Yunyu's words completely dispelled his thoughts. After all, even if he was extremely lucky, it was impossible for him to snatch someone who was unwilling to cooperate from Cao's mansion. Bitch. As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Ke took another sip of wine. At the same time, a phoenix shadow suddenly appeared in the central area of Cao mansion. Immediately afterwards, the phoenix began to cry out to the sky. True phoenix wail. Bang! In a fit of excitement, Dai Ke smashed the table in front of him with one punch. Chapter 4 The Magic of Wanmailu. Disciple, you need to calm your mind. If you continue like this, your inner demon will come. Just when Dai Ke was about to go crazy, the ring on his right hand suddenly began to flash. Immediately afterwards, a cool air surged into Dai Ke's mind. Phew, that was a close call. I don't know who lives in this ring, but he is indeed very capable. Look, within just a few seconds, he completely calmed Dai Ke down. But this person can really nag. Disciple, you must remember that strength is like limbs, and women are like clothes. As long as you have limbs, why worry about not having clothes to wear? Even if you like Dai Yunyu very much, then when you become stronger, you can come back and snatch her away. Hearing this, Dai Ke's eyes immediately lit up. But after just a few seconds, it dimmed again. But even if we get it back, it will be what others have left behind. It is not difficult to hear that Dai Ke still hasn't let go. Hee, you don't understand this. A woman with rich experience is the best. They are like fine wine, the more they age, the better they become. Okay, you better improve your strength as soon as possible. The faster your strength improves, the better. At this moment, the person in the ring really wanted to thank Cao Wenbin. After all, this is excellent motivation. Cao Mansion, the residence of Cao Wenbin. Very sensible. Glancing at Dai Yunyu who was pretending to be asleep, Cao Wenbin chuckled first, then closed his eyes and flipped through the Wanmailu in his mind. Soon, the book was turned to page 34. Unlike the previous pure gray page, the 34th page has now turned into a rainbow of colors. The shadow on the page also turned into a color photo of Dai Yunyu. And there is an extra line of text. Name, Dian Yu. Identity, ancestor of the butterfly family. Strength, peak of the king realm. Appearance score, 93. Loyalty, 81. Note, this woman is very pragmatic. When you are stronger than her, you are the king. But once you lose your power. The introduction is quite detailed. Not bad, not bad. With this, I won't be afraid of my woman backstabbing me. While muttering to himself, Cao Wenbin's gaze fell to the bottom of the page. There were 3 colorful boxes shining brightly. This should be the reward for collecting Dai Yunyu. The corners of his mouth curled up, and the next moment, he opened the 3 boxes one after another. Luck plundering technique. When arm wrestling with the Destiny Child, if you are superior in skill, you can plunder a portion of their luck for your own use. Note, luck is extremely mysterious. The more powerful your luck, the more adventures you will encounter. Qi gazing technique. Luck is unpredictable, but there are traces to follow. It can be broadly divided into 7 levels: red, orange, yellow, green, indigo, blue, and purple. Remember, if you encounter someone with luck greater than yours, flee immediately. Otherwise, disaster will surely befall you. Forbidden body, a peerless physique that transcends the three realms and is not bound by the five elements. Those who possess this physique will rapidly advance in their cultivation, and their future will be infinitely bright. However, they will also be envied by the common people, and even the envy of the heavens. When Cao Wenbin received the first two rewards, it did not cause any waves. But the moment the forbidden body merged into his body, this world immediately underwent tremendous changes. Boom! As the explosion sounded, Cao Wenbin's courtyard was blown into nothingness. Dai Yunyu, who was pretending to be asleep, was directly bounced away. Fortunately, her clothes were not completely destroyed when the two were fighting, otherwise she would have been exposed. And just when Dai Yunyu was extremely confused, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to flow towards Cao Wenbin at a rapid speed. The speed was so fast that a vortex formed around him. What's going on? With such a big commotion here, the masters of the Cao family would naturally not be unaware of it. So, within just a few seconds, the place was surrounded by people. As for the person asking the questions, it was naturally Lin Xian, who was concerned about her son. But she was so anxious, but she didn't get any response. Because the only person who knows the inside story has been scared silly. To be honest, as the ancestor of the Dai family, Dai Yunyu is a man of great knowledge and experience. But this was the first time she had seen so many masters. With so many people present, even the weakest one can easily kill her in seconds. Is this the foundation of the immortal force? What are you thinking about? Get back to my question. Dai Yunyu was startled, then immediately bowed and said, "Senior, don't worry. The reason for such a big commotion is that after Wenbin and I did that, the hidden bloodline in his body awakened. Currently advancing. P.S. The realms are, acquired, innate, broken, condensed pill, human king, nirvana, quasi-sage, saint, great emperor. The great emperor is divided into 12 grades. Supreme belongs to the category of great emperor, but transcends the great emperor. Chapter 5 is valuable. Lin Xian was stunned. Then he immediately began to observe carefully. When she found out that it was exactly as Dai Yunyu said, she was dumbfounded. The fact that Cao Wenbin is not qualified has always been a source of worry for her. For this purpose, the entire Cao family racked their brains. But in the end, they all returned empty-handed. But unexpectedly, with just one shot, the problem that had troubled the Cao family for 20 years disappeared. Wow, it turns out this brat is holding it in. If I had known this. The more Lin Xian thought about it, the more excited she became. The more he looked at Dai Yunyu, the gentler he became. But just when she was about to say something strange happened in this world again. As more and more spiritual energy gathered nearby, 9 shadows slowly emerged in the sky. And when they were fully formed, these phantoms bowed to Cao Wenbin in unison. At the same time, a heart-wrenching wailing sound rang in everyone's ears. 9 gods bow in worship, and 10,000 demons kneel to welcome you. What kind of physical condition has Wenbin awakened? How can the vision be so grand? Cao Zian, who witnessed everything with his own eyes, is almost going crazy at this moment. Because even though he was hailed as a peerless genius and cultivated to the holy realm in just 100 years, he was unable to cause such a sensation when he awakened his physique. This is the legendary forbidden body. It's normal that you don't recognize it. Fortunately, the Cao family has countless talented people. Although Cao Zian doesn't know any of them, there are people who do. Then, an elegant middle-aged man spoke lightly, and Cao Wenbin's true identity was revealed. Old. Cao Zian subconsciously wanted to say, "I don't even know, how do you know?" But when he saw the face of the person who spoke, he knelt directly on the ground. Third ancestor, have you come out of seclusion? Since the head of the family has knelt, it is natural for others to follow suit. Greetings, ancestor. Of course, Dai Yunyu was a little slow to react because she didn't know the person who came. But she fell down quite quickly. There was no way, her legs were so weak from fear. The Taoist rhythm surrounds him, and his words are followed by the Dharma. This man is the great emperor. Just when Dai Yunyu was confused, Lin Xian, who had just finished the ceremony, spoke anxiously. Grand Master, you said my son awakened a forbidden body. According to ancient records, although this physique is extremely powerful, it is envied by all living beings, and there will be many. Waving his hand, the visitor didn't let Lin Xian continue. In an ordinary family, this kind of physique can easily become a source of trouble. But in my Cao family, this is a great opportunity. After saying this, the third ancestor glanced at the void calmly. Old Ghost Jun, Old Ghost Lin, do you have any opinions on what I said? Obviously, at this moment, someone is spying on the Cao family. Haha, of course I have no objection. After all, this baby's blood is flowing with the blood of my Lin family. HMPH, you two old fools don't need to be so proud. My Xiaoyao's sacred body of the desolate valley is no worse than this forbidden body. Hard-mouthed. After a cold snort, the third ancestor no longer paid any attention to his two old rivals. He turned around and focused all his attention on Dai Yunyu. You helped Wenbin awaken his physique. Dai Yunyu was shocked. I dare not take credit for it. I just fulfilled my duties as a concubine. The third ancestor nodded. Dai Yunyu's answer made him very satisfied. You don't need to be so humble. Since you have entered the Cao family, you are considered a member of the Cao family. Let's put it this way. From now on, your cultivation resources will be based on the standards of a legal wife. After saying this, the figure of the third ancestor disappeared from the spot. After the elders left, Lin Xian also let go. He immediately pulled Dai Yunyu to his side. Tell me quickly, how is my son's fighting ability? Dai Yunyu was stunned by the question, but she still answered honestly, it was very strong. I almost couldn't resist it. Lin Xian smiled proudly. My son is really strong in every way. But soon, she regained her composure. Yunyu, you have to understand that in life, there are some sins that must be endured. Never reject opportunities just because you're afraid of hardship. Lin Xian is getting more and more out of line. Even Dai Yunyu, a woman, blushed with shame, not to mention Cao Zian who was not far away from the two of them. So unreasonable. As soon as he finished speaking, he also ran away. But Lin Xian completely ignored her husband. Yunyu, don't just nod. The corner of his mouth twitched. Mom, I know what to do. As for whether there will be any gains. When she said this, Dai Yunyu's face showed helplessness. After all, this kind of thing is not something she can control. In fact, she also wanted to kill someone. Because a mother is honored by her son. If she could give birth to a boy, she would definitely soar to fame. Okay, if you can think so, that's enough. Chapter 6 Visit Dai's house. Husband, you finally woke up. Seeing Cao Wenbin's rapid growth in strength, breaking through from the middle stage of the acquired realm to the peak of the innate realm in just 2 days, Dai Yunyu's eyes were immediately filled with excitement. She is really happy. After all, she and Cao Wenbin are on the same boat. The stronger Cao Wenbin is, the more benefits she can get. Yeah, I finally woke up. I have to say, this jar of aged wine of yours has a really strong aftertaste. Hate. When Dai Yunyu is acting coquettishly, she is truly charming and full of affection. As a result, Cao Wenbin's heart began to beat rapidly. Of course, the body is a whole. Since the heart, the engine, is beating, some parts will naturally respond to the call immediately. But Cao Wenbin did not let it succeed. Instead, he took Dai Yunyu with him and went out directly. Where are we going? Husband, you just woke up. We should go say hello to our parents first. He rolled his eyes lightly. Why bother with them? Hurry up and take me to your Dai family. I want to experience what it's like to be an ancestor. Dai Yunyu was stunned at first, then shook her head speechlessly. You married me for this, didn't you? Although this is true, Cao Wenbin did not admit it. How could that be? The reason I specifically asked for you is because when I was shopping, I heard an old man say, a lifetime of fighting has left a lonely heart, and I am unwilling to give up. So. Cao Wenbin didn't finish his words, but Dai Yunyu understood everything. But before she could say a few words of complaint, the two of them had already arrived at the door of the Dai family. Welcome the two ancestors. I don't know how the great elder of the Dai family knew that Cao Wenbin was coming. In short, before he arrived, the old man had already led a large group of people and was waiting at the gate. Among them is Dai Ke, the son of destiny. Green luck. No wonder he was able to escape from the clutches of the great emperor. Almost immediately, Cao Wenbin used the art of qi gazing to observe Dai Ke's background. Damn it, I'll take advantage of this opportunity today to at least wipe out 10% of your luck. Thinking of this, Cao Wenbin's big hands immediately hugged Dai Yunyu's waist. What are you doing? Dai Yunyu was very puzzled. Isn't this just using you to save the day? Be good and cooperate. I really can't do anything with you. Although she was complaining, Dai Yunyu did not ruin Cao Wenbin's plan. On the contrary, they are extremely cooperative. He tilted his head and leaned directly on Cao Wenbin's shoulder. To be honest, both of them have extremely outstanding looks. When they stand together, they really look like a golden boy and a jade girl. But the more this happened, the angrier Dai Ke became. Shameless bastards. Dai Yunyu, if you really can't bear it anymore, then come find me. Don't you understand the principle of keeping the wealth within your family? At this moment, Dai Ke's teeth were almost broken. But unfortunately, he could not change anything except making himself angry. As for teaching Cao Wenbin a lesson, he decided not to do so at this moment. After all, he hasn't received the saint-level inheritance yet. Apart from the old man in the ring, I have no other cards in my hand. Just wait for me. In 3 days at most, I will make you all regret it. Are you sure the house next door is where Dai Ke lives? Although she didn't understand why Cao Wenbin asked this, Dai Yunyu still nodded. I have absolute say in the Dai family. There's no way they can lie to me. Besides, I can also sense that the junior named Dai Ke is right next door right now. By the way, why are you so concerned about Dai Ke? Is there something special about him? Dai Yunyu is not stupid. After Cao Wenbin woke up, he neither went to see his parents nor had a meal after arriving at the Dai mansion. Instead, he became concerned about a younger generation of the Dai family. This proves that there must be something wrong with Dai Ke. Cao Wenbin didn't hide it from her. Yunyu, if I asked you to snatch an opportunity from your own juniors, would you be able to do it? Without any hesitation, Dai Yunyu nodded quickly. If this opportunity is good for me, then of course I will do it. After all, for the Dai family, I am the foundation. Only when I become stronger can the butterfly family have better development. I have to say, this woman is really calm. No wonder he could live for so many years despite his weak strength. In that case, please cooperate with me for a while. As long as you scream loud enough for Dai Ke to hear you, I will give you a saint-level inheritance tomorrow. Dai Yunyu's eyes lit up. Then he nodded and agreed without saying anything. As for whether it was embarrassing or not, that was no longer within her consideration. Besides, even if he heard something, Dai Ke would never dare to say anything. Shall we start now? I can do it anytime. Chapter 7. My heart is bleeding. Bang! Hearing the noise coming from next door, Dai Ke crushed the teacup in his hand. His eyes were bloodshot and he didn't care about his bleeding right hand. Bitch! Shameless bitch! How can you be so slutty? Every time there was a crash or a shout from next door, Dai Ke would immediately mutter to himself. At the same time, the light of luck on his body will become a little dimmer. At the beginning, the color of his body was still green to blue. But as time goes by, the color becomes lighter and lighter. When the sky gradually brightened and there was no more sound next door, the blue color on his body had disappeared, and instead, only green remained. Hey, this kid is good in every way, except that he has a bad character. Being born the young master of the butterfly family and being hailed as a peerless genius, he has no idea what setbacks are. Looking at Dai Ke, who had not slept all night and whose voice was hoarse, the old man in the ring smiled bitterly with helplessness. The reason why he didn't remind him was that he wanted to take this opportunity to hone Dai Ke's character. But he had no idea that this training would directly ruin Dai Ke's future. If Dai Ke, who previously possessed green luck, could grow to the great emperor level after his luck was exhausted, then for Dai Ke at this moment, the saint level would already be his ceiling. Unless he has another adventure that can improve his luck again. The old man in Jia Zhang, who knew nothing about this, was still feeling complacent at this moment. It was not until noon that he cast the heart purification spell to wake Dai Ke up. Master, I lost my composure again. You know what, although he lost his future, Dai Ke has obviously matured a lot after this baptism. It would be best if you could figure it out. Remember, no matter what time, strength always comes first. Then why can Cao Wenbin play with your ancestor at will? He can make her look whatever he wants. Isn't the reason because he is so strong? Dai Ke nodded slightly, and the clear-minded Dai Ke also agreed with his teacher's words. Then he stood up and rushed out of the butterfly mansion without saying a word. You two bastards, just wait for me. When I emerge from the Holy Steps tomb, it will be your death. Kill the man then, and as for Dai Yunyu. 900 miles outside Lingxiao City, outside a cave among the mountains. Relying on the description of the Dragon King from another world, Cao Wenbin and Dai Yunyu finally found this opportunity. And the two of them arrived at the right time. As soon as they arrived, the restriction at the cave entrance disappeared. This is truly the tomb of a saint. Unlike Cao Wenbin's calmness, Dai Yunyu's delicate body began to tremble immediately after feeling the breath inside. There's no way around it. It's really hard for people who are used to being poor to remain calm when they suddenly see a mountain of gold. Okay, go in quickly. Although this inheritance cannot make you a saint directly, it should not be a problem to elevate you to the nirvana realm. After taking a deep breath and calming down completely, Dai Yunyu said solemnly, then I'll go in. When you get out, I'll serve you well. After saying that, she slipped into the cave. As for Cao Wenbin, he turned around and went down the mountain. Of course, he was not going home, but to watch a good show. That was specially arranged by him for Daikei. That evening. After a long journey, Daikei finally arrived at the foot of the mountain. In the past, this place was definitely a place where even rabbits wouldn't shit. But today, this place is bustling with people. In some key areas leading into the mountains, there are even powerful men at the King realm leading the teams to guard them. Originally, Daikei was in a very good mood. I have always been imagining the scene of soaring into the sky in my mind. Of course, I was mainly savoring Dai Yunyu's voice. But when he discovered the unusualness of this place, his expression changed immediately. Could it be that the Holy Steps tomb has been discovered? Thinking of this, Daikei immediately rushed towards the checkpoint. As for the guards there, he no longer cared about them. But unfortunately, at this moment, he simply did not have the strength to force his way through. As the son of destiny, fighting against opponents of higher levels is a common occurrence for Daikei. But at this moment, he only had the strength of the peak of the broken realm. No matter how strong his fighting ability is, he can never be a match for the human king realm. After all, there is a huge gap between the two sides of the realm. So, after being slapped twice, Daikei had no choice but to reason with this group of people. Who are you? This is clearly a barren mountain. Why won't you let me in? Originally, Daikei thought that this group of people would produce some documents and give him a bunch of lectures to prove that their practices were reasonable and legal. But unexpectedly, the person being questioned sneered and then said some infuriating words. Why won't you come in? I'm telling you, it's because this place has been coveted by my Cao family. In Zhongzhou, anything my Cao family sets their eyes on is ours. Chapter 8 A Cheng Yaojin shows up. Kacha. After hearing these domineering words, Daikei's fist was almost broken. The Cao family, it's the fucking Cao family again. Why are you everywhere? But no matter how angry he was, he could only endure it. I even had to force a smile. After all, this opportunity is extremely important to him. Senior, my father is seriously ill. I must hurry back, otherwise, I might not be able to see him for the last time. Just be kind and let me pass. Not only was Daikei complaining with her mouth, but her hands were also busy. He found a gap where no one was paying attention and stuffed a silver note directly into the guard's arms. And his trick was indeed effective. The Cao family guard smiled ghostly and gave him an idea. Since you are so filial, I will show you a way. The reason why our Cao family has closed the mountain is because my young master and his concubine are hunting here. You can go over there if you want, but to show that you're not carrying any offensive weapons, you have to leave everything here except your shorts. In an instant, Daikei's handsome little face swelled up into a monkey's butt. Humiliation. This is a naked humiliation. But he could only endure it. And this time, he endured it willingly. Because from the guard's answer, he knew that the Holy Steps cemetery had not been discovered yet. The purpose of this group of people coming here is just to prevent others from disturbing Cao Wenbin and Dai Yunyu's play. So, after 2 or 3 seconds of silence, Daikei began to take off his clothes. Until only a pair of underwear is left. Is it okay now? After looking him up and down, the guard then set his eyes on Daikei's right hand. This ring must stay too. Of course, if you're worried about us, you can find a deserted place to bury it. If it were anything else, Daikei would definitely not care. He can even throw his dignity on the ground and trample on it repeatedly. But this is the only ring he would never take off even if he were beaten to death. After all, the old man here is his base. But just when he was about to give up the opportunity here and put his clothes back on, a carriage suddenly drove up from the end of the road. Then, a proud voice came from inside the carriage. "A good dog doesn't block the road, get out of my way. If not, I will let you know why the flowers are so red." Hearing this, the Cao family guards became angry. Although in this central plains where many hidden dragons and crouching tigers are everywhere, they are not considered to be big names. But he is a 7th-rank official in front of the Prime Minister. They can't do it, but the people behind them can. So, where did this little girl come from? There are people who are born but no one takes care of them. Didn't your parents tell you not to be too arrogant when you're out? The people in the carriage were silent. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be stunned by the scolding. But just seconds later, the counterattack came. "Okay, very good. This is the first time in my life that someone dares to speak to me like this. If I don't tear your stinky mouth apart today, then I'm not named Wu." As soon as the voice fell, the speed of the carriage obviously increased by a level. Dark place. The moment the other party revealed his name, Cao Wenbin immediately started reading Dragon King from Another World. And quickly found out all the information about this woman. Wu Qingmeng, the little princess of the Tianwu dynasty. His father is Wu Lingtian, the heavenly martial saint lord, who has reached the peak of quasi-saint cultivation. Her mother is Empress Tianwu Pei Luoxue, who has reached the early stage of quasi-saint cultivation. 4 days later, he met Dai Ke, and they fell in love at first sight and decided to spend their lives together. The greatest opportunity in life. On the way back to the Tianwu dynasty, you will pick up a little fox. This fox is a descendant of the 9-tailed heavenly fox, and its upper limit of growth is saint level. In the later stages, it became Wu Qingmeng's indispensable helper. Good boy, it turns out that the Destiny Lady is here to protect her husband. Cao Wenbin shook his head helplessly. His original plan was to trick Dai Ke into giving him the ring. Then, during the time when Dai Ke was away, he thought of a way to make Grandpa Zhejiang sink and float himself. In this way, Dai Ke will definitely not be able to make any waves. But now it seems that his steps were a bit too big. Dai Ke's luck has been stimulated to the point that he actively protects his master. But a princess of the Tianwu dynasty can't play a big role. With a curl of his lips, Cao Wenbin walked out quickly. The reason why he is so confident is because the Tianwu dynasty is a subsidiary force of the Cao family. When Wu Lingtian ascended the throne, it was Cao Zian who crowned him. Okay, everyone, just be quiet for a while. When Cao Wenbin arrived at the scene, both sides were already arguing face to face and were about to come to blows. As for Dai Ke, he was just about to take advantage of this opportunity to sneak into the mountains. But unfortunately, Cao Wenbin's arrival directly shattered his wishful thinking. In desperation, he had to hide in Wu Qingmeng's convoy with the help of old man Jia Zhang. Damn it, aren't you hunting? Why are you wandering around? Chapter 9. The Wanmei record automatically unfolds. Little white face, who are you? Seeing someone blocking his way again, Wu Qingmeng immediately exploded. She was born with a silver spoon in her mouth, but this was the first time she encountered so many people who dared not give her face. And this new guy is even worse. He actually dares to give her orders. But just as she said this, a slightly anxious voice was heard from inside the carriage. Munger, don't be rude to the young master. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around the carriage was shocked. Especially Dai Ke, who had just hidden himself, was sweating profusely. Originally, after seeing how tough the person getting off the carriage was, he thought that a powerful force that could compete with the Cao family had arrived. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be a silver wax-headed gun. Not to mention competing with the Cao family, judging from the way they address each other, they even have to kowtow to them. No, we can't stay here for long. We can't even keep Lingxiao City. If not, Dai Ke muttered to himself as he began to observe the terrain. Prepared to escape at any opportunity. In fact, if there were no accidents, he would definitely be in trouble this time. This little girl Wu Qingmeng can't save him at all. But as soon as the person in the car spoke, things immediately became different. Since the fairy in the car knows me, why doesn't she show herself to me? The reason why Cao Wenbin was so concerned about the people in the car was that just now, the Wanmei Lu in his mind actually started to flip through automatically. And it finally stopped on page 22. It was obvious that the person sitting in the car was a beauty who was on the list. Logically speaking, since he has said so much, the people in the car should get out and pay their respects to him. But I didn't expect. Young master, there are too many people outside, please come in. Hearing this, Cao Wenbin first glanced at the right rear of the convoy, and then, under Dai Kei's horrified gaze, he got into the carriage with an evil smile. For him, suppressing the child of destiny is indeed important. But compared with improving one's own strength, it's nothing. After all, no matter what time it is, the best blacksmith must have his own strength. Unlike the dim and gloomy outside world, the lights inside the carriage are brilliant. As his eyes adjusted to the strong light, Cao Wenbin finally saw the person who was speaking. This person was seen lying on her side in a frivolous manner. Even though Cao Wenbin sat down at her feet, she still had no intention of getting up. A black gauze skirt covered most of the almost perfect figure. Her hair is as black as a waterfall and her skin is as white as snow. The beautiful legs wrapped in flesh-colored stockings are wearing an anklet made of some unknown gem. She's worthy of being a beauty on the Wanmailu. Her looks are truly amazing. Upon closer inspection, she seems even prettier than Dai Yunyu. Could it be that the women in the Wanmailu are more attractive the earlier they are on the page? Thinking of this, Cao Wenbin suddenly became excited. The ones on page 22 look like this, so the one on page 1 must be a fairy. Just as Cao Wenbin fell into his reverie, the woman who had been lying on her side finally moved. But she still didn't sit up. She just put her two beautiful legs in stockings into Cao Wenbin's arms. Young master, my name is Pei Luoxue, and I am the empress of the Tianwu dynasty. I held you in my arms when you were born. After saying that, her little feet moved mischievously. What a fucking slut. To be honest, even if this woman didn't seduce him, in order to get the reward, Cao Wenbin would definitely take action when the time was right. But since this woman actively cooperated, it saved him a lot of worry. So, his big hands immediately. Of course, if the hands are moving, the mouth will naturally not be idle. It turns out to be Aunt Pei. How disrespectful. By the way, Aunt Pei, your way of greeting people is really special. Others are stretching out their hands, but you are stretching out your feet. She is worthy of being a mother and a woman who has climbed to the throne of empress. Pei Luozu's face is really thick. Faced with such teasing, she not only did not blush, but instead smiled and fought back. So, the young master doesn't like it. In that case, I will take it back. As she spoke, she made a gesture to move. Although Cao Wenbin knew she was pretending, he still couldn't help but said, "Don't." Sure enough, as soon as this word came out, Pei Luoxue immediately stopped moving her legs. I just know that no one can resist my legs. At this moment, Pei Luozu's face was full of pride. But soon, her expression froze. Because Cao Wenbin was actually trying to break through the defense line. Don't. This time, it was Pei Luozu's turn to lose composure. She was indeed seducing Cao Wenbin just now, with the intention of asking the young master of the Cao family to do her a favor. But she also has a bottom line. It doesn't matter if it's put on a plate, after all, no piece of meat will be lost. But as the empress, she absolutely cannot. Chapter 10 For my son. Looking at Cao Wenbin fiddling with his hair, Pei Luozu's almost perfect little face turned red as a monkey's butt. That's right, she just suffered a complete defeat. Huh. After taking a deep breath and letting her heartbeat recover a little, Pei Luoxue said with a charming look, "Young master, can we talk about some serious business now?" "Go ahead, I'm listening." Having said that, Cao Wenbin's attention is still on this woman's legs. Wu Lingtian is truly bold. He actually dared to let a peerless beauty like you go out alone. Isn't he afraid of turning into a prairie? Pei Luoxue rolled her eyes lightly. Do you think everyone has such courage as you? Don't forget, I am the Empress of Tianwu. Just this name alone is enough to shock everything. Besides, I am also a quasi-saint. If I don't want to, who in Zhongzhou can force me? Taking a look at Pei Luozu's proud face, Cao Wenbin's desire to conquer was instantly filled with his heart again. But before he could take action again, Pei Luoxue changed the subject. Obviously, as experienced as she is, she has already noticed something strange about Cao Wenbin. Young master, I came to Lingxiao City this time. In name, I'm here to congratulate you on awakening your forbidden body, but my main purpose is to seek help from the master family. His eyes lit up slightly, and Cao Wenbin immediately became interested. It's good to seek help. As long as this woman needs him, then he will have a chance to get her, right. However, he did not rush to interrupt, but waited quietly. He knew that once this woman said it, she would definitely finish it in one breath. Really? Young master, my husband has been on the throne for 60 years. According to the rules of the master family, the dynasty should choose a crown prince after this period. Originally, my son Chengfeng should be the rightful heir to the throne. After all, he is the eldest son. But a few months ago, that bastard Wu Chengqian, who knows what kind of adventure he encountered, actually changed his previous playboy nature and became very motivated. Not only did they create some beautiful clothes, but they also developed a weapon that could equip the poor. That weapon is amazing. Although it's useless against cultivators like me, it can kill ordinary people from a distance of 100 meters. It's impossible to defend against it. Also, although he originally had mediocre talent, his cultivation has begun to improve by leaps and bounds. In just a few months, he broke through from the postnatal stage to the Jindan stage. So, the originally uneventful matter of establishing a crown prince immediately became chaotic. Pei Luoxue didn't say anything else. But Cao Wenbin made a rough guess. Her son must have gradually fallen into a disadvantage in the confrontation with Wu Chengqian. That's why Pei Luoxue, as a mother, came all the way to the master's house to seek help. As for the results, if nothing unexpected happens, I should be disappointed. Otherwise, Pei Luoxue, as the empress, would not have resorted to such a despicable strategy of tempting him. Alas, how pitiful are the parents in the world. Although his face was filled with emotion, his two big hands that were playing with her legs never stopped. So, Aunt Pei asked me to get in the car so that she could help your son. Nodded. At this moment, Pei Luoxue's eyes were full of anticipation. As the only heir of the Cao family, if Cao Wenbin chooses to take her son's side, then even if Wu Chengqian behaves in a way that defies the heavens, you will definitely have no chance of winning. And Cao Wenbin did not disappoint her. But, Aunt Pei, I really want to know, if I help your son become the crown prince, what will I gain? Pei Luoxue was silent. After a long while, she gritted her teeth and said, when Ling Tian makes the official announcement, I'll be ready to welcome him. The corner of his mouth curled up. Deal. But I hope the location is the queen's bedroom. She rolled her eyes fiercely, but Pei Luoxue did not refuse. After all, the work has been done, so why bother about the location? If we can make this guy happy, maybe we can get more. Okay. But let's make this clear first. You can't force orders on Ling Tianjia. No matter what, he's still an emperor. If you're too overbearing, it'll easily provoke a rebellious mentality in him. If he develops an opinion about Cheng Feng, it will be the end. Even if Pei Luoxue didn't say it, Cao Wenbin would never do that. He didn't care about Wu Lingtian. After all, he was just a retainer and he couldn't cause any trouble. What Cao Wenbin was really afraid of was the suddenly rising Wu Chengqian. Because from Pei Luoxue's description, this guy is definitely a template for the protagonist. If nothing unexpected happens, this guy might be his fellow villager. A real fellow. And the Dragon King from another world soon confirmed this for him. Chapter 11 It's Really Fate. Before crossing over, he was a doctor of mechanics. The higher the reputation of the Golden Finger, the stronger the power. 2 months ago, while browsing an auction, I bought a severely injured quasi-saint. He has now recovered. A month ago, I accidentally awakened the trait of law. Betting with others can improve my luck. Wow, this Chengqian is a perfect protagonist in a cool novel. Even more amazing than Daike. The more he looked, the more frightened Cao Wenbin became. At the same time, the desire to help Wu Chengfeng became more and more determined. After all, if he doesn't take action, then judging from the current situation, it won't be long before the Tianwu dynasty may be out of the control of his Cao family. But this is absolutely not allowed. Aunt Pei, do you mind waiting for me for a few days? After I explain everything to my family, we can go to Tianwu City together. Of course not. Pei Luoxue was overjoyed. In such excitement, she rushed directly into Cao Wenbin's arms. Since the young master is so straightforward, then I won't hide anything. Although I cannot give you a full meal, for your health, I will give you some dessert today. Outside the carriage, just when Cao Wenbin and Pei Luoxue were being affectionate, Daike and Wu Qingmeng were doing something similar. Of course, this young couple who just met each other are not as bold as Cao Wenbin and his friend. They were just holding hands and talking to each other in a place where no one was around. That young master of the Cao family is really despicable. How could he target Brother Daike everywhere? By the way, Brother Daike, if it really doesn't work, then you can go to Tianwu City. Although our Tianwu dynasty is a subsidiary of the Cao family, we still have a certain degree of autonomy. Moreover, the Cao family hasn't been here for decades. You will definitely be able to get better development there. I have to say, Destiny's Child's ability to pick up girls is indeed abnormal. Look, the two of them had just met, and Wu Qingmeng had already been completely controlled. When Daike and the old man in his ring heard these words, they immediately burst into laughter. After all, this is really like someone giving you a pillow when you feel sleepy. And the Wu family's tree is much thicker than the Dai family's. Even if they have a little bit of money left, it will be enough for them to squander for a while. Who would have thought that this impetuous little girl would be the little princess of the Tianwu dynasty? This fortune has come, and no one can stop it. Cao Wenbin, just wait for me. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. No, I can't just please this little girl. When I get the chance, I have to curry favor with her mother. The Empress's power is much greater than this little girl's. In an instant, Daike planned a bright future for himself. But he had no idea that his mother-in-law, whom he wanted to curry favor with, was washing her feet frantically at this moment. They didn't stay here for too long. After having a great time, Cao Wenbin pulled Pei Luoxue back to Lingxiao City. As for Dai Yunyu, he doesn't need to worry about her. After accepting the inheritance, she will return to the Cao family on her own. This was something they had agreed upon before. Originally, Cao Wenbin wanted to bring Pei Luoxue back to Cao Mansion. But Pei Luoxue said she disagreed with everything. As soon as he entered Lingxiao City, he immediately took Wu Qingmeng to look for an inn. There was no way, she really didn't dare to go to the Cao family. Outside, she can still rely on her cultivation advantage to barely maintain her bottom line. But if you enter Cao's mansion, then when she comes out again, she might be showing her pregnancy. I really don't know why you're so reserved. What difference does it make if it's earlier or later? Although he was very puzzled, Cao Wenbin did not force it. He turned around and slipped back to Cao's mansion not far away. And the moment he stepped through the door, a voice containing the rules of heaven and earth rang in his ears. Wenbin, just come to the back mountain. Your parents are here with me. Cao Wenbin was stunned, and then a look of deep disbelief appeared in his eyes. It's not that I was scared by this method. But, among the ancestors of my Cao family who have reached the great emperor realm, there is actually a female. And she's a stunning beauty. That's right, the moment the sound entered his ears, Wanmei started flipping through the pages again automatically. And once, it stopped at page 9. What should I do? In an instant, Cao Wenbin became numb. However, he did not stop and immediately rushed to the back mountain. Fuck, never mind. The sky is big and the earth is big, the reward is the biggest. Nothing can stop me from claiming my reward. The more he thought about it, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. The smile on the corners of your mouth becomes deeper. What are you thinking about, you little brat? Why are you so absorbed in it? Cao Wenbin was startled. When he looked up, he realized that he had unknowingly arrived at the forbidden area in the back mountain. As for the person who spoke just now, it was his mother Lin Xian. Oh, I'm thinking about finding a few daughters-in-law for you in this life. While dealing with his mother, Cao Wenbin's eyes immediately fell on the strange woman. Chapter 12 Sixth Patriarch, the Future Great Enemy. I have to say, Wanmei is really reliable. After careful observation by Cao Wenbin, this woman in white was indeed prettier than Dai Yunyu and Pei Luoxue. Especially in terms of temperament, no one can match her. As expected, if you want to be pretty, you have to wear morning clothes. Bang! Just when Cao Wenbin was absorbed in watching, he was suddenly hit hard on the back of his head. You little bastard, could you please have some manners? This is your sixth patriarch, what are you staring at? He scratched his head embarrassedly at first, but soon, Cao Wenbin's face showed dissatisfaction. Old man, why did you hit me? Everyone loves beauty. This sister is so beautiful. Let me see what's wrong with her. After all, before this, I didn't know she was the sixth patriarch. Cao Zian was furious. This brat actually dared to make excuses. But just when he was about to hit Cao Wenbin again, the sixth patriarch, who had been reading a book, spoke. Okay Ziyan, you don't need to worry about this little thing. Besides, what Wenbin said is right. After saying this, she began to observe Cao Wenbin with great interest. To be honest, she has lived for so many years and has met countless young talents. But the only one who dared to speak to her like that was Cao Wenbin. And the woman's sixth sense told her that the brat in front of her seemed to have evil intentions towards her. Interesting, really interesting. Since my husband passed away, this is the first person who dares to covet my little piece of land. If you think about it carefully, I haven't had meat in about 2,000 years. If this kid has both the will and the guts to steal, then I really wouldn't mind giving him a try. Thinking of this, the sixth patriarch threw a jade pendant to Cao Wenbin. Little guy, take this. I calculated that you'll be traveling far away soon. If you encounter someone you can't resist while you're away, transfer energy into the jade pendant. That way, I, the sixth patriarch, will be by your side soon. Of course, if you encounter any problems during your training, you can also use it to call me over. Cao Wenbin was stunned at first, but after just a few seconds, he burst into laughter with joy. After all, having this jade pendant is equivalent to having an additional bodyguard at the emperor level. As for distance, for the strong ones in the realm of the great emperor, distance does not exist. They can tear the void with ease and reach anywhere in this fairyland in the blink of an eye. Thank you, sixth patriarch. He waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't be so polite. Anyway, I don't have much to do lately, so being your bodyguard is just a way to pass the time. If it weren't for the agreement between us old immortals that the emperor couldn't just show up at will, I'd want to be by your side all the time. This time, Cao Wenbin was really flattered. As far as he knew, no one had ever received this kind of treatment. In other words, this is scorpion poop, one of a kind. Sixth Patriarch. Before Cao Wenbin could finish his words, the sixth patriarch interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Since it's been given to you, just take it and don't worry about the details. Oh, Cao Wenbin, I asked you to come here today. Besides wanting to meet you, I, the ancestor, have something very important to tell you. Having said this, the sixth patriarch's frivolous look had disappeared, replaced by an incomparable solemnity. You say. Glancing at Cao Wenbin, who had also become serious, the sixth patriarch nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, he knows the big picture and is a promising talent. Wenbin, from now on, you must practice diligently and never slack off. Otherwise, when you meet Zhun Xiaoyao, you will definitely suffer a great loss. After all, your physical awakening was too late. I've practiced for 20 years longer than you. His brows furrowed slightly. Zhun Xiaoyao. The Zhun Xiaoyao who claimed to have 6 kidneys and seduced his own aunt. Yes, that guy. As a generation, he will be your formidable rival. Seeing his ancestor speak so seriously, Cao Wenbin said nothing and immediately thought of Dragon King from another world in his mind. As Zhun Xiaoyao's life script gradually unfolded before him, Cao Wenbin was shocked. This person was born with an ancient holy body. Everything was just ordinary before the age of 23. But after he left the Zhun family and started traveling around, he soared to the sky and was unstoppable. Single-handedly controls 3,000 emperors, and with both palms he sweeps across the 13 states. This is the true portrayal of Zhun Xiaoyao's life. In his eyes, the sons of destiny like Dai Ke and Wu Chengchen are just bigger ants. It would be fine if you surrender willingly, but if not, you will surely die. And at the end of Dragon King from another world, this guy even unified the fairyland and became the king of kings in this world. Of course, this guy is not completely invincible. He was also hurt while growing up. But this will not only not have any impact on him, but will make him stronger and stronger. Chapter 13 Zhao Yu Honor. Ancient Holy Body. The Zhun family is our backing. It has to be at least purple luck. The more you fail, the more courage you gain. Damn it, one person has so many buffs stacked up, how can others play with this? The more he analyzed, the uglier Cao Wenbin's expression became. But he soon discovered that except for his bad luck, he seemed to be no worse than Zhun Xiaoyao in other aspects. That's right, the ancient holy body is very powerful, but my forbidden body is not bad either. He has the Zhun family as his backing, doesn't he also have the Cao family behind him? As for the golden fingers, I have 2 of them, and they seem to be even better. Okay. It seems I have to find a way to improve my luck. It's still 3 years before that guy comes out of hiding. Before that, I have to at least raise my luck to the blue level. Only then will I be qualified to arm wrestle with others. Thinking of this, Cao Wenbin subconsciously glanced at himself. But the next moment, he smiled bitterly. Although he had used Dai Yunyu's shouting to successfully reduce Dai K's luck by 10% not long ago, he didn't absorb much. At this moment, there was only a faint red light on his body. Little guy, there's no need to underestimate yourself. For a cultivator, a 20-year gap isn't that big. You'll catch up soon. Obviously, the sixth patriarch had the wrong idea. She thought Cao Wenbin was hit hard. Whether the difference is big or not depends on whether you are willing to spread your legs. If you're willing to take the initiative, I might be able to surpass Zhun Xiaoyao in an instant. Of course, he only dared to think about this in his mind. I dare not say it out loud. Otherwise, even if the sixth patriarch didn't get angry, Cao Ziyan would have beaten him to death. Hey, let's practice hard. After all, he is a powerful person in the great emperor realm, while I am just a small Shantian. The gap between the two sides is really too big. If I don't make progress, even if I have superb skills in picking up girls and finally win over the ancestor, it will be difficult for me to break through her defenses. But in order to get the reward, I still need to gain some favorability first. After making the decision, Cao Wenbin took action immediately. Don't worry, ancestor, Wenbin is not complaining about himself. By the way, Grandpa, what's your name? You're always calling me Grandpa, Grandpa. That's too strange. You little brat. Cao Ziyan was about to lose his temper again. But he was interrupted by the sixth patriarch again. My name is Zhao Yuaner. After getting the answer, Cao Wenbin immediately started climbing up the pole. Then I'll call you Sister Yuaner from now on. Cao Ziyan was almost frightened to death. This is the sixth patriarch. How dare you, boy. But what Cao Ziyan didn't expect was, call me whatever you want. Okay, I've explained everything I need to say. Go and do your own things. You don't have to keep an old woman like me company anymore. Originally, Cao Wenbin was planning to make a few more jokes. But Cao Ziyan didn't have this opportunity. Grabbing his collar, he left the forbidden area in the back mountain directly. You little brat, next time you see the sixth patriarch, you must be respectful to me. Also, don't use that jade pendant unless it's absolutely necessary. The sixth patriarch prefers quiet to noise. As soon as he returned to the conference hall, Cao Ziyan immediately started educating his son. But unfortunately, Cao Wenbin ignored him at all. In desperation, he had to use other methods. The sixth patriarch is of noble status, he really can't go out often. How about this, I'll assign you a protector. You let her do the little things. If she can't handle it, you're summoning the sixth patriarch. After saying that, without giving Cao Wenbin time to react, he just waved to the outside. Immediately afterwards, a woman who was only about 1.5 meters tall and looked very cute walked in from outside. Aunt Shui. Cao Wenbin knows this woman. She is Lin Xian's maid. My full name is Shui Ru. One of the dowry items. He has an extremely high talent for cultivation and should be at the peak of the quasi-saint realm now. Logically speaking, such women who come as dowry will definitely become the groom's concubine. But because Lin Xian was too domineering, and Cao Ziyan was a bit henpecked, so many years have passed. Cao Ziyan never succeeded. Has the old man given up struggling? If that's the case, I won't be polite. Although Aunt Shui isn't a contestant on the Wanmailu, her beauty combined with her cuteness is enough to make people's hearts flutter. Although his head was full of evil thoughts, on the surface, Cao Wenbin was extremely respectful. Aunt Shui, I'm going to trouble you from now on. Sticking out her tongue, Shui Ru said heartlessly, young master, you're too polite. From now on, just tell me what you want to do. Seeing this scene, Cao Wenbin became even more determined in his previous idea. Damn, this is so tempting. Chapter 14 Imperial City. In Tianwu City, in the courtyard closest to the Imperial Palace. Oh, I don't know if my mother can get some help. If I can't move here, then my position as crown prince is basically over. Looking at the information in his hand, Wu Chengfeng felt as if he had eaten something ridiculous, and his handsome face was full of pain. He would never have thought that his third brother, who used to live a life of idleness and waiting for death, would have such a big change. Just the day before yesterday, this guy invented something called a cannon. No one knows how that thing works, but an ordinary person operating it can actually threaten a powerful person. As a result, Wu Chengqian's reputation immediately rose to a new level. Many ministers who had originally remained neutral also turned to Wu Chengqian. His father even went to his third brother's residence as soon as the cannon came out. It was not until the next day that I left with satisfaction. Master, someone is coming from the palace. His Majesty has called you to the central square to greet someone. Hearing this, Wu Chengfeng, who was thinking about how to fight back, was stunned at first, and then he waved his fist excitedly. He knew that it must be his mother coming back. Judging from this scene, there must be a big shot among the people traveling with them. Mom, you're so awesome. The residence of the third prince. Wu Chengqian, who was thinking about how to increase his popularity next, also received this instruction. My cheap mother is quite capable. She actually managed to get reinforcements here. I just wonder what price this beautiful lady paid for this. Although Wu Chengqian was engaged in scientific research before he traveled through time, he was also well versed in the ways of the world. In the eyes of the immortal Cao family, it makes no difference who is in charge of the Tianwu dynasty. As long as the tribute is paid every year, it will be fine. In this situation, if Pei Luoxue wants to persuade the Cao family to stand up for her son, she must show enough sincerity. As for what this sincerity is, in Wu Chengqian's opinion, the only thing Pei Luoxue could use to test the cadres was her body. What a shame. Mother, although you are the empress, you don't understand the heart of an emperor at all. How could someone who can hold a vast kingdom be willing to be under someone else's control for long? You opened the door wide and invited the Cao family here. Not only will it not help your son, but it will also make him further away from the position of crown prince. Imperial Palace, Central Square. Under Wu Lingtian's organization, the needed members of the royal family were quickly assembled. At the same time, a huge airship also appeared in the sky. The sword that cuts the sky. Cao family emblem. Judging from the gold border of the family emblem, the person who came was actually a direct descendant of the Cao family. Seeing this scene, Wu Lingtian, Wu Chengqian and others all frowned. Things seem to be getting a bit tricky. Could it be Cao Ziyan? If it's really him, then what the hell are we doing? The Tianwu dynasty has been developing for more than 2,000 years. To be honest, their strength is not weak. On the surface, they have 3 saints. Although they are all in the early stage of saint level, they are still saint level. But this little bit of wealth is nothing compared to the Cao family. Cao Ziyan alone is enough to sweep across the entire Tianwu dynasty. But unlike their restlessness, the airship at this moment was filled with spring scenery. Master, I dance well, don't I? That's right, Empress Pei Luoxue is pole dancing for Cao Wenbin. And she was dressed very provocatively. High slit, gray tights. Obviously, Pei Luoxue must have been trained a lot along the way. Very good. I never thought you were so talented in dancing. After saying that, Cao Wenbin directly hugged the emperor and empress in his arms. At the beginning, Pei Luoxue was very obedient. Can kiss and sing, can be touched without any obstruction. But when she found that the airship had entered Tianwu City, she immediately began to struggle. Master, I saw my husband. No, I have to go change my clothes. If he sees me like this, I won't be able to explain myself even if I have mouths all over my body. After glancing at Pei Luoxue, who looked anxious, Cao Wenbin slapped her on the butt and let her go. As a modern person who has received 9 years of compulsory education, Cao Wenbin understands very well that too much is as bad as too little. Along the way, he did a lot of excessive things. If I continue to force her now, this woman will go crazy. Time is of the essence. I want to see how long you can hold on. While muttering to himself, Cao Wenbin walked towards the edge of the yacht. Originally, he wanted to stand on a high place and take a good look at this imperial city. But he didn't expect that after just a few glances, his eyes met with a young man. This is a tough enemy. Chapter 15 The Wu family's plan. Welcome, young master. As soon as the flying boat landed, the Wu family members in the square immediately knelt on the ground. At the same time, Wu Lingtian and Wu Chengqian also breathed a sigh of relief. If the person who came is not Cao Ziyan, then everything will be fine. Cao Wenbin's identity is indeed terrifyingly high. After his physique awakens, his status in the Cao family may even be higher than his father's. But his strength is still very weak after all, and he lacks social experience, so it is definitely not difficult to deal with him. And the facts are indeed similar to what they thought. This supreme young master acted so heartless the moment he showed up. Everyone, please stand up. I'm not here to inspect your work. Just pretend I don't exist. Cao Wenbin has a very kind smile and can be said to be without any airs at all. But the people of the Wu family didn't dare to take it seriously. Young master, you're joking. There are distinctions between the high and the low, and etiquette cannot be abolished. That's right, it's a rare opportunity for the young master to come to Tianwu City, how can we neglect him? Young master, you must stay in Tianwu City for a while longer this time, so that our Wu family can fulfill our duty as the host. There were compliments everywhere, but according to Cao Wenbin's observation, there were only a few who were sincere. It seems that the Tianwu dynasty really needs a new leader. If not, he will become a big trouble someday. At this moment, Cao Wenbin really wanted to kill. But he didn't lose his temper on the spot. This matter involves a son of destiny with green luck, so we must proceed slowly. Young master, your bedroom has been tidied, please see. That's right, this palace is not exclusive to the Wu family. Even Wu Lingtian is not qualified to live in the palace with the best geographical location, the largest area and the most luxurious decoration. Because that is reserved for the top leaders of the Cao family. Even though no one from the Cao family has ever lived in this palace since it was built, no one dared to take possession of it. It's still early, I'm going to take a stroll around Tianwu City. As for the palace, you can move in when I come back in the evening. Hearing this, Wu Lingtian nodded immediately, but soon he asked again, young master, what about the banquet tonight? He waved his hand and said, just hold it as usual. I'll be back in time. After saying that, Cao Wenbin left the palace alone. Shang Shufang, Wu Lingtian and Wu Chengqian looked at each other in silence. After a while, Wu Lingtian finally broke the slightly depressing atmosphere. Third brother, have all the servants in that palace been arranged? Although it was only a short word, after he finished answering, Wu Chengqian's face was full of pain. Third brother, those who achieve great things don't care about trivial matters. They are just some women. If our Wu family can really get rid of the Cao family, what kind of women will we not have? That's right, the woman who was arranged to live in the Cao family palace was not an ordinary maid in the palace, but a female special forces soldier specially trained by Wu Chengqian using modern methods. Without exception, they are all orphans without parents, and each one is more beautiful than the other. One of them is. Wu Chengqian originally planned to use these people for his own use. But now, for the sake of his greater cause, he can only choose to give up with great pain. After all, only these professionally trained people can guarantee that they will not be subverted 100%. Only they can deliver information in a timely and accurate manner. Don't worry, father. I know what's going on. I still understand the principle that you can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. Oh, father, the queen mother. Wu Chengqian didn't continue speaking, but Wu Lingtian already understood what his son meant. So, bang, Wu Lingtian slammed the desk in front of him to pieces with one palm. Obviously, he was really angry at this moment. But it's no wonder. Ordinary people would go crazy if they were cuckolded, let alone him, an emperor. In fact, when Pei Luoxue got off the airship, Wu Lingtian had already discovered that his emperor and empress were in trouble. Although from the outside, everything seems normal. But the two of them have been together day and night for hundreds of years, how could such a trick of covering one's ears and stealing the bell escape his perception? At first glance, he found that Pei Luoxue had become even more coquettish. In addition, Cao Wenbin stood up for Wu Chengfeng for no reason. All these things indicate that his empress and queen have been separated by that guy Cao Wenbin. And the two of them have tried quite a few tricks. The things he has experienced may have been experienced by Cao Wenbin first. You two bastards, I'm going to kill you sooner or later. As for Wu Chengfeng, for the sake of the crown prince position, he was willing to sell his own mother. Humph, even if I give this seat to a dog, I will never give it to you. Just when Wu Lingtian was secretly angry, Wu Chengqian, who had successfully angered him, began to laugh secretly. The sentence he just said was what he said on purpose. As for the purpose, it is naturally to irritate this cheap dad. He had experienced this kind of thing before traveling through time. So I understand Wu Lingtian's thoughts very well. If he hadn't pointed this out, Wu Lingtian would most likely not have pursued the matter. After all, if no one knows, it's not called green. But once it's revealed, then. Chapter 16. the rebellious branch. While Wu Lingtian and his son were scheming against each other, Cao Wenbin had already walked into a luxurious building under the compliments of another group of people. This is the Cao family's branch in Tianwu City. Of course, it can also be said to be the location of the garrison. Master, the purpose of your visit is. Everyone else called him young master, but the person who spoke called Cao Wenbin young master. Obviously, this is the direct descendant of the Cao family. And that is indeed the case. This man's name is Fu Bo, and he used to be the steward of Cao's house. The strength of a mid-stage quasi-saint. Uncle Fu, I'm here this time to promote the change of dynasties in the Tianwu dynasty. Some people are no longer willing to be inferior to others. This is truly earth-shattering. It immediately stunned the chief and deputy chief of the office. But soon, the deputy leader spoke up. Young master, could it be that Wu Lingtian has changed his mind? If that's the case, then I suggest supporting the third son of the Wu family to take the throne. This person has a very high prestige in the Tianwu dynasty and possesses all sorts of strange and ingenious skills. If he becomes the emperor, it will definitely bring greater benefits to our Cao family. Hearing this, Cao Wenbin's eyes narrowed immediately. May I have your name? Young master, my name is Song Jia. Song Jia, who was thinking about Cao Wenbin's heart, had a smile on his face. From what you said, it seems like you admire the third son of the Wu family very much. He scratched his head embarrassedly. Young master, to be honest, I really admire him a little bit. The things he invented are truly beneficial to the present and will benefit future generations. The corners of his mouth curled up, and then Cao Wenbin muttered to himself, you have a way to die. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin immediately gave Uncle Fu a look. Uncle Fu also understood what he meant, and shattered Song Jia's heart with one palm. Puff. Song Jia, who was spitting blood, looked incredulous. Master, why did you want to kill me? Because you're on the wrong side. Without waiting for the other party to ask again, Cao Wenbin continued to explain, what you just said was completely considering the ordinary people. But you seem to have forgotten that my Cao family is the one with vested interests. What I need is not a powerful emperor who can expand the territory and be praised by the people. But he is an honest and obedient mediocre man who can keep his business. As for the people, what does it have to do with me whether they live well or not? As long as they can fill their stomachs, that's all that matters. I have to say, the saying that the butt determines the head is indeed a true saying. The way of thinking about things is really different depending on your position. After hearing this, Song Jia immediately went crazy. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. You are so inconsiderate of the people, the Cao family will be destroyed sooner or later. Just wait, under the leadership of Master Cheng Qian. Originally, he was preparing to say something, but his excitement made his injuries worse. Then, he widened his eyes and died immediately. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Cao Wenbin curled his lips in disdain. This is only true in the ancient times of Blue Star. Uncle Fu, have this man's direct subordinates and his family go down to accompany him. Obviously, Song Jia's last slogan directly sent his relatives and friends into the abyss. Okay, master. At night, the main hall of the imperial palace. In the past, there was no one here at all. But today, the lights here are bright. The hall is filled with fragrance. This handheld wok invented by the third prince is truly amazing. Who would have thought that a small piece of meat dipped in sesame paste would taste so delicious? And this thing is hygienic, much better than the traditional meals we had before. That's right, this is good news for people like me who are obsessed with misophobia. At this time, the hall was already full of people. But no one dared to pick up their chopsticks. Even Pei Luoxue and Wu Lingtian wouldn't dare to do that. Fortunately, Cao Wenbin was punctual. Before everyone had a few words, he strode into the hall. Greetings, young master. Cao Wenbin smiled at everyone and then waved his hand. Everyone, sit down. By the way, have you arranged any entertainment programs? If it's arranged, then let them start performing as soon as possible. It is obvious that Cao Wenbin is determined to play the image of a dandy young man to the end. Don't tell me, there are people who actually believe it. Mother, is this the reinforcement you called for? Why do I feel like he's even more out of touch than I am? Looking at Wu Chengfeng who had no scheming at all, Pei Luoxue smiled bitterly helplessly. Her son is really hopeless. How dare you question Cao Wenbin? He is a person who dares to use any means to achieve his goals. Her status is noble enough. But on the airship, Cao Wenbin kept feeding her, "I love a piece of firewood," all the way. If she didn't have the cultivation level of a quasi-saint and a strong mind, she might have been devoured by this wolf in sheep's clothing halfway through, leaving not even a bone behind. While the mother and son were whispering, a group of graceful dancing girls, urged by Cao Wenbin, quickly came to the center of the hall. Chapter 17 Send Mother Undercover. Young master, this dance was composed by my son Chang Qian not long ago. What do you think? Without looking away, not bad, it's really good. This music, combined with these movements, not only perfectly showcases the dancers' figures but also amplifies their sexiness. It's a masterpiece, absolutely a masterpiece. Although his words were full of compliments, Cao Wenbin had already rolled his eyes countless times in his heart. He really didn't expect that this guy Wu Chengqian would actually bring the girl group's style to another world. Ling Tian, I want all 7 of them. Before I go back, let them take care of my food and daily life. By the way, what's the name of the woman leading the dance? It seemed that he had guessed that he would ask this question, so Wu Lingtian answered very quickly. Young master, you don't know that these 7 people were originally maids in your palace. This performance is just to let them show themselves in advance. As for the woman leading the dance, her name is Qin Yunmeng. Nodding, Cao Wenbin didn't notice anything wrong at first. But as he looked at it, his brows slowly furrowed. Not that there's anything wrong with dancing. But the name Qin Yunmeng, after muttering it twice, actually gave him a sense of familiarity, as if he had heard of it somewhere. But no matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't remember. Where on earth did you hear that? The more he thought about it, the more annoyed Cao Wenbin became. In desperation, he had to shift his gaze elsewhere. However, when he saw Wu Chengqian, his pupils shrank instantly. Then, he began to read Dragon King from another world in his mind. Without any suspense, after getting a direction, Qin Yunmeng's basic information immediately appeared in front of Cao Wenbin. Qin Yunmeng, Wu Chengqian's biological mother. Before Wu Chengqian's glory, she was just a dancer. It was precisely because of her humble status that Wu Chengqian had never been competitive in the competition for the crown prince position. All the princes didn't take him seriously at all. And after Wu Chengqian rose to power, she was trained to become a female spy. Usually he is responsible for Wu Chengqian's security. And it's the kind that provides close protection. Day and night. In the later period, he even became Wu Chengqian's right-hand man. With the accumulation of a huge amount of rare treasures, his strength finally reached the early stage of saint level. Damn, this Wu Chengqian is really willing to do anything. In order to deal with me, he even sent his own mother out. Isn't he afraid? At this moment, the corners of Cao Wenbin's mouth were filled with evil. Since the fat meat is already right in front of him, there is absolutely no reason for him to refuse. Okay, stop dancing. I don't have the habit of sharing women with others. You guys can just go back to my bedroom and wait for me to finish my drink. Hey hey. Cao Wenbin's voice was so loud that everyone in the palace immediately started laughing ambiguously. As men, they naturally understood what would happen next. The only ones who couldn't laugh at the scene were the father and son Wu Chenggan and Wu Lingtian. Wu Chengqian regretted losing the opportunity to return to his hometown. As for Wu Lingtian, he felt that his head seemed to have turned even greener. Chang Qian, you need to take action quickly. We can't let him continue to be so arrogant. Otherwise, those fence-sitters down there will start to have second thoughts. Good. He took a deep breath, and after Qin Yunmeng and others in the center of the hall had left, Wu Chengqian jumped to a place not far from Cao Wenbin. Young master, have you heard of the 3 mysteries of Tianwu? Nodded gently. Although he had only been here for a few days, Cao Wenbin had heard of this widely circulated interesting story. The so-called 3 mysteries of Tianwu are actually 3 things that fell from the sky. It is said that after these 3 things are unlocked, a secret realm will appear near Tianwu City. It is precisely because of this that the emperor who obtained these 3 things back then almost mobilized the entire country to solve these 3 mysteries. But unfortunately, the emperor was unable to solve any of the 3 mysteries throughout his entire life. Not only him, but all the emperors who came after him also had no way to solve these 3 mysteries. However, Cao Wenbin knew that Wu Chengqian had solved 2 of the mysteries not long ago. And the fact that he mentioned this matter now was most likely because he wanted to use that last mystery to cause trouble for him. It seems like this is a hangman banquet. Sure enough, just as Cao Wenbin came to his senses, Wu Chengqian made his move. Young master, I am a humble subordinate, but I was lucky enough to solve 2 of the mysteries a while ago. But as for the 3rd mystery, I'm still helpless. I was about to give up. But the appearance of the young master has given me new hope. I think with your intelligence, this thing shouldn't be difficult for you. Please feel free to give me some advice. After saying that, Wu Chengqian respectfully handed over a knot. Chapter 18 Destroy What You Can't Get. The 3rd prince actually solved 2 of the 3 Tianwu mysteries. God bless our dynasty. Under the leadership of the 3rd prince, our Tianwu dynasty will definitely reach even greater heights. The late emperors can finally rest in peace. Do you think it's possible for the young master to solve the 3rd mystery? Absolutely impossible. The young master has a high status, not a high IQ. That's right. Since the 3rd prince couldn't solve it, it proves that this 3rd mystery is unsolvable. Listening to the minister's discussions, Wu Chenggan almost laughed his eyes out. But when he turned around and prepared to laugh at Cao Wenbin's joke, he was dumbfounded. Don't want. The reason why he was so frightened was that he suddenly discovered that a sword had appeared in Cao Wenbin's hand at some point. Judging from Cao Wenbin's actions, it is obvious that he wants to cut Qianqianji. To be honest, if someone else did this, Wu Chengqian would definitely not panic. After all, the ancestors of the Tianwu dynasty have tried it, and this knot that fell from the sky is extremely strong. Ordinary weapons can't hurt it at all. But the one who is going to commit the crime now is Cao Wenbin. Could the sword he carries be an ordinary weapon? Young master, this thing can only be solved by hand. If it's broken, the secret realm will never appear again. It is not difficult to see that Wu Chengqian is indeed anxious. Not only him, Wu Lingtian was also anxious. In fact, with Wu Lingtian's cultivation level at the peak of quasi-saint, he is fully capable of stopping Cao Wenbin. But he didn't dare to do that. Because from the moment Cao Wenbin took out the sword, he had been targeted. If he dares to make any unusual movement, he will definitely face a thundering blow. So, this extremely ambitious father and son could only watch the sword fall on the 1000 knot. As for the results, Wu Chengqian was right. Cao Wenbin's sword is really not an ordinary thing. The Qianqianji, which they thought was indestructible, was cut in half. Bang! Wu Chengqian, unable to accept the reality, sat down on the ground. At the same time, an indescribable feeling slowly emerged in his heart. It felt as if something important was leaving him. Young master, why are you doing this? After a while, Wu Chengqian, who had calmed down, asked with a dejected look on his face. Originally, he thought Cao Wenbin would explain. At worst, they will find an excuse. But I didn't expect. This young master doesn't like things that I can't control. Since I can't use it, I'll just destroy it. Everyone who was listening was startled. So domineering. The reactions of the ministers were like salt sprinkled on Wu Chengqian's wounds, making his heart hurt even more. You end up losing the rice while trying to steal the chicken. On the path leading to the Cao family palace, Cao Wenbin was walking and humming. Obviously, he is in a very good mood at the moment. I never thought that just a banquet could wipe out 10% of Wu Chengqian's luck. But you're right. The imperial soldiers in that secret realm provided Wu Chengqian with a lot of help in the days that followed. Without it, Wu Chengqian's strength will indeed be greatly reduced. The more he thought about it, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. The faster you move, the faster you will go. Humph, not only will I ruin your chance, I'll also. It seems that Qin Yunmeng's help to you, Wu Chengqian, is no less than that of the emperor's soldiers. Just wait, I'm going to cut off one of your arms tonight. Coincidentally, just as Cao Wenbin made up his mind, his figure appeared in front of the palace. Greetings, young master. The 7 dancers who had been waiting for a long time immediately gave him a big salute. For a moment, Cao Wenbin was dazzled. In fact, the one with the most information is Qin Yunmeng. No wonder Wu Chengqian has to go home every day even at great risk. With a wicked smile, Cao Wenbin then led 7 people into the palace. Of course, during this process, Qin Yunmeng was already in Cao Wenbin's arms. Master, there are others here. What are you afraid of? None of you can escape anyway. If they laugh at you, then you can laugh back at them later. Looking at Cao Wenbin, who was heading straight to the bedroom without stopping, Qin Yunmeng knew that she would definitely not be able to escape today. In desperation, she had to give a wink to the other 6 people. She was reminding her companions not to forget to eavesdrop. Since you are destined to pay, you naturally have to get some rewards. She planned to take advantage of Cao Wenbin's unconsciousness to extract more information. In this way, his son's chances of winning will become even greater. After all, only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. Don't worry, son, I will never get lost. The future of the Tianwu dynasty is destined to be decided by you. Chapter 19 Opportunity. The next morning, at the third prince's residence. Tell me, what happened in the Cao family palace last night? Upon hearing this question, the young eunuch who came to report fell to his knees with a thud. The beads of sweat on his forehead were falling like rain. Why did I compete for this position in the first place? The little eunuch's real name is Xiao Chunzi. Originally he was serving dishes in the imperial kitchen. He just joined Wu Chengqian's army 2 days ago. And because he was smart enough, he was entrusted with an important task as soon as he arrived. Originally, Xiao Chunzi thought she was going to be very successful. After all, it is the confidants who are responsible for passing on information. But after he received the information, he realized that this was actually a life-threatening job. What are you hesitating about? Tell me the information quickly, or I'll skin you alive. Xiao Chunzi smiled helplessly, then closed his eyes and said loudly, last night, after Cao Wenbin returned to the palace, he took Qin Yunmeng directly back to the bedroom. A quarter of an hour later, shouting could be heard from inside the house, and it continued all night long. Silence. You can hear a pin drop in the whole room. Originally, Xiao Chunzi thought she was dead. But I didn't expect. Go back. If you have any information, come back and report it in time. Koharuko is overjoyed. Then he knelt down 3 times and kowtowed 9 times before slipping out of the room. But when Wu Chenggan was the only one left in the room, he couldn't bear it anymore. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, everything that could be smashed and couldn't be smashed was smashed by him. But even so, he was still angry. So, he flashed and headed straight for the back mountain. It was obvious that Wu Chengqian was planning to go there to vent his anger again. But what's interesting is that just as he slipped into the back mountain, a vortex suddenly appeared and sucked him in. What? You said the third prince disappeared. I have to say that Wu Lingtian really values Wu Chengqian. Look, Wu Chengqian had just disappeared for an hour, and Wu Lingtian had already received the information. As a result, the emperor of the Tianwu dynasty went crazy immediately. Tell me, what happened before the third prince disappeared? The commander of the imperial guards, who had come to report, took a glance at his furious master and swallowed before saying softly, Your Majesty, 2 hours ago, the third prince received a message from the Cao family palace. Then he rushed to the back mountain. After that, there was no information at all. Wu Lingtian was slightly stunned, then frowned and asked, Information about the Cao family palace? What information? The commander of the imperial guards twitched his lips, but he still said with a stiff upper lip, According to my investigation, it seems that the third prince's mother fought with Cao Wenbin all night long. All night. So, the third prince's disappearance has nothing to do with Cao Wenbin. The leader of the guards nodded affirmatively. That's right, because the shouting in the Cao family palace hasn't stopped yet. After receiving a positive answer, Wu Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it has nothing to do with the Cao family, it will be easy. After all, in the Tianwu dynasty, apart from the Cao family, no one dared to take action against Wu Chengqian. If nothing unexpected happens, Cheng Qian should have another adventure. Thinking of this, Wu Lingtian immediately became excited. The green light above my head seemed to have faded a little because of this incident. Cao family palace. When Cao Wenbin and Qin Yunmeng appeared again, the sun was already high above their heads. You two, go to the imperial kitchen and get some food. Remember, I don't eat mushrooms. You two, go outside and fix up the garden. As for you. As various instructions appeared, Qin Yunmeng's 6 comrades were quickly transferred away by Cao Wenbin. After the last person accepted the order and left, Cao Wenbin suddenly said, Well, are you convinced? Bang. As if it was a trained reflex, Qin Yunmeng knelt directly on the ground. At the same time, her big eyes were filled with fear. She had never thought that a man's fighting ability could be that strong. Logically speaking, as someone who has been through it, she should not be afraid of that thing, but now she is really scared. I give in. From now on, I will do whatever you ask me to do, without hesitation. He nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that his efforts last night were not in vain. What if I let you deal with Wu Chengqin? Qin Yunmeng was startled, and then pain appeared in her eyes. Young master, please let Cheng Qian go. This child is very obedient and capable. I can guarantee that if you help him take the throne, he will definitely bring you a peaceful and prosperous world. And with me here, you don't have to worry about his loyalty. As soon as these words were spoken, Cao Wenbin was immediately amused. This Qin Yunmeng is quite narcissistic. She didn't even think about it. If Wu Chenggan really cared about her, why would he send her as an undercover agent? Chapter 20 Stealing Home. From what you said, you want to be the bond between me and Wu Chengqin. Cao Wenbin first chuckled, then said calmly, are you worthy? If I remember correctly, your cheap son has asked you several times to destroy the birthplace. He already has this idea, and you still think you are so important. Qin Yunmeng was silent. At the same time, a feeling of fear also emerged in her heart. The man in front of me actually knew such a secret thing. Doesn't that mean she's an undercover agent? Just when she was confused, Cao Wenbin gave her another strong dose of medicine. Oh, I forgot to tell you. That cheap son of yours, in essence, is no longer your son. Although the body is still the same, the soul has been replaced. Otherwise, how could he have changed so much? Okay, that's all I can say. You decide what to do next. Think about it yourself. After saying that, Cao Wenbin walked out alone. For a moment, Qin Yunmeng was the only one left in the huge palace, kneeling there with a confused look on his face. Of course, Shui Ru was watching closely in the dark. The order she received was that if Qin Yunmeng dared to take a step out of the palace, she would be killed immediately. Young master, what are you doing? With a wave of his hand, Cao Wenbin interrupted Wu Lingtian's words. Take me to the library. Wu Lingtian, who had a fawning look on his face, immediately had a flash of anger in his eyes after hearing this. Library. This place is of utmost importance to any force. Even if you are the young master, you can't make such excessive demands. But Wu Lingtian didn't dare to refuse. So, he rolled his eyes and kicked the ball out immediately. Young master, you also know the importance of the library, so that place is managed by my ancestor. Look. After giving Wu Lingtian a playful look, Cao Wenbin said calmly, just take me there. As for the rest, I'll handle it myself. Want to use the ancestor to suppress him? It's just a dream. Even if your Wu family ancestor is strong, can he be stronger than the sixth patriarch? Then please come this way, young master. Just like that, the two of them walked one in front and one behind, directly into the depths of the palace. Originally, Cao Wenbin thought he would be there soon, but he didn't expect that it would take him more than 10 minutes to walk. Isn't Wu Lingtian leading me in circles? Thinking of this possibility, Cao Wenbin's face immediately turned dark. But before he could lose his temper, a tower-shaped building appeared before his eyes. Immediately afterwards, an old man who was shriveled up and looked like a zombie, but with an extremely terrifying aura, appeared in front of the two. Young master, what is your purpose for coming here? The old man ignored Wu Lingtian and immediately set his eyes on Cao Wenbin. I want to go in and take a look. After all, a stone from another mountain can be used to polish jade. Young master, please feel free to read any of the books inside. The expected tit-for-tat confrontation did not occur. The attitude of this ancestor of the Wu family is actually better than Wu Lingtian. Very good. If I can gain something in there, I will reward you handsomely when I get out. Although he didn't understand why the old man was so easy to talk to, since he had spoken out, Cao Wenbin didn't look for trouble. After leaving a polite word, he rushed directly into the library. Grandfather, you are so irresponsible. Not only Cao Wenbin was puzzled, Wu Lingtian was also puzzled. So, after Cao Wenbin's figure completely disappeared, he began to ask in a very depressed manner. Hey, we can't stop him. I found a trace of imperial energy in this kid. My intuition tells me that if we dare to stop it, something extremely horrific will happen. But you don't have to worry too much, this kid won't gain anything. When he said this again, the face of the Wu family ancestor was full of amusement. Ancestor has a backup plan. He nodded gently. After you sent me the message, I immediately started to make arrangements. I have moved all the important books in the library. As for the rest, they are all crap that is sold everywhere. I have to say, ginger is always spicier when it's old. In this way, they shut Cao Wenbin's mouth without suffering any loss. But what the two of them didn't know was that Cao Wenbin didn't come here to read the Cao family's classics at all. But he wanted to snatch Wu Chengqian's opportunity. According to the records of the Dragon King of another world, there is a tattered book on the top floor of the library that is used as a table leg. No one has ever taken it seriously for thousands of years. But it is the legacy of Emperor Tuntian. What is recorded in it is the heaven-devouring demonic art. A man who relies on devouring others to enhance his own martial arts. While the two Wu family members were grinning at each other in admiration of their own intelligence and talent, Cao Wenbin had already taken it for himself and started practicing. Chapter 21 Obsession with Spring Water. 5 days later, in the Shangshufeng. Cheng Qian, where have you been these days? Looking at his son who suddenly appeared, Wu Lingtian was very excited. To be honest, he was really afraid that something might happen to his son. After all, only in this kid can he see hope of getting rid of the Cao family. Your Majesty, I accidentally came across a secret place. After a few days of exploration, I gained a lot of benefits. The biggest gain is obtaining a saint-level inheritance. What he said was half true and half false, avoiding the important point. There is indeed a saint-level inheritance in that secret realm. But the best thing is a low-level imperial weapon, the demon-suppressing tower. Saint-level inheritance. What level? The best. Wu Lingtian's eyes lit up. Doesn't this mean that in the near future, their Wu family will be able to possess a peak saint-level expert? Okay. Wu Lingtian is so beautiful at this moment. But soon, he began to explain earnestly, Cheng Qian, although you have incredible opportunities, you can't be lazy. After all, practicing is like rowing against the current. If you don't move forward, you will move backward. Don't worry, father. I know what's going on. Wu Lingtian nodded with satisfaction. This son is really worry-free. That's good. Okay, judging from your demeanor, you probably have something else to deal with. If that's the case, then get busy. Thank you, father. As soon as the voice fell, Wu Chengqian's figure disappeared from the spot. Judging from the speed, his strength has obviously improved. This kid, although there was no evidence, Wu Lingtian knew that his son must have gone to find his mother. And that is indeed the case. Outside the Cao family palace. Sugu. Not long after the voice was heard, a slender figure approached cautiously. Mother. Wu Chenggan, who was hiding in the dark, was so excited that he wanted to hug Qin Yunmeng in his arms without saying a word. But before he could close his arms, Qin Yunmeng slipped away. This. Wu Xing Qian Sha Yanla. He had never expected this kind of situation. Although he has not been able to return to the birthplace to check in so far, Qin Yunmeng has never refused such an offer as a hug. What's going on today? Cheng Qian, Cao Wenbin is a very sensitive person. If I come into contact with other opposite sex, he will definitely be able to detect it. After hearing this explanation, Wu Chengqian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his mother did not betray the country and defect to the enemy. It seems he was overthinking it. So, don't be afraid, it's just a smell. I have 100 ways to get rid of it. If it really doesn't work, let's just give up the undercover operation. At this moment, Wu Chengqian was really excited. At the same time, some of the short stories he had read in his previous life also appeared in his mind one by one. Those plots. But before he could reach Qin Yunmeng's side, a voice that made him feel cold all over came into his ears. If I remember correctly, you seem to be the third prince. What are you going to do? Turning around with great difficulty, and after confirming that the person coming was indeed Cao Wenbin, Wu Chengqian forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, so it's the young master. You may not know this, but this dancer of yours is actually my biological mother. I just met with my father, so I came to see her. Cao Wenbin smiled playfully, so that's how it is. Then I really have to take better care of Yunmeng from now on. After all, this identity is exciting just thinking about it. As soon as these words came out, Wu Chengqian's nails immediately dug into the flesh. Cao Wenbin, I cannot stand with you. The hatred for Cheng Tan's birthplace is irreconcilable. Of course, he thought so, but on the surface, Wu Chengqian didn't dare to show it at all. Not only that, he even put on a very happy face. Thank you very much, young master. After saying that, he didn't dare to stay any longer. After saying a few auspicious words, he left. Why, have you figured it out? Looking at Wu Chengqin's back, Cao Wenbin asked indifferently. Yes, young master, I have figured it out. I will follow your lead from now on. Even if you ask me to deal with Wu Chengqin, I will never say anything good. But young master, I have a request. Nodded. You say. After Wu Chengqin dies, I hope you can leave his body intact. After all, that's the flesh that fell off my body. No problem. Cao Wenbin naturally would not refuse such a small matter. But he didn't believe the woman's one-sided words. After all, people's hearts are hidden, and he has watched the movie Infernal Affairs several times. Oh, right, words are not enough. How about you answer a question for me as a token of your loyalty? You ask, where is the laboratory where Wu Chengqin invents all kinds of things? At Buckingham Palace. That's a brothel he runs. But his brothel is very strange. It only accepts people he approves of. We never accept individual guests. As for the laboratory, it's underneath the brothel. Chapter 22 Change of Batch. Night. Young master, you are here. Buckingham Palace has been closed for several days because of you. The girls inside are almost like waiting for their husbands. I'm telling you in secret, all the people here are unopened. Although there was a smile on his face, Wu Chengqin's heart was bleeding. Because Cao Wenbin didn't come alone. Beside him, Qin Yunmeng was following closely. Cao Wenbin, you are creating opportunities for me. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. I don't believe you can bring my mother with you when you're doing something. Thinking of this, a green light immediately flashed in Wu Chengqin's eyes. As for whether Cao Wenbin would get lost here, that was not even within Wu Chengqin's consideration. In his opinion, everyone in this world is a country bumpkin. How could I resist when I first saw those women in the club wearing suspender skirts, gray stockings on their legs, and red-soled high heels? And the fact is exactly as he thought. When the three of them stepped into the hall of Buckingham Palace and the receptionist Chi shouted, "Can drink, can sing, can be touched without any obstruction," Cao Wenbin's eyes were wide open. However, the reason why Cao Wenbin was in a daze was completely different from what Wu Chengqin thought. Holy crap, this guy even invented the electric light. As expected of a doctor of mechanics, you're incredibly knowledgeable. That's right, there is a crystal chandelier installed on the ceiling of this hall. It is precisely because of it that the level of this place has been raised to several levels. Just as Cao Wenbin was secretly sighing, a woman wearing a black deep V dress and with an amazing figure walked in front of the three men with an elegant posture. Boss, Zhongzhou Pavilion is ready, look. He waved his hand and said, lead the way, we'll be there soon. Okay. After saying that, the woman turned and walked towards the stairs. And she seemed to have guessed that someone would be watching, so she twisted her hips so much that they almost left an afterimage. Young master, what do you think of the quality? Cao Wenbin, disguised as Pig Brother, nodded without hesitation. Beautiful, very beautiful. Not only is it smooth, the light is also fucking huge. By the way, do you still have the clothes these women are wearing? How about you bring me a few when I leave? As he said that, Cao Wenbin put his arm on Wu Chengqin's shoulder. He looked so enthusiastic, as if he was going to become sworn brothers with Wu Chenggan the next moment. That's nothing. Well, don't buy too many. I'll have 100 sets delivered to your house in a moment. That's a good feeling. In this way, the two of them walked and talked, and soon arrived at the so-called Zhongzhou Pavilion. Different from the magnificent scene outside, this box was only illuminated by a few purple night lights. And the color of the light bulb is changing at any time. Sometimes it is pink, and sometimes it turns blue. Damn, isn't this a KTV box? It seems that before traveling through time, this doctor of engineering didn't go to too many clubs. This imagination is so limited. Although he was very disdainful, when the words came out of his mouth, they turned into, not bad, not bad. This room is quite ambiguous. After we start playing, nothing will be delayed. By the way, Cheng Qian, where is the program you prepared? Let's get started. Glancing at Cao Wenbin, whose face was filled with anxiety, a hint of disdain flashed across Wu Chengqin's eyes. After this period of contact, he has discovered that this supreme young master is actually a sex-hungry ghost. And he is the heir of the prime minister, so he can't walk when he sees someone's wife. It's good to have weaknesses. As long as there is a weakness, even if it is the emperor, there is nothing to fear. At this moment, Wu Chengqian was full of energy. He seemed to see himself looking so heroic when he overthrew the Cao family and dominated Zhongzhou. Cao Wenbin, let me show off for a while now. You wouldn't have guessed it, but I'm also the prime minister's successor. After I kill you, I will take good care of your women. Like Cao Wenbin, although he had a lot of thoughts on his mind, Wu Chenggan did everything he was supposed to do. Pa pa. As the clapping sounded, a group of women in cool clothes with heels longer than their lives walked in one after another. Good evening, boss. As soon as the words fell, 10 people bowed together. Those career lines almost sucked Cao Wenbin's soul away. Young master, is there anyone you like? Gently waved his hand, change a batch. They have nothing to do with me. In fact, even if Cao Wenbin didn't say it, Wu Chengqian had guessed the answer. After all, the people in this group are all little girls, and they don't meet Cao Wenbin's aesthetic standards at all. So, the second group, who had been waiting for a long time, came in and replaced the first group. But unfortunately, there is still no Cao Wenbin's dish in this batch. Cheng Qian, your Buckingham Palace is not as good as you say. Chapter 23. You have to go whether you want or not. As soon as Cao Wenbin's complaints came out, Wu Chengqian immediately panicked. He was not afraid that Cao Wenbin would be angry, but he was afraid that Cao Wenbin would find this place boring and just leave. If that were the case, he wouldn't be able to return to his birthplace. Young master, wait a minute. I'll go out and make some arrangements. Cao Wenbin didn't say anything, but anyone could see that he agreed. So Wu Chengqian rushed out without saying a word. Outdoors. What are you doing? Using these little girls to test the cadres. Which cadre can't stand such a test? The one who was pointed at and scolded was the beautiful woman who led the group. Her name is Lu Hanyan, and she is the person in charge of Buckingham Palace. One of Wu Chengqian's confidants. It was precisely because of this that she was not too panicked. Master, you are blaming me wrongly. Those who just entered are all our top beauties. Wu Chengqian was stunned, but he soon realized that this woman had not yet figured out Cao Wenbin's hobby. So, in desperation, he had no choice but to tell the customer, this customer has a special hobby. He doesn't like lawless, he only likes married women. So the next batch that goes in must have some flavor. It absolutely cannot be these little girls anymore. After saying that, Wu Chengqian prepared to return to the box. In his opinion, things have come to this point, and with Lu Hanyan's skills, there will definitely be no more complications. And he can also prepare to return to his birthplace. But before he could decide what position to use, Lu Hanyan poured a basin of cold water on him. Master, we at Buckingham don't have this type of beauty prepared. You gave a strict order back then. We only accept unopened ones. Even if the seal is broken here, they must be promptly given severance pay and sent away. Wu Chengqian paused, then asked in a sinister tone, not even one. Indeed not. Originally, Lu Hanyan thought that her young master would work with her to come up with a solution to the current problem. But she never expected that what she was waiting for was a cold and ruthless response. Since you don't have it, then you can do it yourself. Remember, before you go in, you have to change into your stepmother's skirt, flesh-colored stockings, and strappy high heels. This is the only way to maximize your charm. As expected of the Prime Minister's successor, Wu Chengqian really understands the ins and outs here. If Lu Hanyan really did this, Cao Wenbin might not be able to withstand it. However, after hearing this, Lu Hanyan did not take any action. You actually asked me to accompany a client. Lu Hanyan's eyes were filled with disbelief. How could this man be so heartless? Didn't he swear yesterday that he would never break up with me even if the mountains were gone and the sky and earth were united? The 24 hours haven't even arrived yet, why did you change your mind? Is it true that men's mouths are lies? Why, can't I? I'm telling you, today, no matter what method you use, you must make that man inside tear off your seal. And make sure he doesn't leave your sight all night. If not, I'll strip you naked and throw you into the slums. Obviously, Wu Chengqian was desperately trying to find his birthplace at this moment. Okay, I'll go, okay. After saying that, Lu Hanyan ran to the cloakroom not far away. In there are all the equipment that Wu Chengqian just mentioned. But the moment she turned around, her expression changed. The look of pain disappeared immediately, replaced by endless coldness. Wu Chengqian, since you are unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. Aren't you going to give me away? Then after tonight, I'm not yours anymore. My seal is still there, am I still worried about not being able to find someone to rely on? Indoor. Is it arranged? Cao Wenbin looked very unhappy, and it seemed that he might leave at any time. This performance really fooled Wu Chengqian, who had already lost his mind. Don't worry, young master. 3 minutes, at most 3 minutes. The person who will come in soon will definitely suit your taste. Then I'll wait 3 minutes. Hearing this, Wu Chengqian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is still hope of returning to the birthplace. And as Lu Hanyan walked into the box wearing a purple stepmother skirt as he requested, he felt more at ease. Because the development of things was almost exactly as he expected. The moment Cao Wenbin saw Lu Hanyan, he acted like a pig. The only thing that made him unhappy was that Cao Wenbin actually started hugging girls left and right. After hugging Lu Hanyan in his arms, he did not let go of his mother. Master, are you satisfied with this? Satisfied, very satisfied. Don't worry, Cheng Qian, I will never forget what happened today. On the surface, Cao Wenbin was like a pervert, his saliva was almost flowing out. But in his heart, he was already overjoyed. Chapter 24, Feint to the east and attack in the west. Others may not know the value of Lu Hanyan and think that she is just a brothel owner with unparalleled beauty. But Cao Wenbin, who possesses the Dragon King from another world, is very clear about how awesome this woman is. Like Qin Yunmeng, she is Wu Chengqian's right-hand man. However, unlike Qin Yunmeng who can grow into a saint, Lu Hanyan's talent is internal affairs. A few years later, when Wu Chengqian ascended the throne and became emperor, this woman was appointed prime minister. His abilities were so strong that Wu Chengqian praised him as the contemporary Marquis of Wu. Wu Chengqian, Wu Chengqian, you are digging your own grave. Of course, while secretly complaining, Cao Wenbin was not idle either. Just a few minutes later, Lu Hanyan went crazy. Boss, let's have a drink. Wu Chengqian, who also couldn't bear to watch, immediately jumped out to help. Yes, young master, what's the point of just touching? I've prepared a room for you upstairs. If you can't bear it any longer, go and rest there. When saying this, Wu Chengqian's eyes were full of excitement. He knew very well that when Cao Wenbin went upstairs, that would be the day when Qin Yunmeng was left alone. It was also a wonderful moment when his wish came true. But unfortunately, Cao Wenbin did not follow his script. You know nothing, kid. Good food, that's what you have to taste. It's too direct, what's the point? After saying that, Cao Wenbin started playing by himself. No longer paying attention to Wu Chengqian. Intel. Boom. What's that sound? Cao Wenbin, who had just finished drinking the wedding wine with Lu Hanyan, stood up suddenly the moment the loud noise was heard. The expression on her face also changed from lustful to horrified. But if you look closely, it's not hard to see that all this is a disguise. The smile in his eyes that could not be concealed was his true feelings. Under normal circumstances, the extremely intelligent Wu Chengqian would most likely be able to discover this flaw. But at this moment, Wu Chengqian had no time to care about these details. Because he had already heard that the explosion came from underground. In other words, something happened in his underground laboratory. At this moment, all those messy things were thrown behind him. Wu Chengqian bowed slightly to Cao Wenbin and said anxiously, "Young master, judging by the noise, there must be something wrong in the underground warehouse. I'm so sorry to interrupt your fun. Look." He waved his hand and said, "Business is more important, go and do your thing. I should go back anyway. By the way, I want to take this woman back with me. I think you don't mind." Although his heart was bleeding, Wu Chenggan still gritted his teeth and nodded. Cao Wenbin's request was very reasonable, and he couldn't find any reason to refute it. Since young master can't bear to part with her, then just take her away. And this is exactly what Cao Wenbin was waiting for. So, without any hesitation, he grabbed one person in each hand and quickly disappeared from this dangerous place. On the way, "Young master, everything that happened tonight must have been arranged by you. I have to say, Lu Hanyan's ability is truly amazing. It's only been a short time, and she already knows everything. Sometimes, it's better to be a little stupid. Otherwise, your life will be in danger." Hearing this semi-threatening remark, Lu Hanyan laughed. "Young master will not kill me." He raised his eyebrows and asked, "What makes you so confident?" You don't think that this body of yours can save your life? Gently shaking her head, Lu Hanyan's smile remained unchanged. Of course not. It's just a shell. As the young master, what do you want? My confidence comes from my brain. Originally, Cao Wenbin was planning to have a few more words with this female Zhuge Liang. But just as the new topic was about to come out, a petite figure suddenly landed beside them. In an instant, the two women's hearts were in their throats. They thought that the matter was exposed and Wu Chengqian sent his masters to stop them. However, Cao Wenbin was extremely calm. Is it done? That's right, the person who came was his protector Shui Ru. Yes, master. I've put everything in the basement that I can take away into the storage bag. As for what I couldn't take away, I smashed it all. By the way, master, I also captured a prisoner. Quasi-saint. The moment Cao Wenbin saw through this person's strength, he guessed his identity. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be the quasi-saint that Wu Chengqian saved. It's like searching for gold everywhere, but it comes without any effort. At this moment, Cao Wenbin really laughed. This peerless heaven-devouring demonic art has finally found its place. Wu Chengqian, you never imagined that your trump card will soon become my nourishment. Chapter 25, Burn the Boats. One day later, in the Shangshufeng. As the mess cleaned up. After hearing the sound of the door opening, Wu Lingtian, who was reading a book, immediately started asking. Obviously, he already knew what happened in Buckingham. But that's true, as the Emperor of Tianwu, there really aren't many things in Tianwu City that can be hidden from his eyes. When Wu Chengqian heard this, he showed a smile that was uglier than crying. It's all cleaned up, but that laboratory is completely scrapped. He frowned, and then a flash of anger flashed across Wu Lingtian's eyes. He knows the importance of that laboratory better than anyone else. It is no exaggeration to say that even if he was offered a saint in exchange for the laboratory, he would never agree. But such an important place was destroyed for no reason. And the murderer is still at large. If we mobilize the entire country, how long do you estimate it will take to build another laboratory? About a month. Wu Lingtian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it didn't take too long. This is a blessing in disguise. By the way, Cheng Qian, who do you think the murderer is? Wu Chengqian was silent. He has been thinking about this question for a whole day, but still has no answer. Why? Wu Lingtian sighed in frustration, then asked helplessly, don't you think the timing of Cao Wenbin's appearance is a bit too coincidental? Wu Sheng Qian Wei Yi Leng. But after a few seconds, he started shaking all over. Of course, he wasn't suffering from epilepsy. But I was angry. Father, are you saying that Cao Wenbin went to Buckingham not to have fun, but to distract me? Wu Lingtian smiled with relief. He is indeed his most favored son, so smart. Everything becomes clear in one click. Isn't it obvious? Don't forget, you have a quasi-saint bodyguard in your laboratory. In Tianwu City right now, besides Cao Wenbin, who else can silently kill a quasi-saint? Having said this, Wu Lingtian paused. But soon, he continued to preach. Cheng Qian, some things should be let go, then you have to let go. If you really can't let it go, then put it aside. After I become stronger, it won't be too late to dig it out. Obviously, this is another reminder. And Wu Chengqian also understood. However, he did not respond to this conversation, but instead changed the subject. Father, what should we do next? This time, it was Wu Lingtian's turn to be silent. Cao Wenbin's intention was very clear, which was to use the strategy of cutting meat with a blunt knife to eat away at the father and son bit by bit. And with the Cao family as the endorsement, this move is simply unsolvable for Yang Mo, and they have no way to resist. But as the emperor, Wu Lingtian will certainly not give up. Since there is no road ahead, let's just make one. Seeing this, a hint of domineering aura immediately emerged from Wu Lingtian's body. Now it seems that we have no choice but to cut the Gordian knot. Wu Chengqian was shocked. Father, what you mean is. Before Wu Chengqian could finish his words, Wu Lingtian spoke first. That's right, I want to kill this so-called young master. Of course, we can't act recklessly. The best way is to trick Cao Wenbin into a secret realm with strength restrictions. In this case, he will be helpless even if he cries out to heaven or earth. Without raising any objections, Wu Chengqian just gave Wu Lingtian a thumbs up. This trick is really amazing. Not only can you eliminate the threat, but you won't get yourself into trouble. After all, Dying in a secret realm is the most normal thing, isn't it? Just do as father says. It just so happens that I have a secret realm that limits strength. The more they discussed, the more excited the father and son became. It was as if Cao Wenbin was already meat on their chopping board. At the same time, the emperor's palace. Mother, the situation is urgent right now, and you can still concentrate on reading. Do you know that in order to please the young master, the third brother has already sent 2 beauties to him in the past few days? One of them is his biological mother. If we don't act now, the reinforcements we brought here will soon become enemies. Taking a look at Wu Chengfeng, who was spinning in place, Pei Luoxue shook her head helplessly. How could such a scheming person like me give birth to such a thing? Could it be a gene mutation? Just be at ease, little brat. Let alone 2 women, even if Wu Chengqin sent 200 women, Cao Wenbin would only help us. Because we offered a higher price. Pei Luoxue is extremely confident about her own charm. She doesn't think any woman's appeal can surpass hers. My price is higher. Mother, what exactly did you promise Cao Wenbin? Don't worry about this. Just wait patiently to become your crown prince. Chapter 26, Stealing the Old Man's Food. Kill me. Please kill me. Different from the usual, sounds, the sounds coming from the Cao family palace in recent days were all wailing. And the sound is getting more shrill every day. Originally, the girls thought that they would have to fall asleep tonight disturbed by such noises. But unexpectedly, after the sky completely darkened, the creepy voice disappeared out of thin air. Finally, I can get a good night's sleep. The women breathed a sigh of relief. In their opinion, Cao Wenbin will definitely not come out tonight. After all, no matter what kind of skills you practice, you need to stabilize them for a period of time after you achieve success. But just as they were about to go back to their rooms, the door of the master bedroom was suddenly pushed open. Immediately afterwards, Cao Wenbin appeared in front of them. Young master. Shui Ru originally wanted to say hello. But before she could finish her words, she froze in place. Because she suddenly discovered that her young master's aura had increased dramatically in just a few days. Peak of Jindan. Shui Ru's face was full of horror. If she remembered correctly, her young master seemed to be at the peak of the innate realm before he went into seclusion. Crossing 2 major realms in just a few days. Is this a magic pill? Young master, what are you doing? He waved his hand and said, it's just a technique that can absorb other people's cultivation and use it for my own benefit. It's not worth mentioning. Shui Ru's eyes lit up when she heard this, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. If we were to ask what the most annoying thing for the Cao family in recent years is, the young master's low level of cultivation would definitely be the first to bear the brunt. But now with this technique, everything is no longer a problem. A quasi-sage can allow the young master to cross 2 realms. If he captures a great emperor. Thinking of this, Shui Ru immediately said, young master, since you have such a skill, you must make good use of it. How about we send a message to our family now and ask the ancestors to capture a great emperor for you? For you, I think the ancestors would definitely be willing. As soon as these words came out, Qin Yunmeng and Lu Hanyan were completely stunned. Capture a great emperor for cultivation. What kind of vicious words are these? Not only them, Cao Wenbin was also numb. It is indeed not difficult for the Cao family to capture an emperor, but the turmoil that follows is not so easy to bear. Yes, he is not afraid of being attacked by the people of the world. But he was afraid that all the monks would attack him together. How many emperors are there in the entire Zhongzhou? If the Cao family captures one of them for no reason, the remaining emperors will definitely be in danger. Thus forming an alliance to fight against Cao. But Aunt Shui's words do make sense, but we need to think long and hard about it. If any emperor offends me, I will take action. Although he thought so, Cao Wenbin still rolled his eyes at Shui Ru. This woman, who has been cared about by her father all her life, is good in every way except that she is too outspoken. Even if you think so, you can't say it like that. Don't you understand the principle of making a fortune in silence? So, in order to teach this woman a lesson, Cao Wenbin hugged her in his arms. If it was any other woman, the 2 of them would at most just hug each other. But Shui Ru is different. She is only 1.58 meters tall, so petite. With this effort from Cao Wenbin, she turned into a koala. The whole person immediately hung on Cao Wenbin's chest. With arms around the neck and 2 beautiful white legs wrapped around the waist. That design is as ambiguous as it can be. If Cao Zian saw this scene, he would be jealous to death. Master, you've overstepped your bounds. I am the mistress's maidservant. According to etiquette, I should belong to the master. It would be better if she didn't mention this. When this was mentioned, Cao Wenbin instantly became even more excited. You don't have to wait for my dad. In this life, he can only dote on my mother. Puff. Without any surprise, Shui Ru was immediately amused. But even though she laughed, she knew it was the truth. More than 100 years have passed, and Cao Zian has tried his best to get her. Countless opportunities are created, but not a single one was successful. Whenever the critical moment comes, Lin Xian always appears in time. While Shui Ru was recalling the past, Cao Wenbin had already taken action. Of course, in order to avoid an awkward atmosphere, Cao Wenbin kept his mouth busy while touching her. By the way, Aunt Shui, has anything big happened in Tianwu City during the few days I've been in seclusion? Shui Ru, with a red face, suppressed the discomfort in her body and replied in a weak, mosquito-like voice, Master, there have been many major events in the city recently, but only 2 of them are related to us. One thing is that a few days ago, someone discovered a secret place in the mountains and forests north of the city. According to the stone tablet at the entrance, this secret realm is the burial place of the heaven-devouring emperor. It will be opened in 3 days. Only those below the human king realm can enter. And 2 days ago, the 3rd prince sent someone to deliver a letter, asking if you're interested in exploring the secret realm together. Chapter 27 Midnight Massage. If it were any other secret realm, Cao Wenbin would definitely not be interested in it at all. After all, his Cao family has no lack of foundation. The emperor's burial place sounds very high-end, but after all, it is just an ancient tomb. His Cao family even has several living emperors, so why would he bother to become a tomb raider? But if this tomb belongs to Emperor Tuntian, that would be a different matter. If he could find something in there that matched the heaven-devouring demonic art, it would definitely greatly increase his strength. As for the second thing, starting 5 days ago, someone from the imperial palace has been asking every day if the young master has emerged from confinement. Calculate the time. Shui Ru didn't finish her words. Because the people from the emperor's and empress palaces have arrived. Young master, my queen would like to invite you to her house for a chat. Now, taking a look at the sky outside, Cao Wenbin's face was full of disbelief. If this happened during the day, he could barely accept it. But it's night now. Hasn't that woman always been wary of him? Yes, young master. My queen's original words were, as long as you are out of quarantine, please come over as soon as possible. A gleam of light flashed in Cao Wenbin's eyes, and then he rushed out without saying a word. Shui Ru, who was put down by him at the speed of light, had an unhappy look on her face. I haven't even eaten what's in the bowl yet, but I'm still thinking about what's in the pot. Just wait, you little brat. The next time you want to eat me, if I can let you get what you want easily, then I won't be named Shui. It was obvious that Shui Ru was jealous. But how could she know that the reason why Cao Wenbin was so anxious was not entirely to satisfy his selfish desires? Lighting up Wanmailu and getting rewards is what he values most. Cao Wenbin, who is already a powerful Jindan cultivator, is extremely fast. In addition, the 2 palaces were not far from each other, so Cao Wenbin arrived at his destination in just a few minutes. Aunt Pei, have you finally figured it out? Come, let me see if you have lost weight recently. Pei Luoxue, who was reading a book on the recliner, rolled her eyes helplessly. It is true that it is difficult to change one's nature while it is easy to change the country. This guy still loves to take advantage of her. However, facing the big hand that Cao Wenbin stretched out, she did not stop him. Instead, he adjusted his lying position. It is obvious that she has big plans this time. And that is indeed the case. Young master, I. But before she could finish her words, Cao Wenbin interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Aunt Pei, you'd better not say anything. So you have no leverage. So, Cao Wenbin didn't say the rest of the words, but you can understand the elegant meaning by listening to the sound of the strings. Pei Luoxue, who has a very high IQ, immediately understood what Cao Wenbin meant. It seems I can only ask for the fiefdom after we develop feelings for each other. That's right, what she wanted this time was a fiefdom. 5 days ago, her Pei family ancestor suddenly broke through to the saint level by chance. Now, the entire Pei family expanded rapidly, and most of the family members were clamoring to establish a country. But with their limited strength, they dare not rebel against the Wu family. So, they could only settle for the second best and ask the Cao family to reward them with a piece of unowned land. Of course, at their level, they definitely cannot get in touch with the Cao family. Therefore, Pei Luoxue, who married out, became their last straw. Originally, Pei Luoxue didn't want to get involved in this mess. But as soon as she said the words of refusal, her parents immediately started crying, making a fuss and even threatening to commit suicide. And her younger brother was even more outrageous, he actually made her kneel down and couldn't get up. In desperation, she had to agree to give it a try, and then reluctantly sent her parents and brother away. Alas, the situation is stronger than people, I can't be so reserved any longer. Whatever, it doesn't matter whether I give it to you sooner or later. When Cheng Feng's affairs show some signs of happening, find an opportunity to hand yourself over. Thinking of this, Pei Luoxue narrowed her eyes and then started to act coquettishly. Young master, my legs are a little uncomfortable. Don't you know how to massage? Please give me a hand. The more she spoke, the redder Pei Luoxue's face became. Some embarrassing scenes on the airship reappeared in her mind. Okay. But Cao Wenbin doesn't care what this woman thinks. In his opinion, if you don't take advantage of an opportunity, you are a bastard. So as soon as Pei Luoxue's voice fell, his big hands immediately fell on the two chopstick legs. Chapter 28 Dai Ke appears. After knowing that Cao Wenbin was coming, Pei Luoxue sent all the palace maids out. That's why the two of them dared to play so unscrupulously. Later on, I even started doing foot massage. But what Cao Wenbin and Pei Luoxue didn't know was that their every move was seen by the other two. And these two people are Wu Qingmeng and Dai Ke, who are hiding in the dark. Originally, this pair of mandarin ducks were having a secret meeting in a small garden not far from the palace. But for some reason, the number of palace maids in the garden suddenly increased. So, the two of them had no choice but to change the meeting place to inside the palace. At first, everything was fine. The two of them were so affectionate and happy. But the good times didn't last long. When Cao Wenbin appeared out of nowhere, everything changed. How could a mother do such a thing? How could she cheat on him when her father treated her so well? Shameless. At this time, Wu Qingmeng's little face was almost turning into Chengbai Mountain. In front of her little lover, her mother actually did such a shameless thing, which was simply a slap in the face to her. No, I want to use the photo stone to record this scene and report it to my father. After saying that, she prepared to go find the photo stone. But just as Wu Qingmeng stood up, Dai Ke pulled her back. It's not that I'm afraid of exposing my identity. After all, both of them were covered with a thin layer of mist. This fog comes from a gourd. It can block all sounds and breaths. Unless someone sees it with their own eyes, any other means of detection will be ineffective against the person in the fog. It is precisely because of this fog that Dai Ke can enter and leave the palace freely. Qingmeng, don't be impulsive. This matter must not be spread. Dai Ke really hated Cao Wenbin to the core. But he also understood that this was definitely not a matter they could get involved in. If you intervene rashly, you might not even be able to leave your body intact. After all, when Emperor Tianwu saw the photo stone, the first thing he thought of was definitely not to cause trouble for Cao Wenbin. Instead, kill them first to silence them. Brother Dai Ke, why are you stopping me? Reaching out and touching the little girl's head, Dai Ke smiled bitterly and began to explain. Of course, he wasn't telling the truth. I'm trying to keep your family. Just think about it, if your father saw this scene, your mother would definitely be put in a pig cage. As for you and your brother. Having said that, Dai Ke made a gesture of wiping his neck. As expected, Wu Qingmeng's little face turned pale with fright. At the same time, the way she looked at Dai Ke became even gentler. This man is so nice to her. Think of her everywhere. But soon, her brows furrowed. But leaving it alone is not a solution. Although my mother hasn't lost her virginity yet, judging by the state of the two of them, it's clear that they're not far from taking that step. Hearing this, a flash of jealousy flashed across Dai Ke's eyes. Obviously, he was envious. First it was the ancestor Dai Yunyu, then it was the Empress Pei Luoxue. Damn it, why am I the one enjoying all this? How am I worse than Cao Wenbin? Although he thought so, Dai Ke didn't dare to show it. After all, Wu Qingmeng is his only supporter at this time. Don't worry, this is easy to solve. The ruins excavation will begin in 3 days, and Cao Wenbin will definitely be there. We just need to kill this guy in the secret realm, and then everything will be fine, right? Wu Qingmeng's expression was greatly cheered up. That's right, only by killing the adulterer can the mother no longer cheat on her husband, right? As for finding one, that's simply unrealistic. Not everyone dares to sleep with the emperor or empress. Okay, let's do it. I'm going to the royal treasury tomorrow and try to get more treasures out of it. I want both of us armed to the teeth before we enter the secret realm. Chapter 29 Overturn the Table. 3 days later, in the dense forest north of the city. Your Highness the Third Prince is truly kind and righteous. He actually shared the great emperor's secret realm with us. I used to think he was a fraud, but now it seems I was too narrow-minded. To be fair, if I could control this secret realm, I would never be able to do this. That's right, exchanging resources for admission tickets is already the limit for ordinary people. But His Highness the Third Prince. Starting half an hour ago, the entrance to the secret realm was filled with voices praising Wu Chengqian. And it keeps coming one after another, lasting forever. But these idiots had no idea that they were being sold out and were still helping others count the money. The reason why Wu Chengqian opened this secret place was to attract more scapegoats. After all, after Cao Wenbin is killed, the Cao family will definitely be furious. If only the Wu family members entered the secret realm, they would definitely not be able to escape the consequences even if they had mouths all over their bodies. But if there are a lot of people going in, that's a different story. No matter how domineering the Cao family is, they can't destroy all the participating families. And there is another benefit to doing this, which is that it can win people's hearts. Now, after reaping this wave of reputation, Wu Chengqian's strength has also reached the peak of Jindan. And this is the result of his deliberate suppression. Otherwise, he could at least reach the middle stage of the human king realm. This feeling of using all living beings as chess pieces is truly wonderful. For a moment, Wu Chengqian, who was standing at the front of the team, had a look of pride on his face. But soon, his brows furrowed again. Why hasn't Cao Wenbin come yet? Could it be that even the burial place of a great emperor cannot tempt him? As soon as this thought came to mind, Wu Chengqian immediately became annoyed. If we really didn't catch the big fish Cao Wenbin, the loss this time would be huge. Fortunately, Cao Wenbin was very understanding, so he didn't feel upset for long. But what Cao Wenbin did after his arrival made Wu Chenggan furious. Everyone, step back. This secret realm is mine. If anyone dares to approach without my permission, I will destroy your entire family. After hearing this, everyone who was talking loudly just now suddenly became quiet. But just a few breaths later, they exploded. Contracting the secret realm, who do you think you are? The Emperor of Tianwu. I actually met such a fool. What bad luck. Why don't we join forces to destroy him? Obviously, these young people at the scene did not know Cao Wenbin. As for Wu Chengqian, the moment Cao Wenbin opened his mouth, he slipped into the dense forest not far away. He wanted to find Wu Lingtian, who was hiding in the dark, to discuss how to break the deadlock. After all, Cao Wenbin's move was really unexpected. Father, this Cao Wenbin is clearly about to flip the table. If we can't come up with a solution quickly, all our efforts will be wasted. The more he talked, the darker Wu Chengqian's face became. He really didn't expect that Cao Wenbin could be so shameless. No rules of the game at all. However, he had to admit that for Cao Wenbin, this was the safest approach. There is a solution, but the cost is quite high. Hearing this, Wu Chengqian immediately became energetic. Father, what is the price to pay? The price of a saint being annihilated. Wu Chengqian was shocked, but before he could ask, Wu Lingtian started explaining. The woman guarding Cao Wenbin is at the peak of quasi-saint cultivation. In other words, if you want Cao Wenbin to give in, then a saint-level person must take action. Wu Shengqian Dongla. His father is trying to create a time difference. That's right, the Cao family does have many saints. But there is none nearby. So as long as a saint-level person speaks up, Cao Wenbin will definitely give in. But the fate of this saint. Thinking of this, a cold light immediately flashed across Wu Chengqian's eyes. Father, we have to sacrifice a saint anyway, so why don't we? He shook his head gently. Wu Lingtian directly rejected his son's proposal. Cao Wenbin can die, but he can only die in the secret realm. If something happens outside, we will definitely die. After saying that, Wu Lingtian didn't waste any more time. He waved his right hand lightly, and a silver light flew towards the horizon. Judging from the flight trajectory, the destination of the silver light is the Tianwu Palace. Father, I wonder which saint you are calling. Wu Chengqian wanted to ask this question just now. After all, in his memory, apart from those ancestors, there seemed to be no other saints in the Wu family. And this matter obviously cannot be handled by the ancestor. Wang Dao. Although he got the answer, Wu Chengqian was even more confused. Wang Dao. Isn't he a quasi-saint? He grinned. He is indeed a quasi-saint now. But that's because he was mortally wounded. However, under desperate circumstances, he can briefly display saint-level strength. Chapter 30. My Cao Wenbin's background is very strong. Although the saint level cannot tear the void, its speed is also incredibly fast. Just as Wu Lingtian had just finished delivering the message, a man with a scar suddenly appeared in the void at the entrance to the secret realm. I heard from my juniors that there's a lunatic here who wants to dominate the secret realm. Come, let me see what's going on. After saying that, his attention fell directly on Cao Wenbin. If this happened to an ordinary person, he would definitely be shocked. After all, judging from his aura, he is a saint. But Cao Wenbin didn't take him seriously at all. A severely injured ant who could only barely display saint-level strength. What's so arrogant about you? Wang Dao was slightly stunned. But soon, he laughed. But this smile is extremely creepy. You knew I was going to die soon, yet you still dared to provoke me. Aren't you afraid that I'll drag you down with me before I die? Cao Wenbin also laughed. Reaching out to push away Shui Ru who was blocking his way, he then asked calmly, do you know why ministers always thank the Lord for his grace before being sentenced to death? Wang Dao was silent. Why should we thank God for his grace? Of course, I want to thank my family. If he doesn't thank him, then the 9 clans will have to thank him. After understanding the deep meaning of Cao Wenbin's words, a thin layer of sweat immediately appeared on Wang Dao's forehead. But at this moment, he had no way out. So, he could only bite the bullet and continue to play tough. This is irrelevant, what are you talking about? Okay, get out of here right now. This secret realm belongs to everyone, and you don't have the strength to dominate it alone. As soon as he finished speaking, he was ready to forcibly drive Cao Wenbin away. But what Wang Dao didn't expect was that he could perform the play to this extent. But the boy in front of him remained indifferent. What's his trump card? At this moment, Wang Dao felt really guilty. Cao Wenbin didn't let him continue to think about it and quickly revealed his cards. Hey, I gave you a chance. But you're determined to die, so you can't blame me. As soon as he finished muttering to himself, the jade pendant on Cao Wenbin's chest emitted a 5-colored light. Immediately afterwards, a crack appeared out of thin air above everyone's heads. And the one who walked out of the crack was the 6th patriarch. Stinky boy, you finally decided to summon me. Looking at such an explosive scene, everyone present except Cao Wenbin and Shui Ru was shocked. As for Wang Dao, who was pretending to be cool just now, he was so scared that he fell from the air. Bang! Without any cushioning, he fell flat on his face. But at this moment, no one was paying attention to him. Because this guy Cao Wenbin had already thrown himself into the arms of the person who came in full view of everyone. Who the hell is this guy? Not only does he have quasi-saint guards, but he even dares to take advantage of the emperor. That's right, after hugging Zhao Yuan'er, Cao Wenbin was not honest. The big face is always rubbing against the high places. I heard from my father that the young master of the Cao family has come to Tianwu City. Now it seems that this person must be the young master. Brother, don't forget to collect my body later. I just scolded the young master. Collecting corpses is a fart. Do you think I can escape if the young master investigates? Young master is so handsome, I want to give birth to a baby for him. While the crowd was discussing the matter, Cao Wenbin and Zhao Yuan'er had already started chatting cordially. Okay, little brat, if you're thirsty, go find some water. I've never given birth to a child, so I can't quench your thirst. Cao Wenbin was sweating profusely. She is truly a mature woman, her words are so sharp. Originally, Cao Wenbin subconsciously wanted to say, I can let you have this ability. But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. And Zhao Yuan'er also saw his hesitant look. Just say whatever you want to say. What do you have to worry about with me? Obviously, she misunderstood and thought Cao Wenbin wanted to ask her something. However, her words did give Cao Wenbin a way out. Sister Yuener, this secret realm is very useful to me, so I want you to help me block this exit. Don't let anyone in until I get out. After saying that, Cao Wenbin pointed to the secret realm that had already opened. Without any hesitation, Zhao Yuener nodded. Just explore with peace of mind. As long as there's no other entrance, no one will be able to disturb you. After giving Cao Wenbin a reassurance, Zhao Yuener looked down at the onlookers below. I only give you 10 breaths of time. If you haven't left after 10 breaths, then you should never leave again. Of course, if you don't agree, you can call your elders. I love to reason and convince others with my own ideas. Everyone was shocked. Afterwards, he didn't even dare to fart and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Okay, go in. After nodding, Cao Wenbin went straight into the door to the secret realm. Of course, behind him, there is Qin Yunmeng, a beautiful girl who is also in the Jindan stage. As for the purpose of bringing this woman, tear the void. The person who came is actually at the Great Emperor level. In the woods dozens of miles away, Wu Chengqian was lying on the grass in a very ungraceful manner. It's as embarrassing as it can be. Cao Wenbin, you are not a martial artist. I only used one basic attack, why did you use your ultimate skill? Ah, the ancients were right. In the face of absolute strength, even the most perfect strategy is useless. At this moment, Wu Chengqian was confused. The appearance of Zhao Yuener shattered all his ambitions. He felt that his life path was a dead end. The Cao family is the wall in front of him that he cannot climb over no matter what. If I go and ask for peace now, I wonder if Cao Wenbin will release my mother. I have to say, Wu Chengqian is really persistent. Even at this moment, he was still thinking about his birth point. It turns out that brother Cheng Qian is also a fellow traveler. Who? Wu Chengqian jumped up, and then he took out the demon-suppressing tower. The fighting posture is formed instantly. Brother Cheng Qian, there's no need to be so nervous. My name is Dai Ke, and like you, I also have a blood feud with Cao Wenbin. It's just that the one who was robbed from me was my ancestor, and the one who was robbed from you was your mother. Hearing this, Wu Chengqian immediately felt a sense of sympathy for Dai Ke. It turns out that he is not alone in this world. There are many people who have the same hobby as him. But even so, Wu Chengqian still did not let down his guard. Then I wonder what brother Dai's purpose for coming here is. Dai Ke didn't beat around the bush, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I came to you this time because I want to join forces with you to fight against Cao Wenbin. With a bitter smile, Wu Chengqian, who had just recovered some energy, immediately turned into a happy eggplant again. Brother Dai, if it were before today, I would never refuse this. But now, you must have seen that great emperor too. To put it bluntly, what can we use to fight them? With a curl of his lips, Dai Ke uttered something that made Wu Chengqian jump up. What if I know the entrance to another secret realm? Are you serious? Wu Chengqian was so excited. If there are other entrances to the secret realm, then all problems will be solved. And it will make the plan even more perfect. After all, your emperor is here in person to take charge. If something happens to Cao Wenbin, you can't blame others. Of course it's true. The other entrance is in a cave 1,000 miles away from here. And there's a natural barrier around the cave entrance. Even if it's the great emperor, if he hadn't been keeping his spiritual sense focused on that place, he would never have discovered it. How about we talk about the spoils now? Wu Chengqian narrowed his eyes and asked, what do you want? I want everything in the secret realm. Of course, your mother is definitely yours. I won't take away someone else's goodness. Without any hesitation, Wu Chengqian nodded directly. Make a deal. Chapter 31 Use Qin Yunmeng to set a trap. In a dense forest, Cao Wenbin and Qin Yunmeng appeared out of nowhere on a tree branch. Fortunately, both of them were not heavy, and the branch was very strong. Otherwise, they would have fallen flat on their faces. Master, what should we do now? Go that way. Originally, Cao Wenbin was also very confused. After all you can see are trees, and you can't see anything in the distance at all. But just when he was about to choose a direction at random, a gentle voice was guiding him to the west. It should be the reaction between the heaven-devouring demonic art and the heaven-devouring emperor's tomb. Sure enough, everything in the world has a cause and effect relationship. One hair can move the whole body. If Wu Chengqian knew about this. With a smile on his face, Cao Wenbin didn't hesitate any longer and led Qin Yunmeng directly to the west. But just a few minutes later, the two stopped again. Because more than 10 meters away from them, there was a dead body lying. Judging from the wound that was still bleeding, it was obvious that this person had died not long ago. There are other entrances. Cao Wenbin was shocked. My body tensed up in an instant. At the same time, Qin Yunmeng, who went to examine the body, also came to a shocking conclusion. Master, this man was killed by Wu Chengqian. Are you sure? He nodded solemnly. This wound was obviously caused by the Emperor's sword. Wu Chengqian lent me this sword for a while, so I definitely can't be wrong. Cao Wenbin was silent. He really didn't expect that Wu Chengqian could be so difficult to deal with. A powerful man at the level of the great emperor couldn't actually stop that guy from entering the secret realm. It seems that before entering the tomb, I have to find a way to trick him first. After making the decision, Cao Wenbin did not hesitate any longer and immediately ran forward at a faster speed. He wanted to take a detour and overtake Wu Chengqian, so as to buy himself time to set a trap. Damn, why is this secret realm so big? Looking at the endless forest, Wu Chengqian's eyes were about to spit fire. He gave up everything he gained from this trip just to kill Cao Wenbin. But judging from the current situation, let alone killing that guy, even finding him is something we desire but cannot achieve. Is this all going to be a waste of time? Wu Chengqian was extremely unwilling and immediately prepared to jump to the top of the tree to observe. But before he could take any action, Dai Ke, who had been silent all this time, spoke. What's that sound? Wu Chengqian was shocked. Then I calmed down and listened. Immediately afterwards, a faint voice came into his ears. Woman. Wu Chengqian and Dai Ke smiled at each other, and the next moment, they rushed towards the direction where the sound came from. But when they arrived at their destination, Wu Chengqian exploded. Cao Wenbin, you're not a fucking man. You can't even protect your own woman. That's right, the woman who made the sound was Qin Yunmeng. At this moment, she didn't know who tied her to the tree. The skirt, which was not too long to begin with, was completely torn. Wu Chengqian and Dai Ke were both experienced people, so after just a few seconds, they figured out what had just happened here. Cao Wenbin must have encountered a strong enemy, and when he was defeated, he threw Qin Yunmeng out as bait. You beast, Cao Wenbin, you are a beast worse than pigs and dogs. I, Wu Chengqian, swear that I will kill you. And let your mother also experience today's scene. But just as Wu Chengqian was swearing, Dai Ke gently pushed him. There's no outsider here, so stop acting like you have a deep grudge against me. Go and rescue your mother. Of course, if you don't mind the dirt. Wu Xing Qian Leng Zula. Obviously, he was moved by the proposal. But soon, he woke up. I don't like live broadcasts. After saying this, Wu Chengqian prepared to untie the rope. But just as he was about to reach Qin Yunmeng, the rope, which was originally very strong, suddenly broke. Immediately afterwards, Qin Yunmeng, who had just been humming with his eyes closed, as if he had been played unconscious, pulled out a dagger from behind. No suspense. Wu Chengqian was caught off guard and was stabbed hard. If it wasn't for the last moment, Wu Chengqian barely avoided the heart. Then at this moment, he might be going through time again. Why? Staring at Qin Yunmeng in front of him, Wu Chengqian's face was full of despair. He never thought that the woman he had been thinking about for several months would use a knife on him. Isn't it said that even a tiger won't eat its own cubs? But why did his mother? Thinking of this, Wu Chenggan trembled all over. Could it be that this woman has discovered that he is not the same person he used to be? Chapter 32, The Unusually Persistent Wu Chengqian. Wu Chengqian is miserable, but he is not the worst. Just when he was attacked by Qin Yunmeng, Dai Ke beside him was also in great crisis. The one who attacked Dai Ke was none other than Cao Wenbin. Cao, you slept with my ancestor, how dare you lay hands on us youngsters? Looking at the sharp sword passing through his body, Dai Ke's heart was bleeding. To be honest, if Cao Wenbin had stabbed somewhere else, even the brain, he wouldn't be so angry. But what Cao Wenbin stabbed was his kidney. This is a man's capital. Originally, Dai Ke wanted to launch an extreme counterattack. But before he could act, a voice sounded in his mind. And the tone was very anxious. Run, kid. That Cao Wenbin is holding a top-grade imperial weapon. If your strength is equal, you are definitely no match for him. Out of trust in the old man, Dai left the battlefield without any hesitation. He is also very loyal. Before running away, he did not forget to remind Wu Chengqian. This idea is difficult, retreat quickly. After we escape pursuit, we'll gather at the teleportation point. Wu Chengqian's heart ached. Teleport point, birth point. But he also knew that the situation was hopeless and there was no way he could kill Cao Wenbin this time. So, he swung his sword to block the dagger that Qin Yunmeng stabbed at him, and then took advantage of the momentum to fly back. Master, who are we chasing? Glancing at the two Destiny sons, who were surrounded by only yellow light, Cao Wenbin smiled faintly and said calmly, don't chase them. Our top priority now is to quickly seize the opportunity here. Although both were seriously injured, Wu Chengqian and Dai's speed was still amazing. Just over half an hour later, the two arrived at the agreed location one after another. From the outside, the two of them looked like nothing had happened. Brother Wu, your skills in controlling women are too poor. Even my own mother could be turned against me by others. Wu Chengqian knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't say anything. But soon, he asked in confusion, I was attacked because the person was my mother. I was completely unprepared. But what happened to you being succeeded? From what happened before, it seems like you, like me, didn't make any major evasive moves. Dai was speechless. At that time, his attention was focused on Qin Yunmeng's beautiful legs in flesh-colored stockings, so how could he make any big evasive movements? Of course, he would never tell the truth. After all, even a fool can see what this prince feels for his mother. If he really said that, then this loose alliance would have to be disbanded immediately. I was stunned by the sudden change. Okay, let the past be the past. Let's think about how to deal with Cao Wenbin. You should also understand that since we've already come to a head-on confrontation, we absolutely cannot let Cao Wenbin leave alive. If not, Wu Chengqian agreed with this. Judging from the current situation, if Cao Wenbin can walk out of the secret realm alive, then the Wu family will definitely take drastic measures and put all the blame on him. By then, let alone becoming the crown prince, he wouldn't even be able to be a rat crossing the street. So, the two people who had a common goal immediately worked together. Don't say it, three cobblers can really be better than Zhuge Liang. Although there were some bumps along the way, after about 10 minutes, a strategy called, returning the favor in your own way, was finally produced after the two of them made some revisions. Okay, let's do it. We will definitely kill both of those bastards this time. Wu Chengqian frowned. Killing Cao Wenbin is enough. As for my mother, she has to stay. She was simply deceived by Cao Wenbin. I'm confident I can bring her back to normal. Dai rolled his eyes. This prince is truly hopeless. It's just a birth point, but you gave it to me like this. However, when Dai recalled Qin Yunmeng's beautiful legs in flesh-colored stockings, he began to understand Wu Chengqian a little. If this was his mother, he would never be willing to kill her even if she drew her knife on him. Alright then, I'll just be extra careful when we fight. By the way, I'm going to use the Saint level, top-grade hidden smoke pot to tempt Cao Wenbin. What about you? What are you going to use? After taking a look at what was in Dai hand, Wu Chengqian gritted his teeth and took out the demon-suppressing tower. I'll offer a low-grade imperial weapon. Otherwise, I'm afraid that guy won't like it. Giving a thumbs up, Dai was full of envy. As expected of a member of the royal family, this background is truly beyond my reach. However, with the imperial weapon as a lure, the success rate of this strategy will definitely be raised to a higher level. As long as one is a human being, there is no one who doesn't like to hear good words. Wu Chengqian is no exception. But he didn't show it. It's just the legacy of our ancestors, not worth mentioning. I think with Brother Dai's luck, he will get an imperial weapon sooner or later. Alright, let's find a suitable ambush site as soon as possible. After all, time is not waiting for me. Chapter 33, Heaven Swallowing Tower, the Pinnacle Imperial Weapon. Following the guidance from some unknown source, Cao Wenbin and Qin Yunmeng traveled through thousands of mountains and rivers and finally arrived at the center of this secret place. Unlike the eerie and scary place imagined, there is no grave mound here, only a towering pagoda with only 3 floors. If someone else were here, they would definitely think this was an alternative tomb. But Cao Wenbin recognized it at a glance. This pagoda was exactly the imperial-grade divine weapon he had been longing for, the Heaven Swallowing Tower. Let's go in. There was no obstruction. The moment Cao Wenbin dragged Qin Yunmeng onto the heaven-swallowing tower, they were immediately teleported into the tower. Haha, after all these years, the new Entertainment Weekly is finally here. Hurry up, give me your brains. New memories, this time I must savor them carefully. Even though the two of you combined may not even be 100 years old, it's still enough to keep me entertained for a while. Cao Wenbin and Qin Yunmeng had just stood firm when a crazy voice immediately reached their ears. But when Cao Wenbin figured out the meaning of this sentence, he exploded. The old guy who was talking actually wanted to read his memories as if they were Entertainment Weekly. This is really crazy. However, when Cao Wenbin saw the face of the person who was speaking, he was speechless for a moment. It turns out to be an old lunatic. This man was fixed in the air by 18 iron chains. The only thing on his body that could touch the ground was not his feet, but his beard. You are the crazy one. Your whole family is crazy. Young man, I am the Demon Suppression Emperor. 3,000 years ago, throughout the entire Central Plains, my name could stop children from crying at night. Alright, hand over your brains now. If your memories can make me laugh, then your life will be complete. He curled his lips in disdain. Cao Wenbin ignored this old madman. After all, it doesn't make any sense. He glanced around and when he found the stairs leading to the second floor, he immediately rushed over. Stop. Your brains haven't stayed yet. The old madman is tied up with chains and can't move at all. But unexpectedly, he shook his head and actually controlled his beard to whip towards him. You old bastard, you're not going to accept my toast. If the demon-suppressing emperor was at his peak, Cao Wenbin would have absolutely no chance of resistance. But after being devoured by the heaven-swallowing tower for 3,000 years, he was left with only the strength of an early human king. Although he is still stronger than Cao Wenbin, he is already within the competitive range. So, Cao Wenbin immediately controlled the Emperor Sword to meet Hu Zi. In the past, this move of the demon-suppressing emperor was always effective. After all, although his strength is only 1/10,000th of what it was, his physical strength is still at the level of a great emperor. And the beard that grows from this kind of body is naturally not an ordinary thing. But today, these beards have met their nemesis. Swish. When the two sides met, the invincible beard was like tofu, and a large part of it was cut off by the emperor's sword. Originally, Cao Wenbin was planning to press on with his victory. But at this moment, the old madman roared in horror. It looked as if he had seen a ghost. Rakshasa sword. Boy, who is this pretty yaksha Zhao Yuaner to you? Cao Wenbin was stunned. Pretty yaksha. Zhao Yuaner actually has such a domineering nickname. That's my wife. What? Do you have any objections? Hee hee. The demon-suppressing emperor's laughter was full of contempt. Boy, I have to admit that you are really brave. If that crazy woman hears this, even your ancestors in the underworld will suffer. Okay, hurry over there. Remember, if you can get out, don't tell anyone that you met me, because I don't want to be implicated. Cao Wenbin was stunned again. Zhao Yuaner's deterrent power is so strong. Just a title scared an emperor so much that he dared not communicate with him. Interesting. But even if it's awesome, so what? In the end, you still have to be given to me. Humph, I may not be able to become an emperor, but I can definitely reach the level of an emperor. The more he thought about it, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. Then, with this mood in mind, he strode towards the second floor of the heaven-swallowing tower. Chapter 34 Wan Mailu moves again. Boy, quickly find a way to let this princess out. As long as you succeed, I will ensure your eternal prosperity. Just like the first floor, Cao Wenbin had just stepped into the second floor when a voice immediately reached his ears. However, unlike his previous displeasure, Cao Wenbin was extremely happy at this moment. Because of this woman's voice, Wan Mailu was actually touched. And it's page 11. Without any hesitation, Cao Wenbin immediately looked over. What long legs! To see if it's beautiful, look at the thighs. With this idea in mind, Cao Wenbin's attention immediately fell on the woman's legs. But as his eyes moved upwards, Cao Wenbin's eyebrows gradually frowned. It's not that this woman is ugly. On the contrary, her appearance is not inferior to any woman Cao Wenbin has ever seen. Including the sixth patriarch. The reason why he frowned was because he discovered that this woman was not human. Are you the dragon girl? Hearing this, the woman who was also tied up raised her neck and said, You are quite knowledgeable. Yes, I am the 35th generation princess of the Dragon Clan, Princess Longji. Cao Wenbin's expression was shocked, and then he quickly flipped through the Dragon King from another world. Soon, the answer came out. Princess Longji is a strange freak from ancient times, and her specific strength is unknown. After being suppressed by the heaven-devouring emperor, he had two chances to escape. The first time was when Wu Chengqian recaptured the heaven-swallowing tower. But in the original novel, because Princess Longji was too arrogant, Wu Chengqian was afraid that he could not subdue her, so he found another place to seal her up. And the second time was when she was truly freed. The one who saved her was her descendant. Because the dragon had one of his arms cut off by Zhun Xiaoyao, he wanted to dig her out for revenge. But unfortunately, even the ancient strange fetus is still no match for Zhun Xiaoyao. Not only did he fail to win after 2 attempts, but he was also defeated by Zhun Xiaoyao. Boy, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and find a way to cut this chain. Cao Wenbin, who was awakened, raised the corner of his mouth, and then quickly moved forward. Princess Longji was overjoyed when she saw this scene. This guy is very smart. In that case, after we get out, let this guy be our slave. But within seconds, joy froze on her face. She never expected that after Cao Wenbin approached, he didn't study the chain, but instead studied her beautiful legs. Boy, you're looking for death. Princess Longji's eyes turned red with anger. This is the first time in her life that someone has dared to do this to her. What made her even more crazy was that she couldn't do anything. We can only let it do what it wants. You lowly human. When I get out, I will definitely wipe out your entire clan. I will chop off the earthworms in the ancestral graves vertically. Cao Wenbin curled his lips in disdain. Destroy my entire clan. Okay, go ahead. My name is Cao Wenbin, and I live in Lingxiao City. Once you get there, just ask around and you'll be able to find me. You definitely won't get lost. Princess Longji was silent. The legs that were originally tightly clamped together suddenly loosened. Your surname is Cao, and you live in Lingxiao City. Are you a direct descendant of the Cao family? The corners of his mouth curled up. It seems that you are quite knowledgeable. By the way, when are you planning to go? I've already told the elders in the tribe to clean up and wait for you. Princess Longji's eyes became even redder. But this time I wasn't angry, but ashamed. Going to Cao's residence to cause trouble. That means even if the dragon god they believe in comes, they probably won't dare to do anything. Let's talk. After a while, Princess Longji, who was at her wit's end, had no choice but to admit defeat. But Cao Wenbin is unusually tough. There's nothing to talk about. I'm going to fuck you today. After saying that, he was ready to take off Longji's clothes. Are you crazy? My dragon clan is not weaker than your Cao family. If you really try to trick me, then neither of those two families will be able to stay quiet. With a wicked smile, Cao Wenbin looked confident. You're wrong. It's precisely because our two families are equally powerful that nothing will happen if I play a trick on you. After all, this is just a clash between juniors. Suffering a loss and taking advantage of others, isn't that a common thing? The elders of each party will never make a big fuss about this. Because no one can afford the consequences of that. Longji was stunned when he heard this. But after thinking about it for a while, she knew that what Cao Wenbin said was right. If the news that she was played tricks on really spread back to the clan, the two families would get married, and the clan elders would personally send her to Cao Wenbin's bed. This would be the most likely scenario. After all, only by doing this can we maximize our benefits. While she was thinking, Cao Wenbin had already given Longji's long skirt too. Finally, I can get my rewards again. But just like Longji, his smile soon froze on his face. Chapter 35, Emperor Tuntian's Backup Plan. You have no martial ethics. Looking at the huge golden worm in front of him, Cao Wenbin's eyes turned green. He never thought that this woman would actually change back to her original form. This is simply a plan to wipe out the entire family. The target is gone, how can he stab with his weapon? What's even more infuriating is that Longji is still making sarcastic remarks. As expected of a member of the Cao family, your mental state is truly excellent. In this situation, you're still in the mood to walk your bird. Cao Wenbin's face turned red due to the ridicule. Only after he finished dressing did he recover. Didn't you want to talk about it before? I think this is a great suggestion. Longji smiled triumphantly, but soon her mood dropped again. Because she knew that although she had won a small victory in the previous confrontation, she would still have to pay a certain price in the end. Otherwise, she would never be able to escape. What do I have to pay for you to rescue me? This time it was Cao Wenbin's turn to laugh. But he didn't say anything, he just walked forward and stroked the dragon. After a long while, he finally asked, "Little dragoness, do you understand?" Longji rolled his eyes. She is not a fool. Cao Wenbin has shown it so obviously, how could she not understand? So after weighing the pros and cons again and again, she gritted her teeth and replied, "I admit defeat. As long as you can rescue me, I will give you the dragon essence." Dragon essence. At this moment, Cao Wenbin's eyes lit up. The so-called dragon essence is actually the first blood of human beings. But as a species that seizes the fortune of heaven and earth, the dragon's blood contains enormous energy. Whoever takes it away will gain great benefits. Make a deal. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin didn't delay any longer, turned around and went up to the third floor. Others may not know, but he knows. In the center of the third floor, there is a small crystal tower, and that thing is the core of the heaven-swallowing tower. As long as he uses his mental power to refine it, this pinnacle imperial weapon will be in his pocket. You should first gather your emotions and think about how to please me. Get lost. On the third floor, in front of a small crystal clear tower. This is the last level. As long as I can pass it, this supreme imperial weapon that is so perfect for me will completely belong to me. After muttering something that no one could understand, Cao Wenbin casually threw a pill into his mouth. Then he reached out to grasp the small crystal tower. Haha, after 1,500 years, the fish finally took the bait. I really didn't expect that the fish I caught would actually be a forbidden creature. It's not a loss, this wave is definitely not a loss. Dragon mother, you slutty bitch, just wait for me. Within 100 years, I will make you moan under me. The moment his hand touched the small tower, Cao Wenbin's vision immediately became blurred. But when he was able to see again, he found that he had turned into a soul. And opposite him stood a middle-aged man with a goatee and wearing a green robe. Of course, this person is also a soul body. Emperor Tiantan. Hearing this, the green-robed man was stunned, and then asked in surprise, "You are not afraid?" Shrugging, "Are you afraid of something you've already guessed?" The man in green robe was shocked. But soon, he calmed down again. "Boy, I have to admit that you are indeed very cunning. I was almost fooled by you." Obviously, Emperor Tuntian did not believe that Cao Wenbin had guessed everything already. But soon, he became numb. Because just as the two were chatting, the ground in this space actually changed from white to gold. Sizzle. After Emperor Tuntian touched him lightly, part of his soul body evaporated. Soul purifying pill. How is this possible? Even if you had already noticed the explosion here, how could you have the soul purification pill? This is an emperor-level elixir. Even among the immortal forces, there are only a few. He scratched his head embarrassedly and said, "I forgot to tell you, my name is Cao Wenbin, and I am the only heir of this generation of the Cao family." Emperor Tuntian is even more numb. But at this moment, the arrow was already on the string and had to be shot. "So, I'm going to fight you." As soon as the roar came, Emperor Tuntian immediately pounced on Cao Wenbin. But, sizzle. Emperor Tuntian came quickly, but left even faster. Because at this time Cao Wenbin was already covered in gold. He had no idea where to start. Thump. In desperation, Emperor Tuntian, the once famous emperor, actually knelt down to Cao Wenbin. "Young master, I am blind and you can just treat me like a fart. If all else fails, you can also put me in a container. I have practiced for over 3,790 years and have extensive experience. I can be of great help to you as you grow. And my knowledge is also astonishing. With me by your side, the auction house is your ATM. Chapter 36 Ancestor, save me." Curling his lips in disdain, Cao Wenbin waved his hands, first manipulating the golden light to surround the heaven-devouring emperor, and then said lightly, "I don't care about these trifles. For me, your dedication of your soul is the greatest contribution. Okay, just die in peace. But I will help you fulfill your last wish. And it won't even take 100 years. While Cao Wenbin was speaking, the soul of Emperor Tuntian continued to evaporate under the effect of the medicine. At the same time, Cao Wenbin's soul was also strengthening at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Boy, you will die. I curse you to be impotent for the rest of your life, for stabbing someone and walking into the wrong door. Cao Wenbin was stunned for a moment, then said lightly, thank you. You may not know this, but I never take the ordinary path. I just like crooked ways. Emperor Tuntian is going crazy. He is considered to be knowledgeable and experienced, but this is the first time he has met such an irritating guy. Good, good, very good. Since you want to kill me, I won't let you have an easy time either. As soon as he finished speaking, the soul of Emperor Tuntian began to swell. Bang! I have to say, the power of the Emperor's soul's self-destruction is indeed astonishing. But the Emperor-level elixir is not a vegetarian. Look, under the protection of the golden light, this self-explosion did not cause any harm to Cao Wenbin at all. The only regret is that I can no longer continue to improve my soul power. He really has no spirit of helping others. No wonder he's been stuck at the early stages of the Emperor level his entire life, unable to even defeat a woman. After making a slight complaint, Cao Wenbin let his soul return to his body. Immediately afterwards, he began to refine the crystal tower in full swing. Time flies. The imperial soldiers are extremely difficult to subdue. When Cao Wenbin refined the Rakshasa sword, it took him a whole week. So it was already half a month later when he finally took over the heaven-swallowing tower. This job is really not for humans. Although he said so, Cao Wenbin's mouth was full of smiles. There was no way, the heaven-swallowing tower brought him too many surprises. Make him have to be Versailles. However, just when he was about to actually operate the heaven-swallowing pagoda, the pagoda suddenly shook violently. He frowned and said, what's going on? Hearing Cao Wenbin's question, Qin Yunmeng, who had been taking care of his hair, immediately replied, Master, I don't know the specific reason. But this shaking started 15 days ago. 15 days ago. After muttering to himself, a flash of inspiration suddenly appeared in Cao Wenbin's mind. Damn, how could I forget about that thing? In the original novel, Wu Chengqian encountered the same situation after destroying the soul of Emperor Tuntian. According to the records of the Dragon King from another world, the culprit that caused the shaking of the heaven-swallowing tower was a heaven-swallowing python at the peak of the saint level. It is the pet of Emperor Tuntian, and it is here to avenge Emperor Tuntian. HMPH, even if you are a saint, so what? I won't play with you anymore. As soon as the voice fell, Cao Wenbin controlled the heaven-swallowing tower and rushed into the sky. The reason for doing this is that as long as you fly to a certain height, it will trigger the teleportation array, and you will eventually return to where you came from. Bang! Bang! Obviously, the sky-swallowing python did not give up and was still desperately hitting the sky-swallowing tower. But Cao Wenbin completely ignored it. After all, it had been knocking against the heaven-swallowing tower for 15 days without success, which proved that its attacks were just a tickle to it. As a dizzying feeling came over him, Cao Wenbin knew that he was back in Tianwu City. So, without saying anything, he put away the heaven-swallowing tower. But what greeted him was not the sixth patriarch's warm embrace. But it was a bloody mouth that seemed to be able to swallow the world. Fuck, this isn't scientific. When Wu Chengqian used this move to escape, the sky-swallowing python didn't follow him. Could it be that the instructions issued by Emperor Tuntian before his death were different? Although his mind was full of thoughts, Cao Wenbin's speech was not delayed at all. Ancestor, save me. Chapter 37. What? I have a fiancé. As soon as Cao Wenbin uttered the cry for help, the space immediately became quiet. The bloody mouth that was only a few steps away from him was also fixed in place. It is not difficult to tell from the look in the sky-swallowing python's eyes that it really wants to close its mouth. But it can't. You've got quite a harvest this time, little brat. You've actually provoked the sacred beast to come and hunt you down. Hearing this, Cao Wenbin's eyes immediately turned. Then he pretended to be extremely frightened. Then, Sister Yuener, it's great to see you. You don't know, I was hunted down in there by all sorts of holy beasts and emperor beasts. If I hadn't wanted to see you again, I would have turned into animal excrement long ago. As he spoke, Cao Wenbin had already snuggled into Zhao Yuaner's arms. What made Cao Wenbin happy was that Zhao Yuaner didn't resist at all. It seems Sister Yuener doesn't resist me. In this case. But before Cao Wenbin could figure out anything, his hand, which was slowly moving downwards, was slapped away by Zhao Yuaner. How clumsy you are, kid. It's a good thing your mother found a marriage for you, otherwise you might have done something outrageous. Cao Wenbin was stunned. Talked about a marriage. This plot. After a long while, Cao Wenbin finally asked in a dry voice, Sister Yuener, the heroine of this marriage didn't have a childhood sweetheart, and you guys broke them up, right? Puff. Zhao Yuener was immediately amused. What are you thinking about every day, kid? Your train of thought is so weird. Anyone chosen by our Cao family as a daughter-in-law must not only be of equal status but also be extremely clean. And not only the body must be clean, the spirit must be clean too. Let me put it this way. From the time your fiancé was little, there has never been a male creature within 100 meters. Even the pets we keep are all female. Cao Wenbin was skeptical when he heard this. He always felt that this matter should not be so simple. Sister Yuener, do you know that woman's name? Nodding gently, it seems to be called Zhongzhou. Without any hesitation, Cao Wenbin immediately flipped through Dragon King from another world. But when the results came out, his face was full of weirdness. Zhongzhou, the youngest daughter of the Zhong family's patriarch. There are 2 ancestors at the level of great emperor in the clan. He has been well behaved and obedient since childhood and is proficient in many talents. And what Zhao Yuener said was indeed correct. This woman had never come into contact with a male creature. Because when she was born, a strange image appeared in the sky, like a spring swallow flying onto a branch and turning into a phoenix. The Zhong family naturally knows what this portends. So she has been trained to be the mistress of the immortal power since she was young. In order to avoid suspicion, Zhongzhian's father and 2 brothers moved out of the Zhong family's ancestral home overnight and have not returned since. However, what really attracted Cao Wenbin was not these, but the ability of this woman. In her previous life, she was a 12th rank empress. When he was trying to break through to a higher realm, he was ambushed by his enemies and eventually destroyed by a heavenly calamity. Fortunately, she had made a backup plan in advance, so she was able to reincarnate and start over. As for the vision, that was also planned by her in advance. The purpose is to find a backer, so as to avoid being isolated and helpless after rising again. And according to the records of Dragon King from another world, all her plans were indeed successful. Finally married Lin Dong from the Lin family. Of course, the relationship between the 2 was not smooth sailing. They went through many twists and turns before getting together. And the ending is not good. It seems my mom is really reliable. She actually found me a destined heroine to be my wife. As for Lin Dong, if you really count it, I should call him cousin. Never mind, nothing tastes better than dumplings, and it's fun. The more he thought about it, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. Zhao Yuener, who was hugged tightly by him, naturally felt the changes in his body first. So, Cao Wenbin was slapped twice on the butt. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Yuener tore through the space and left. Before she disappeared, she only left a sentence. After the marriage is settled, the Zhong family sent out invitations. When you are free, go and have a look. If you don't like it, we can discuss it later. Also, that little snake will regain its ability to move in 3 minutes. Before that, you must get rid of it. Looking at the gradually disappearing void crack, Cao Wenbin shook his head speechlessly. Why did you run away like that? I was just about to break through the bottom line again. But he had no idea that his unconscious move just now had already shattered all of Zhao Yuener's bottom lines. The reason why I ran so fast was because I was so stimulated that I had to change my panties. Forget it, let's quickly resolve the matter here. My little fiancé, although she will achieve great things in the future, has suffered many setbacks. If we go too late, then. Thinking of this, Cao Wenbin said nothing and directly used the heaven-swallowing tower to collect the giant python. Then he rushed towards Tianwu City. Chapter 38, Appoint a Crown Prince. Early morning. The ministers who were qualified to enter the imperial palace walked to their seats in an orderly and quick manner as usual. But soon, they were shocked to find that on the left side of the dragon throne, there was a chair of higher specifications and more luxurious. What's going on? Why are there 2 dragon thrones? Could it be that the emperor and empress are going to court? That shouldn't be the case. As the saying goes, leave the left side empty for waiting. Our dynasty has always respected the left side since ancient times. Even if the emperor and empress are attending court today, they should sit on the emperor's right. This is going to be a big thing. Without exception, all of these people who are whispering to each other are newbies. As for those old hands, they have all started playing coward. They knew that the world was going to change. Because the last time the chair on the left appeared was when Wu Lingtian ascended the throne and became emperor. And the time before that, Wu Lingtian was appointed as the crown prince. Thinking about Cao Wenbin, who had been in Tianwu city for several months, these old hands immediately understood what was going on. The chair on the left is for the young master. They were not wrong. When the normal procedures were completed and it was time for the emperor to appear, the first person to walk in was not Wu Lingtian but the young master Cao Wenbin. Now, even the newbies didn't dare to make a sound. Afraid of getting into bad luck. "Young master, are you going to make the announcement, or should I do it for you?" Although his heart was bleeding, Wu Lingtian still asked with a smile on his face after the two of them sat down. "Come on. This is your home turf after all. Kill people and destroy their hearts." Even though his back teeth were almost broken, his face was still full of smiles. "Good." After saying that, Wu Lingtian took out a photo stone. Immediately afterwards, in the secret realm, the scene of Wu Chengqian throwing a sword at Cao Wenbin while retreating appeared in front of everyone. Silence. The ministers below were so nervous that they dared not breathe. Those die-hard supporters of Wu Chengqian almost fainted. What crime is it to attack the young master and leave evidence behind? It seems that it has never appeared in the thousands of years of history of the Wushan dynasty. Just as everyone was thinking about what punishment the third prince would receive, Wu Lingtian's voice rang out again. Wu Chengqian attacked the young master for no reason. His crime is extremely heinous. I now declare that his status as a prince is stripped and he is demoted to a commoner. Issuing a special wanted order. Anyone who encounters this thief can be killed on the spot. A bounty in exchange for a head. At the beginning, Cao Wenbin's face was full of smiles. After all, the drama of a father killing his son is really good. But soon, his eyes narrowed. For no reason. Exchanging heads for money. Wu Lingtian has something else in his words. It seems we can't keep him here any longer. Thinking of this, a cold light immediately flashed in Cao Wenbin's eyes. Wu Lingtian, who had no idea that disaster was about to happen, was still talking. In order to prevent the young master from having to make another trip later, I declare that Wu Chengfeng will be the crown prince of the Tianwu dynasty. The ceremony will be held on that day. The emperor's palace. After the court meeting, Wu Chengfeng rushed into his mother's bedroom without any hesitation. "Mom, I've been named the crown prince. I was finally named the crown prince. Haha, that guy Lao San is still one step behind." Looking at her son who was in a hurry and couldn't find Pei Luoxue shook her head helplessly. "Can't you be more steady? How can someone with this kind of mentality be a good emperor?" Wu Chengfeng, who was used to being taught a lesson, curled his lips in disdain. What does character have to do with being a good emperor? Wu Chengqian has a good heart and stands up for the people every day, but is that useful? In my opinion, as long as you can cling to the Cao family, even if you are a pig, you can still become the best emperor. Pei Luoxue was stunned. She really didn't expect that her son could have such insight. It seems that I underestimated this kid. But before she could say a few words of praise, a burst of laughter suddenly reached their ears. Very good, this is the perfect emperor. At least I can tell the difference between the big and small kings. You are much better than your father and your cheap brother. Without any hesitation, Wu Chengfeng immediately wanted to pay his respects. But Cao Wenbin waved his hand to stop him. After all, I'm about to. We'll be a family soon, so stop with all this nonsense. Alright, go and prepare for the heavenly sacrifice ceremony. Stop bothering your mother here. Understood, I'm leaving right now. After smiling a few words, Wu Chengfeng disappeared from the spot. He is not stupid. Although he didn't understand it at first, after thinking about it for such a long time, he understood everything. Next, Cao Wenbin will definitely collect his reward. If he continues to hesitate, the position of crown prince that he just obtained may be lost. And he was right. As soon as his figure disappeared, Cao Wenbin immediately put his arm around Pei Luoxue's slender waist and walked towards the master bedroom. "Young master, let's go find a hotel outside." "No. We agreed that the first time would be inside the palace." Chapter 39, Cultivate Sword Skills. Still 3 colorful boxes. 7-star life pointing technique. This technique is a desperate method created by the 7-star emperor. A person has 7 lamps, and each time one is lit, their strength is doubled. When all 7 lamps are lit, the emperor can kill the supreme being. Note: because this technique is too powerful, using it will inevitably backfire. Cicada wing gloves, a top-grade imperial weapon. Woven from the silk spun by the 6-winged golden cicada, a pinnacle imperial beast, mixed with gilded gastrodia elata. Wearing them will grant invulnerability to swords and spears, as well as water and fire. Note: due to the gloves' extremely strong insulating properties, wearing them will prevent the use of other weapons. Sword cultivation technique, a peerless technique created by sword saint Wuming. Once you master this technique, as long as you don't draw your sword intent will continuously grow. When your sword intent is strong enough, you can slay gods and demons. It is precisely because of this technique that Wuming dares to play the Erhu at full health and roam the world with low health. As expected of Wanmailu, it's really awesome. If I can light up all 10,000 pages, then I won't be afraid of Jun Xiaoyao. Destroy his birthplace right in front of him. With a grin, Cao Wenbin then began to observe the woman's profile. Name: Pei Luoxue. Status: Empress of the Tianwu dynasty, soon to be promoted to Empress Dowager. Strength: early stage of quasi-emperor. Appearance score: 95. Loyalty: 91. Note: this woman cares deeply about family ties. As long as you don't hurt her immediate family, she will never betray you. In her opinion, her husband doesn't count as an immediate family member. What are you grinning about? Not far from the big bed, Pei Luoxue was sitting with her legs crossed, combing her hair in front of the mirror. And judging from her rosy face, she had obviously gotten a lot of good things just now. That's not a silly smile. I'm just smiling triumphantly. Virtue. She rolled her eyes at Cao Wenbin, but after she tied her hair up, she threw herself on Cao Wenbin again. Young master, please do me another favor. As long as you agree, I will be your holster from now on. The corner of his mouth curled up. What about the Pei family's founding of the country? Pei Luoxue nodded heavily. That's right. After saying that, she was ready to let Cao Wenbin taste some sweetness again. But before she could take any action, Cao Wenbin waved his hand to stop her. Wait a minute, let's talk business first. As for the reward, it's not too late to collect it later. Pei Luoxue was stunned for a moment, then asked with a look of surprise, so you agree? No suspense. In principle, I agree. And I can also give the billions of miles of fertile land near the sea to your Pei family as a reward. But I need you to do something for me. Without any hesitation, tell me what you want, even if it means my life, I can give it to you. He reached out and stroked Pei Luoxue's hair. Such a beautiful holster, how can I bear to throw it away? But you're half right. I really want to kill someone. After he finished speaking, a packet of medicine powder appeared out of thin air in Cao Wenbin's hand. This is Shenxiandao, the most powerful poison in the world. Find a way to make Wu Lingfeng eat some of it. As long as we succeed, you, the Pei family, can pack your bags and head to the new territory. Originally, Cao Wenbin thought that this woman would have to go through some ideological struggle before agreeing to him. But I didn't expect. Make a deal. Cao Wenbin rolled his eyes speechlessly. Damn, Wanmailu really didn't lie to me. This woman really doesn't treat her husband as a relative. No matter how much people complained, Cao Wenbin still put the god into her hands. Are you sure? Nodding again. Very sure. Although Wu Lingtian would never take a third bite of any dish when he was eating, for fear that someone had poisoned it. But he can hide his habits from others, but not from me. With this first strange poison, I want him to die at 3 o'clock in the morning, and even the god of hell can't keep him alive until 5 o'clock. By the way, young master, when do you want me to take action? Cao Wenbin gave a thumbs up. It is so comfortable to work with smart people. They can understand everything at once. Of course, the sooner the better. I don't want to see a succession ceremony, I want to see a coronation ceremony. At this moment, Pei Luoxue's eyes lit up even more. She still felt a little guilty at first. After all, a husband and wife are bound by 100 days of grace. But now, she can't wait. Master, don't worry. He will definitely not see the sun tomorrow. After saying that, she started doing her job. And this time, Cao Wenbin didn't stop her. Chapter 40: A Stray Dog. At lunchtime, outside the imperial study. After taking the food from the eunuch, Pei Luoxue, with a flushed face and trembling legs, walked in tremblingly. Of course, during the journey, some colorless and odorless powder fell silently into the mouth of the wine jug. Your Majesty, it's time to eat. Hearing the voice that couldn't be more familiar, Wu Lingtian suddenly looked up. Immediately afterwards, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. The amplitude was even more severe than Pei Luozu's legs shaking. Wu Lingtian is not stupid. He naturally knows what his wife's appearance means. That guy is no good. He actually let you out so soon. I thought he could make you unable to get out of bed. Tell me, who is better between the two of us? After saying that, Wu Lingtian grabbed the wine jug on the tray, then tilted his head back and took a big gulp. I have to say, his actions are really cool. But no one knew that at this moment, his heart was broken into pieces. What made him even more crazy was that his emperor and empress were still angry with him. Pei Luoxue first covered her stomach, then said shyly, he is still much stronger than you. His brow furrowed. Why are you holding your stomach? Because he arrived here. Wu Lingtian's eyes turned red, and a mouthful of blood rushed directly to his throat. But he swallowed it back. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of this bitch. Pei Luoxue, Wu Lingtian, have never let you down, but I just don't understand why you invited a wolf into your house. Is it just for the position of crown prince? But do you know that getting rid of the Cao family's control has been the lifelong wish of our Wu family's ancestors? Cheng Qian is the most likely person to accomplish this feat. He is the future of the Wu family. Hee. Pei Luoxue was amused, and the laughter got louder and louder. After a long while, he retorted with a crazy look on his face. You keep talking about the Wu family's lifelong wish and the future of the Wu family, but what does this have to do with me and Cheng Feng? We only want the throne that originally belonged to us. For this, we can pay any price. Wu Lingtian was furious. He was about to scold Pei Luoxue, but at this moment, he suddenly felt dizzy and then he completely lost his breath. He glanced at Wu Lingtian with disdain. You, someone like you, still want to fight the young master. Just wait, your son, whom you have high hopes for, will soon be coming down to accompany you. Then you can dream together about how to overthrow the Cao family. Alas, good people don't live long, but evil deeds last for thousands of years. Why is the third prince, who loves the people so much, wanted? Holding a ceremony to establish the crown prince in 3 days. Isn't this fucking nonsense? Is he the crown prince worthy of this? That's right. Compared to loving the people, the third prince has enjoyed themselves with them many times. When the Wei River burst its banks, he not only invented cement, a magical tool for repairing the dike, but he also personally fought on the front lines. As for the first prince, besides eating, drinking, and having fun, he just fucking bullies men and women. As for his contributions to the country, the third prince invented various firearms, and his achievements are comparable to those of the founding emperors. But what does the first prince have? All he has is a fucking celestial mother. Who is Cao Wenbin then? How could something as trivial as his assassination affect the succession? The emperor is incompetent, and the Tianwu dynasty is in danger. You still want us to exchange the third prince's head for money? Dream on. That's right. I'd rather starve to death than make this kind of unscrupulous money. At the city gate, as the imperial guards posted the imperial edict, the onlookers were shocked. Wu Chengqian and Dai Ke, who were among them, smiled with relief. Fortunately, although Cao Wenbin made them become rats crossing the street, at least their hearts can still be used. In this way, they still have hope of turning the tables. What should I do now? Wu Chengqian's eyes flashed, and then he said in a deep voice, use your gourd that can block the breath to sneak into the palace. As long as we are not discovered by the Cao family, then the emperor will never touch us. With the support of the emperor, we can achieve twice the result with half the effort if we secretly carry out our actions. After thinking about it for a while, Dai Ke thought that this was a good idea, so he immediately took out the yin pot. Although the luck of both of them has been reduced to yellow, the son of luck is still the son of luck after all. Although the palace was heavily guarded, the two of them were still able to sneak into the imperial study. However, when they saw the situation inside clearly, they were stunned. Coincidentally, when the two of them entered the room, Wu Lingtian was poisoned at that moment. The Yinyanwo was indeed awesome, but when it got closer, it was discovered by Pei Luoxue. Walk. Without any hesitation, Dai Ke and Wu Chengqian flew out immediately. And just as they left, a huge pit appeared out of nowhere where they had just stood. To be honest, this is because Pei Luoxue was afraid that if he used all his strength, he would lure out the old guys from the Wu family. Otherwise, these two people might not be able to escape. Catch the assassin. Your Majesty was poisoned to death by the third prince and his accomplices. Wu Chengqian and Dai Ke vomited blood after hearing this. But the two of them didn't dare to stop and quibble. Because if they dare to stop, they will definitely be beaten to death by Pei Luoxue. So, the two of them had no choice but to take the blame. Brother Wu, it looks like there's no place for you and me here. In that case, let's say goodbye. See you again in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Ke immediately took out a golden talisman from his arms. Immediately afterwards, his figure disappeared from the spot. Wu Chengqian was stunned. Then he started cursing. Damn, this guy is so disloyal. It's not that he is not cunning, but Dai Ke is really deceiving him this time. Without the cover of the hidden smoke pot, he is now a sitting duck. It seems that we have no choice but to fight. After making the decision, Wu Chengqian immediately began to make hand seals. Although he doesn't have an escape artifact like the teleportation talisman, he does know a technique that can stimulate potential and thus greatly increase his speed. However, after using this trick, it will cause loss of energy and blood, and it will be difficult to recover. Just wait for me, you bitches. I won't let you off easily. He is indeed the son of luck. Even at the moment of life and death, he still does not forget to show off. But what responded to him was a palm force coming down from the sky. Fortunately, his hand seals have been completed, otherwise. Chapter 41 Parade. Logically speaking, Emperor Wu Lingtian has passed away. The ceremony of establishing the crown prince must be postponed no matter what. After all, the dead are the most important, so funeral arrangements must be made first. But the fact is, the crown prince ceremony, or it could be the coronation ceremony of the new emperor, there is no intention of postponing it at all. All work is still proceeding in an orderly manner. As for Wu Lingtian's body, it was casually disposed of by a few young eunuchs. When this news first came out, there was even a riot in Tianwu City. Some loyal people think this is an insult. But soon, they all calmed down. Because just when they were having the most fun, a crack appeared in the sky. Therefore, during the period before the coronation ceremony, the royalists were unusually quiet. But even a fool would know that this is just the calm before the storm. 3 days later at noon, Central Square. Alas, His Majesty is indeed a wise ruler, but unfortunately, his heart is too big. That's right, the Cao family is not so easy to overthrow. Now look what happened, we lost both the wife and the army. Hey, with such a big event happening, why didn't any of the Wu family's ancestors show up? This doesn't make sense. What the hell are they showing up? I guess they must have disobeyed the Cao family on some matters, and were killed by the Cao family's ancestor. This person guessed very accurately. During these 3 days, the palace was filled with blood and gore. The ancestors of the Wu family were very dissatisfied with Wu Lingtian's death. We must ask Cao Wenbin to give an explanation. And he insisted on passing the throne to Wu Chengqian, who was wanted. It is precisely because of this that Cao Wenbin summoned the 6th patriarch again. The auspicious time has arrived, and the coronation ceremony has officially begun. Just as everyone was discussing this, the official from the Ministry of Rites who was in charge of presiding over the ceremony finally spoke. But he only had time to say this one sentence, and then he couldn't speak anymore. Because a large group of people suddenly poured in from outside the square. They wore uniform white clothes, held banners in their hands, and shouted unified slogans. As for the leader, it was Wu Chengqian. The eldest prince insulted his mother and killed his father, then framed his younger brother. He is truly a traitor to the country. The Cao family bullies others by taking advantage of their power, and they are the root of all evil. We earnestly invite people of insight to join us and restore order to this world. Puff. Cao Wenbin was immediately amused. What made him even more excited was that Wu Chengqian's luck had actually dropped to red. This level is not as good as him, the destined villain. In other words, if he can gain the advantage today, this guy will definitely not be able to escape. Thinking of this, Cao Wenbin's eyes lit up, and then he flew to the top of the parade. Cao thief, you abused your power to humiliate my mother, and then forced yourself to sleep with the emperor and empress. How dare a wicked person like you appear before the public? Aren't you afraid of divine punishment? Cao Wenbin was speechless. Taking advantage of your power to bully your mother. Please, it was you, your mother, who sent me to bed yourself. But Cao Wenbin didn't explain anything. After all, he really doesn't care about these ordinary people. They are just trash with a combat power of only 5. They are just like those idiots in their previous lives who spoke out about injustice online. When some things are finally properly handled under their attention, they feel that it is their own credit. Little did they know that it was just their idea, which happened to coincide with that of the top management. Otherwise, given their social status, what would be the point of smashing the keyboard? Smear the stars, they will never drown anyone. As long as those with force don't cause chaos, everything can be controlled. Wu Chengchen, you don't think these powerless people can help you turn the tide, do you? Cao Wenbin's face was full of amusement. Wu Chengchen, who had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter, raised his head proudly. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Cao Wenbin, you country bumpkin, you have no idea how powerful the masses are. If you don't come up with a reasonable solution today, I'll let you experience the pressure of public opinion. The smile on his face grew even wider. Then Cao Wenbin gave Shui Ru a look. The latter understood. The next moment, a 10-meter-long sword beam slashed into the parade without hesitation. Without any surprise, wherever the sword light went, the ordinary people who were deceived were evaporated directly. Suddenly, a piece of open space appeared in the originally crowded parade. Dumbfounded. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one could have imagined that Cao Wenbin would actually start fighting as soon as he said so. At least more than 100 people must have died in that attack just now. Come on, show us what you call public pressure. I want to see what this pressure can do to me. Wu Chengchen, who was awakened by the shock, trembled all over, and then asked stammeringly, how could you kill someone? Why can't I kill someone? Theoretically, the entire Zhongzhou belongs to my Cao family. Everyone living here is my private property. As long as I want, let alone destroying these 100 or so people, I can even destroy the entire Tianwu dynasty. What can I do? After saying that, Cao Wenbin crossed his arms and waited. At this time, Wu Chengchen was playing a simulation in his mind. He set Cao Wenbin as an evil force. He and the people behind him are just fans who like to stand up for justice. As for the Wu family, they are the top leaders. The current situation is that evil forces have committed crimes, but the top leaders are unable or unwilling to take action. These people who like to uphold justice have already created a huge wave on the internet. But then the evil forces strike back. Start to continuously eliminate those who like to uphold justice. What should I do? What should I do? Wu Chengchen kept repeating this sentence. But he finally discovered in despair that he had no way out at all. Because they have no means of fighting back, they are just a group of lambs to be slaughtered. Is that all you can do? If that's the case, then you and these supporters behind you should die together. Looking at Wu Chengchen with a dazed face, Cao Wenbin smiled. He originally thought that the first child of destiny to be killed by him should be Dai Ke. But unexpectedly, it was Wu Chengchen, who had greater luck and future achievements. Shaking his head, Cao Wenbin stopped thinking about all this nonsense. After summoning the heaven-swallowing tower, he directly controlled it to smash it towards Wu Chengchen's head. Bang! The red luck was not enough to save his life, so Wu Chengchen's head was directly split open. Chapter 42, A Cat Replacing a Prince. After helping Wu Chengfeng ascend to the throne, Cao Wenbin began to prepare to go to the Zhong family. It is different from the simple life when I came to the Tianwu dynasty. The lineup for this visit to Zhong's house was truly luxurious. A total of 5 airships were used. 3 of them are used to transport greeting gifts. There is also another one used to transport bodyguards. Of course, the actual role of this group of people is just to keep up appearances, and they basically won't take any action. Master, you're going to meet your fiancé, it's not good to bring us along. The corner of his mouth curled up, and then Cao Wenbin reached out and touched Pei Luozu's hair. What's wrong with it? Don't forget, you are my holster. If I don't take you with me, I will have no place to put my gun. Hate. Looking at the ambiguous looks of Shui Ru and others, Empress Pei Luoxue couldn't stand it anymore and turned around and ran into the cabin. But what she didn't expect was that Cao Wenbin actually followed her in. Okay, let's set sail. The easternmost part of Zhongzhou is the ancestral home of the Zhong family. Today is the day when the Zhong family worships their ancestors, so all the Zhong family members who are still breathing have gathered in the ancestral home. Of course, the two emperors did not come. After all, they are the ancestors themselves. At the beginning, everything was fine, but just when it was about to end, the great elder started to make trouble. Jian, wait a moment, I have something to tell you. As soon as these words were spoken, those people from the Zhong family who were about to leave immediately stopped. Then, they started whispering to each other. Has the great elder gone mad? How dare he speak to Zhong Jian like that? You know, she's the future mistress of the Cao family. You can't say that. If the Cao family's young master had already taken a fancy to her, then the elder wouldn't dare to say that. But now, the two haven't even met, so the elder won't be afraid of her. After all, the elder's power is much greater than that of the head of the family. But no matter what, it's not wise to offend Zhong Jian now. After all, Zhong Jian still has a chance to become the mistress of the Cao family. That's right, and Zhong Jian is so attractive, how could Cao Wenbin not like her? I can't figure it out. But the old fox, the great elder, will definitely not suffer any loss. This guy is very smart. Not only these people couldn't figure it out, but Zhong Jian, the person involved, also couldn't figure out what the great elder was up to. So, she immediately gave her father a wink. Although the latter had not been able to contact his daughter for many years, as the head of the family, he was not a fool, so he immediately stood up. Great elder, tell me what you have to say. You know Jian, she's quite introverted and hard to communicate with. Zhong Tianyi thought that since he had spoken out, the great elder would not reveal any evil intentions he had in his heart. After all, no matter what, he is the head of the family. But he obviously overestimated himself. The great elder simply glanced at him calmly, then instructed Zhong Jian, when the Cao family's young master arrives, don't show up yet. Let your cousin Ziyun go and receive him first. This is the decision of the elders' council. We all agree that Ziyun is more suitable for the young master of the Cao family than you. As soon as these shameless remarks were made, everyone present was stunned. After a long while, someone murmured weakly to himself, could the Ziyun that the great elder was talking about be his promiscuous granddaughter? Gurgle. His companions gulped and said, that should be the case. After all, there's only one person named Ziyun in our Zhong family. The conversation between the two successfully woke up everyone else. Fuck, replacing Zhong Jian with Zhong Ziyun. Did they come up with this subway plan with their toes? If this succeeds, the Cao family's young master will be in great trouble. He'll have a prairie on his head. Ahem, there's a grass I planted in this grassland. Then we are brothers-in-law. To be honest, my brother and I also participated in this project. And we worked on it together. For some reason, the word, stealing ashes, suddenly popped up in my mind. Otherwise, how could the great elder give such a stupid order? That's really possible. After all, Zhong Ziyun never refuses anyone. She can have 8 orgasms with just one lollipop. Damn it, isn't this pushing our Zhong family into the fire pit? The Cao family's young master is not a fool. Can't he sense whether it is the original one or not? When he gets furious, how can we survive? The onlookers are so angry, let alone Zhong Jian, the person involved. But she is the reincarnation of the Empress after all, so she is still quite cunning. So after just a few breaths, she calmed herself down. But she could endure it, but Zhong Tianyi couldn't. Great elder, you said this was the decision of the elders' council, then why was I unaware of it? Don't you need to inform me, the head of the family, when you hold the elders' meeting now? Faced with the doubt, the great elder simply smiled faintly. If it were an ordinary elders' meeting, then of course you, the head of the family, would be invited to attend. But this time, the meeting was presided over by the ancestor himself. He just mentioned a few of our names. Even if we wanted to take you with us, we couldn't. You. Zhong Tianyi's eyes turned red with anger. But he had no way out. Because neither of the two ancestors of the D family was from his faction. He, the head of the family, is just a puppet supported by two factions. The purpose is to maintain balance. He doesn't have much real power at all. Let's do as the great elder says. I hope cousin Ziyun can be successful. Just when Zhong Tianyi was at a loss as to whether to advance or retreat, Zhong Jian, the person involved, finally spoke. After saying this, Zhong Jian didn't stay any longer and turned around and walked towards her residence. On the way, daughter, I am sorry for you. If I wasn't so weak, I wouldn't have let you miss this opportunity. Zhang Jian smiled faintly. Father filtered it. If you can grasp it, that's called opportunity. What you can't grasp is a disaster. Just wait and see. The great elder will definitely pay the price for his decision today. Seeing his daughter so confident, Zhang Tianyi's depression dissipated a lot. But it's better to be safe than sorry. After all, you know how flirty Zhang Ziyun is. Zhang Jian waved her hand and said nonchalantly, Father, you are confused by the situation. As the young master of the Cao family, what kind of women has Cao Wenbin not seen? If you're just being slutty, you'll never be able to take him down. Zhang Tianyi thought about it and it made sense. As a result, a smile soon appeared on his face. Actually, he wanted to say something. But at this moment, a group of people suddenly rushed out from behind the two of them. And they are all running towards the gate. While running, he was still shouting, Young Master Cao is almost here. Chapter 43, So Sexy. Look, the Cao family's airship has appeared. Huo, 5 ships at once, that's a lot of money to burn. I don't know if we can become relatives with them. If we can, then we can at least get some benefits. After all, if one person succeeds, everyone else will benefit. If it's Zhang Jian who shows up, then the probability is definitely high. But if it's that slut Zhang Ziyun. Just as everyone was whispering to each other, 5 huge airships had already flown over the residence. In fact, this behavior is very impolite. If forces of the same level do this, it is very likely to trigger a war. But for the Cao family, this is a routine operation. No matter whose house you go to, that's what they do. As the airships landed one after another, teams of people from the Cao family came down one after another. As for the one who took the lead, it was the bodyguard who came to rush the scene. Without exception, they all have the cultivation level of the early stage of quasi-saint. Holy crap, 48 quasi-saint bodyguards. Are you sure you're not kidding? It seems that some of our family's elders haven't even reached the level of their bodyguards. At this moment, the younger generations of the Zhang family were truly shocked. In the past, their knowledge of the immortal forces was only based on hearsay. I only know that the immortal forces are strong, but I don't have a clear idea of how strong they are. But now, it's true that there are always people who are better than you and there are always things better than you. And the shock goes far beyond this. When Cao Wenbin walked down the airship with Shui Ru in his left arm and Pei Luoxue in his right arm, the eyes of these young people popped out. Oh my god, what a blessing this guy has. The woman on his right seems to be no worse than Zhang Jian. That's a bit too much. I still think Zhang Jian is more beautiful. After all, she is younger. You don't understand this. Mature women are more charming, while little girls can only yell, be gentle. Zhang Ziyun should not go up and humiliate herself. I appeal, you can't even beat her personal maid, what the hell is going on? But things are often not as we wish. The more you fear something, the more likely it will come. Look, Cao Wenbin's feet had just touched the ground when the great elder and Zhang Ziyun came over. Welcome, young master. Without any reason, the two of them bowed deeply. Cao Wenbin also gave them face. He took 2 steps to their side and personally helped them up. No need to be so polite, both of you. By the way, where is the girl my mother likes? Call it out and let me see. Hearing this, Zhang Ziyun's eyes rolled, and then she said shyly, Master, it's me. After looking Zhang Ziyun up and down, Cao Wenbin's brows furrowed in anger. Although he had never met Zhang Jian, his reason told him that there was definitely something wrong here. How could this woman who exudes such a slutty aura be Zhang Jian? Don't say anything, just based on appearance, the woman in front of me is obviously not worthy. She's a 12th rank empress. Even if she's being casual, the escape route she's prepared for herself is definitely not too bad. Her reincarnation, even if she isn't a peerless beauty, is definitely a famous figure in the record of beauty. Thinking of this, Cao Wenbin immediately looked around. And when his gaze swept to the southeast, the Wanmei Lu in his mind really moved. And it stopped at page 10. That's right. With a smile on his face, Cao Wenbin raised his leg and walked towards the southeast. But what he didn't expect was that Zhang Ziyun, the imposter, also followed him. And he was trying to push Shui Ru away so that he could dominate his right arm. He stopped and said, Madam, there are some things I don't want to point out. I hope you can respect yourself. To be honest, he had made it clear enough. But Zhang Ziyun was still pretending to be stupid. Mr. Cao, what are you talking about? She's your fiancé. If you have something to say, just tell her directly. As she spoke, she had already pushed away Shui Ru, who didn't want to argue with her. He also grabbed Cao Wenbin's sleeve. Release. Oh, why are you so fierce? As the saying goes, things never happen 3 times. And Cao Wenbin obviously had no intention of saying it a 3rd time. So, without any surprise, Zhang Ziyun was slapped away. How dare you hit me? Covering her right cheek that had swollen like a pig's head, Zhang Ziyun looked incredulous. She has never been beaten since she was a child. If necessary, I dare to kill you. Cao Wenbin's tone was not loud, but the people from the Zhong family around him all felt his determination. But Zhang Ziyun, who was used to being arrogant, ignored this and opened her mouth to fight back. Obviously, she didn't believe that Cao Wenbin dared to kill her. Fortunately, her grandfather arrived in time and saved her life. I'm sorry, young master. My granddaughter forgot to take her medicine today. You should go about your business. I'll take her away right away. After saying that, he rushed into the ancestral home with Zhang Ziyun. Of course, before this, he had already blocked Zhang Ziyun's mouth. Hey, why bother? Anyone with a discerning eye can see that you, Zhang Ziyun, have absolutely no chance. Misfortunes sent by heaven can be avoided, but those brought upon oneself cannot be forgiven. You've been blinded by profit, you deserve it. Although they are all family members and have the same blood in their veins, no one in the Zhong family sympathizes with Zhang Ziyun, including her playmates. After all, if Zhang Ziyun succeeded, their entire Zhong family would be at risk of being massacred. Just as they were secretly rejoicing, Cao Wenbin had already arrived in front of Zhang Jian. You must be the real Zhang Jian, the daughter-in-law my mother has chosen. Zhang Jian was stunned. Then he asked in surprise, how did you know? Smiling slightly, no one knows a mother better than her son. Although my mother is unreliable, she has a very unique vision. How could she possibly choose a slutty vixen as my wife? How about it, are you interested in going out for a walk together? Without much hesitation, Zhang Jian quickly nodded, okay. Chapter 44 The Body of the Three Disasters. On a wooden boardwalk by the sea, Cao Wenbin and Zhang Jian were leaning on the railing and looking into the distance. Of course, while enjoying the scenery, the two of them were also busy talking. But they were not kissing, but happily chatting about the past. How about it, do you still dare to sleep with me now? After saying everything she could say, Zhang Jian began to observe Cao Wenbin with great interest. The reason for asking this question is that she just mentioned her biggest flaw. She is the body of 3 disasters. A physique that cannot be changed even if one is reincarnated and cultivated again. According to records in ancient books, people with this physique will encounter 3 major disasters in their lifetime. And each time is more dangerous than the last. There are people who have survived 2 disasters safely, but no one has ever been able to withstand the 3rd disaster. That's why there is a saying among the people that if you are destined to have 3 disasters, there is no escape. But now, she has gone through 2 disasters, and the 3rd disaster is about to come. If Cao Wenbin married her, he would probably suffer. Originally, Zhang Jian thought that after hearing these words, even if Cao Wenbin didn't just walk away, he would have to weigh the pros and cons. But unexpectedly, Cao Wenbin just laughed the moment she finished speaking. Why are you laughing? I remembered a famous quote. What famous quote? There are coins. Zhang Jian was stunned. But soon, she raised her little fist and hit Cao Wenbin. How can you be so rude? Although she said so, she couldn't hide the smile on her face. After all, Cao Wenbin's meaning is very clear, that is, he will not give up on her. This guy is really a perfect partner. Not only is he handsome, but he's also very responsible. But Zhang Jian had no idea that Cao Wenbin was so nonchalant because he had known the whole story for a long time. Otherwise, he might run faster than a rabbit. Then Zhun Xiaoyao is not only your calamity, but also my calamity. The other side. After the Great Elder took Zhang Ziyun away, he went straight back to his training room. It was not until the sun set in the west that the two of them walked out one after the other. At this time, Zhang Ziyun's face, which had been slapped into a pig's head, had already lost its swelling. Apart from a hint of redness, she looked no different from a normal person. Obviously, the two of them were recuperating during this period of time. Grandpa, you must help me get revenge. I've never been insulted like this since I was a child. Even if you don't dare to provoke Cao Wenbin, it should be no problem to deal with the people from Zhong Tianyi's lineage. For some reason, the grandfather and grandson seemed closer at this moment. Okay. I'll send a message to the accountant right away. Starting tomorrow, the expenses of Zhong Tianyi's family will be reduced by half again. Hearing this, a sinister look immediately appeared at the corner of Zhang Ziyun's mouth. Cao Wenbin, you will soon find out what a wrong decision it was to choose Zhang Jian. That poor girl with no resources at all is not worthy of competing with me. Clean. What's the point? Having resources is the way to go. But just when she was feeling proud, a servant suddenly rushed in. Great Elder, the Cao family has made new moves. They have been unloading things from the 3 airships since just now. According to my inspection, what they unloaded should all be cultivation resources. Among them, spirit stones are the main component, supplemented by various medicinal pills. After listening to the report, Zhang Ziyun, who was originally sitting, immediately took up the seat. As for the Great Elder, he asked anxiously, where did they move all the things? The warehouse. As the actual controller of the Zhang family, under normal circumstances, he would never worry about resources. But it's different now. The batch of supplies mentioned by the person who reported was most likely a gift from the Cao family. Given the Cao family's status, the quantity and quality. Replying to the Great Elder, it's not the warehouse, but Miss Jian's residence. It's a rebellion, a complete rebellion. The Great Elder instantly became furious. Immediately afterwards, he and Zhang Ziyun beside him disappeared from the spot. When the two appeared, they had already arrived at the door of a small courtyard. Zhang Jian, do you still have any sense of family? You get the resources but don't hand them over, just take them to your own room. You haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already starting to act like a fool. After discovering that things were indeed as the person who reported it said, the Great Elder immediately shouted at Zhang Jian at the door. And the sound is getting louder and louder. The reason why he lost his composure was because he discovered that these gifts were all rare treasures. He had only heard of many of them but had never seen them. For example, the plate of Tianqinghua that was just brought over. That is a treasure that can improve your cultivation by 60 years after taking it. In the past, he was chased by a quasi-saint level monster for 3 days just for a piece of this thing. But at this moment, this thing was like weeds, piled up on an entire plate. Shou Yuan Guo. Soul Tree. The more he looked, the redder the Great Elder's eyes became. According to his estimation, if all these things were given to him. No, even if he was given 1/10, he would be 100% sure of breaking through to the saint level. Originally, he thought that after he shouted just now, Zhang Jian would ask these movers to change their route and deliver these resources to the warehouse honestly. After all, in the past 20 years, Zhang Jian has never disobeyed him. But unexpectedly, this time Zhang Jian didn't even pay attention to him. As for those members of the Cao family who were transporting supplies, they treated his roar as a fart. So, unable to bear it any longer, the Great Elder exploded. But before he could make any move, a very lazy voice suddenly rang out from the courtyard, "Which old dog is barking outside the door?" As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin walked out. And his words became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Cao Wenbin, you are the son-in-law of my Zhang family. In terms of seniority, you have to call me grandpa. Even if you are of noble status. He couldn't continue speaking. Because Shui Ru, who had been following Cao Wenbin, had already taken action. You old bastard, you're taking advantage of your age to mention your seniority in front of my young master. Did you drink fake wine? Not only Shui Ru moved, but the bodyguards who were moving things also moved. Almost in the blink of an eye, they formed a formation. And the Great Elder was locked in the town. Chapter 45, Emperor Level. Is that amazing? Bang! There was no surprise. Although the Great Elder was also at the peak of quasi-saint, he vomited blood and flew backwards after just one round under the siege of Shui Ru and a group of quasi-saints. It's a rebellion, it's all a rebellion. After landing, the Great Elder muttered to himself and took out a sign from his arms. As he injected energy into the sign, a voice immediately rang out in the void. Who are you, you rascal, to dare to come to my Zhang family and make trouble? As soon as he finished speaking, a skinny old man suddenly appeared above everyone's heads. Ancestor, it's this young master of the Cao family who's causing trouble. You know, he came here to propose marriage. But this guy was planning to give the gifts he brought directly to the woman, thus getting her for free. Hearing that it was the young master of the Cao family, the expression of Zhongzhou, the ancestor of the Zhong family, immediately became serious. He originally planned to take action directly, but he immediately gave up the idea. Since we are all family, why bother fighting? Harmony brings wealth. Originally, Zhongzhou was planning to mediate. It's not a big deal after all. But when he accidentally saw the gifts below, his words took a sudden turn. But Cao family boy, your actions are indeed ill-considered. Things given away are like spilled water. How can we take them back? Alright, forget about the previous gifts. Just send the rest directly to my Zhong family's warehouse. Obviously, facing such a huge amount of resources, this ancestor is no longer calm. But unfortunately, even though the great emperor spoke, Cao Wenbin still did not give him face. It's true that there are many turtles in shallow water, and there are big brothers everywhere. Old man, which doghouse did you crawl out of? Zhongzhou's eyes narrowed slightly. Young man, I am the ancestor of the Zhong family, a great emperor. He curled his lips in disdain. Is the emperor so awesome? Although I'm not an emperor yet, I will become one sooner or later. As soon as these words came out, Zhongzhian's little face immediately turned red. Zhongzhou took a deep breath and said, Youngster, it seems your upbringing isn't very good. In that case, let me, on behalf of your elders, teach you what it means to respect the elderly and love the young. After saying this, a burst of energy condensed in Zhongzhou's hands. Shui Ru's expression changed, and then she shouted at the 48 quasi-saint bodyguards, form a formation and protect the young master. Although the number of people in the formation increased, the formation was still formed in the blink of an eye, just like before. Immediately afterwards, a beam of yellow light shot out from the center of the formation. As for the target, it was the energy condensed by Zhongzhou. Boom! As a loud bang was heard, smoke and dust immediately rose up within a radius of several hundred meters, as if the world was about to end. Is the ancestor crazy? He actually attacked the young master of the Cao family. This is simply digging his own grave. He must have lost his mind due to the stimulation of those superb resources. No, I'm leaving the Zhong family immediately. If I stay any longer, I'll probably be buried with the idiots like the great elder. Take me one. Don't be impulsive. What if the young master of the Cao family blocks this attack? Are you kidding me? That was a powerful blow. Looking at the situation not far away, the Zhong family members who were hiding in the dark and watching the excitement immediately started whispering to each other. Without exception, this group of people are not optimistic about Cao Wenbin's side. But when the smoke and dust gradually settled and the true appearance of the battle zone was revealed again, all the people in the Zhong family were paralyzed. They blocked it. A group of quasi-saints actually blocked the great emperor's attack. And judging by their appearance, they didn't seem to be injured at all, except for being a little embarrassed. Is this the foundation of the immortal force? We actually fell in with such a force. Not only did the onlookers not expect this, Zhongzhou in the sky was also very surprised at this moment. Interesting, really interesting. Being able to block a casual attack from this old man is enough for you to go down in history. It is not difficult to see that this ancestor of the Zhong family understands the art of language. It seemed that he was speaking to Cao Wenbin, but in fact, he was explaining it to his own younger generation. But just as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin also spoke. You don't have another chance to attack. Zhongzhou was very disdainful. He admitted that this group of people from the Cao family were indeed very strong. He really couldn't break through this formation in a short time. But to say that he loses his ability to fight back is pure nonsense. After all, there is a huge gap between the quasi-saint and the emperor. And this gap cannot be bridged by numbers or formations. But just as he was about to make a sarcastic remark, a space crack suddenly appeared not far away from him. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying aura emanated from it. Let me see who is bullying my only child again. As he spoke, a beautiful leg stretched out from the space crack first. Gurgle. Pretty yaksha, Zhao Yuaner. At the beginning, Zhao Yuaner's face was full of smiles. In her opinion, Cao Wenbin probably asked her to come and save the situation. But when she saw the Zhong family ancestor in the sky and Cao Wenbin protected in the middle by the formation, her smile disappeared immediately. Bullying the weak. A first-grade trash actually dares to attack the young master of the Cao family. It seems like we old guys haven't been active for too long, and the world has forgotten our reputation. After saying that, Zhao Yuener used her finger as a sword and slashed directly at the right arm of the Zhong family ancestor in midair. It can be seen that Zhang Xiaotian wants to hide. But the sword energy emitted by Zhao Yuener was too fast. Although Zhang Xiaotian tried his best to dodge, after the sword energy passed, part of his forearm still fell off. Zhao Yuener, you are too cruel. Don't forget, according to the original agreement, you emperors above the 9th rank cannot act arbitrarily. Zhang Xiaotian had no intention of resisting. Instead, he started talking about the agreement right away. It's not that he is a coward, but as they are both at the emperor level, he is very clear about the gap between the two sides. After all, the saying that the 12th level of the emperor can reach the sky in one step is not groundless. Hee. But what responded to him was a sneer of disdain. Agreement? What is that? You don't have the strength to fight against me, and you still have the nerve to propose a deal with me. To tell you the truth, the so-called agreement you mentioned will only take effect when immortal forces collide with each other. Even if I kill 100 rubbish like you, who will stand up for you? After that. Chapter 46, does the Zhong family still have some background? This time, Zhao Yuener didn't use the sword, but slapped it directly with a palm. After all, she knew that Cao Wenbin had the heaven-swallowing tower. If Zhang Xiaotian were to be killed accidentally, the loss would be huge. Although capturing him alive is more difficult than killing him directly, Zhang Xiaotian still couldn't make any waves. After only 3 rounds, he lay on the ground like a dead dog. Wenbin, please put him away. Although he is only a first rank, he is still an emperor after all. It should be enough for you to refine for a while. Okay. Cao Wenbin is very excited. He really didn't expect that his dream would come true so soon. Now in the heaven-swallowing pagoda, there are already 2 objects for refining, the Zhong family's ancestor and the heaven-swallowing python. It seems that I need to find time to go into seclusion. After making up his mind, Cao Wenbin took Zhao Yuener back to Zhongzhian's courtyard without saying a word. As for the other members of the Cao family, they became porters again. Soon, the only people left at the scene were the Zhong family members who were watching the fun in the dark, and Zhang Ziyun and his father who had fallen into a daze. The gap is so huge, our ancestor is like a little chicken in their hands. Don't flatter yourself. The little chicken can at least flutter a few times, but our ancestors. Hey, with all the commotion going on, why doesn't our other ancestor come forward? Come out. Why would he come out? To get beaten up along with us. Don't forget, the 2 ancestors of our family are equally strong. Actually, if you think about it carefully, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, if Zhongzhian's father is in charge, then we can be considered relatives of the Cao family. Our social status will skyrocket. Brother, your opinion is great. Think about those resources just now. If they were distributed to us regularly, the strength of our Zhong family would definitely be able to reach a new level. The discussion among the crowd was quite loud, so it quickly woke up Zhang Ziyun and the Great Elder. Grandpa, what should we do now? It can be seen that Zhang Ziyun is really panicked at this moment. In her opinion, it was just a fight and jealousy, there was no need to make such a big fuss. He was a great emperor, and he just disappeared like that. Compared to her, the Great Elder seemed very calm. Although his face was in pain, he did not panic. Don't panic. The Cao family is indeed powerful, but there are still people in this world who can compete with them. Zhang Ziyun's eyes lit up. Grandpa, do we have anything else to rely on? The Great Elder nodded, but soon shook his head again. It's not really a reliance. After all, the other party is also planning to use us. But at this moment, we can no longer care about so many things. Even though driving away the wolves and tigers is a bad idea, it has to be used. After saying that, the Great Elder looked around seriously. After making sure that no one was paying attention here, he took out another jade pendant from his arms. Grandpa, you're not going to summon the Emperor again, are you? He rolled his eyes at Zhang Ziyun. But the Great Elder didn't explain anything. The next moment, he injected a stream of energy into the jade pendant. It turns out Grandpa really does know other emperors. That's a sure thing. It's no wonder Zhang Ziyun thought so. After all, this process is exactly the same as when summoning the emperor. But soon, she realized that she was overthinking. Because this time, what was summoned by the jade pendant was not a crack in the void, but a phantom. Old man Zhang, have you finally figured it out? This young master has already said it before, the only wise thing to do is to follow me, Long Yunhei. You guys are not going to achieve anything by yourselves. Originally, the man who called himself Long Yunhei wanted to say something, but was interrupted by the great elder with a wave of his hand. Then, the great elder recounted the Zhang family's current situation in detail. Finally, the great elder promised, if you can drive the Cao family away, then my Zhang family will become your vassal, Master Yunhei. We will also offer you the treasure you've coveted for so long. Long Yunhei was silent. In fact, after hearing that this matter was related to the Cao family, he was ready to give up the Zhang family. After all, his purpose of incorporating the Zhang family was to add a bargaining chip to his cause of becoming the crown prince. But if we offend the Cao family because of this, it will be more trouble than gain. But there was something that the great elder mentioned when he recounted the story. But it made him change his mind. Are you sure that what Cao Wenbin holds is the heaven-swallowing pagoda, and not some other kind of pagoda? Upon hearing this rhetorical question, a golden light immediately flashed in the eyes of the great elder. To be honest, he wasn't sure. But in order to trick Long Yunhei into coming, he insisted, it's absolutely true, it's the heaven-swallowing tower. Nodding, Long Yunhei pondered for a few seconds before gritting his teeth and saying, okay, I'll help you settle this matter. But we have to make it clear first. The treasure in your house is a deposit. When I arrive, you must give it to me first. No problem. The great elder agreed very readily. It was obvious that he had gone all out to consolidate his position in the family. After the agreement was reached, the two did not talk much and simply cut off contact. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. After listening to Shui Ru's report, Cao Wenbin smiled. That's right, the reason he didn't kill the great elder and Zhang Ziyun was to go fishing. Originally, his target was the treasure in the hands of the great elder. According to the records of Dragon King from another world, the Zhang family holds a ray of invincible light in their hands. It is the Zhang family's treasure. It was precisely because of this item that Zhang Jian was able to barely qualify to compete with Zhun Xiaoyao in the later period. But unexpectedly, I caught a bigger fish. Wenbin, you can't take it lightly. This Long Yunhei is the second most talented of this generation of the Dragon Clan. It is said that his strength has already reached the King realm. Add to that his powerful dragon body, and few of his peers can defeat him. Hearing this, Cao Wenbin's mouth curled up into a beautiful arc, and then he dived into Zhao Yuaner's arms. He's just a king. With you, the sixth patriarch, you can easily crush him to death. You kid. Zhao Yuaner shook her head helplessly. He is a member of the Dragon Clan. Unless your life is in danger, I can't help you. Having said that, Zhao Yuaner had already made up her mind that if Long Yunhei went too far, she would definitely not stand idly by. Isn't it just an agreement? When has our Cao family ever cared about it? At worst, we can just have an imperial battle. Chapter 47, The First and Second Soldier. Time flies, and a month is over in the blink of an eye. During this period, the entire Zhang family underwent tremendous changes. The first elder and second elder who were originally in power have all retreated to the second line. All power of the Zhang family belongs to Zhang Tianyi. Of course, there has never been a change of regime without bloodshed since ancient times. This time is no exception. At the time of handover, the great elders gave up some less important positions, such as purchasing rights and seats in the Council of Elders, with great pleasure. But the great elder refused to let go of important positions like the deacon of the Kung Fu Pavilion and the warehouse manager no matter what. It was not until Zhang Tianyi used a trick to kill the chicken to scare the monkey that the great elder and others were defeated. Unlike the bloody storm outside, Zhang Jian's courtyard was so quiet from beginning to end. No one dares to disturb. Because everyone knows that the young master of the Cao family is in seclusion. A silent environment is needed. But nothing is absolute. Look, the courtyard that had been quiet for more than a month welcomed an uninvited guest today. And this person is none other than Long Yunhei. Greetings, Senior Zhao. This is the Longyan tea that the elders of the clan asked me to bring you before I left. You can try it when you have time. As soon as he entered the reception room, Long Yunhei immediately bowed deeply. His attitude was so respectful to the extreme that one couldn't find any fault with it. Sit down, don't be so polite. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. Although Zhao Yuan'er wanted to beat the little dragon in front of her to death, she could only endure it. After all, this guy has made it very clear that I came here at the behest of the clan elders. By the way, what is the purpose of your trip? Swish. He first casually opened the folding fan in his hand, and after fanning it twice, Long Yunhei smiled and replied, I heard that the Zhong family has a talented girl named Zhongzhou. Look, I specially asked the prophet in our clan to match our birth dates. After realizing we were a perfect match, the junior rushed over immediately. In order to see my perfect match as soon as possible, I even broke down 2 airships along the way. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan'er's face immediately revealed an extremely strange expression. Not only her, but also Qin Yunmeng and others who were also in the reception room at the moment were trying hard to hold back their laughter. What's the problem? Long Yunhei looked weird. Obviously, at this moment, he still didn't know what kind of person Zhang Ziyun was. But even if he knew, he might not care. After all, dragons are lustful by nature, and male dragons are especially affectionate. Nothing. Well, I've accepted your gift. Go do whatever you need to do. Then I will take my leave first. He was still so polite, and Zhao Yuan'er also smiled in response. However, after Long Yunhei's figure disappeared, Zhao Yuan'er's face immediately became gloomy. Because she discovered that the information was wrong. This Long Yunhei was not at the king level as rumored, but was at the initial stage of nirvana. Shui Ru, go wake Wenbin up. By the way, tell him Long Yunhei's true strength so he can be prepared. So as to avoid being caught off guard. Young master. After walking to the bed where Cao Wenbin was sitting quietly, Shui Ru immediately called out softly. Originally, she thought that she would have to call 3 or 4 times before her young master would wake up. But unexpectedly, Cao Wenbin opened his eyes just after the first word was finished and before the second word was uttered. Then, he threw her onto the bed. Aunt Shui, can't you hold it back? You're teasing me in broad daylight. In that case, I won't be polite. I'll let you see blood now. After saying that, Cao Wenbin began to take off Shui Ru's clothes. And it was so fast that the coat was gone from her in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Shui Ru reacted quickly and suppressed Cao Wenbin's hand in time. Otherwise, Master, stop messing around. Long Yunhei has arrived. And I just finished greeting the 6th patriarch. According to our observations, that guy has already reached the nirvana stage. If that doesn't work, Shui Ru didn't continue talking. Because she suddenly discovered that her young master's strength had actually reached the nirvana stage. 3 levels in 1 month. Master, your strength. Shui Ru's face was full of horror. After all, I have never seen or even heard of such a situation. Cao Wenbin waved his hands and didn't think there was anything wrong. With a peak saint and a great emperor as nourishment, if we don't have this kind of progress, then it would be a miracle. Okay, Aunt Shui, let's talk about these trivial matters later. This month has been suffocating me. Come, let me satisfy your craving. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin was ready to continue stripping Shui Ru's clothes. But unfortunately, he still failed this time. And when he was in a panic, Shui Ru took the opportunity to escape from his arms. Hee, I won't give it to you this time. Who told you to abandon me last time and go straight to Pei Luoxue? This is revenge. Cao Wenbin was stunned, then he shook his head speechlessly. Damn, this woman is quite vengeful. Just when he was about to say something sweet, Shui Ru had already opened the door and ran out. Well, it seems I'll have to go hungry today. But Cao Wenbin was not discouraged. After all, the monk can run away but the temple cannot. This piece of meat will be his sooner or later. Aunt Shui, just wait for me. When I succeed, if I don't tear you apart, you'll be considered strong. With a grin, Cao Wenbin's figure disappeared from the spot. Of course, he didn't go out. Instead, he went into his own heaven-swallowing tower. After all, we are about to come into direct combat with the people of the Dragon Clan, and it is time to have an in-depth conversation with Princess Longji. The scenery is the same as the last time I came, but the person who is locked up has changed. The previous demon-suppressing emperor had been sucked into ashes by him. The same is true for the sky-swallowing python. And the one who was locked up at this time was the ancestor of the Zhong family. Kill me now. Zhang Xiaotian, whose cultivation had been refined by 1/5, roared madly the moment he saw Cao Wenbin. Obviously, he no longer wants to suffer this torture. But how could Cao Wenbin give up such high-quality training resources, so he ignored him and turned to go upstairs. From now on, the first floor will be used to store these cultivation resources. As for the second floor, use it to keep the beauties who haven't been conquered yet. Oh, it would be nice if there was a receptionist, so that every time I come in, someone would call the male guest upstairs. Chapter 48. He is my great-great-grandson. Boy, you missed the best opportunity. If you had let me out before, at least you could have had some fun with me. But now, you get nothing. God is helping me, God is really helping me. Originally, Cao Wenbin thought that after he went up to the second floor, he would be greeted with sweet words. After all, there is an agreement between him and the little female dragon. Exchange guns for freedom. But the reality is, there was no sweet talk at all, and all he was greeted with was sarcasm. Did you take the wrong medicine? Or have you given up on yourself and don't want to go out? Cao Wenbin's face was full of astonishment. This woman is so fickle. It's been such a long time since we last met, how come you're like a different person? Long Ji didn't beat around the bush with him. You don't know, but there is a connection between us pure-blooded dragons. This kind of induction can ignore any obstacles within a certain distance. Just now, I felt the aura of the younger generation. He must be here to save me. Cao Wenbin understood. It turned out that Long Yunhei gave her new hope. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Are you so sure he can save you? Without any hesitation, Long Ji nodded directly. Among our peers, my dragon clan has never had any rivals. Okay, you win. As the saying goes, if you don't agree, there's no need to talk too much. Cao Wenbin knew that there was no need to continue the conversation at this point. So he turned around and walked towards the stairs he came from. But before he went downstairs, he paused and asked, the man's name is Long Yunhei. What's your relationship with him? Is he from the Yun generation? If you count, he should be my great-great-grandson. By the way, why are you asking this? Cao Wenbin waved his hand. What else can I do? I've already made up my mind. Once I catch Long Yunhei, I'll do it right in front of him. Long Ji was furious. But just when she was about to recite the three-character classic, Cao Wenbin had disappeared. The first and second elders are truly resourceful. They actually found external support so quickly. Compared to those two old guys, I actually admire Zhang Ziyun more. She's a member of the Dragon Clan, and yet she can actually stay with me for a whole day and a whole night. Her fighting ability is truly amazing. Hey, we couldn't touch the border to begin with, and now it's even harder to touch. Who do you think will win in the end in this internal struggle? It should be the Dragon Clan. In front of the library, the Zhong family members who like to watch the fun are whispering to each other. And inside the library, a one-sided battle has come to an end. Brother Zichong, you'd better hand over the key to the library. Otherwise, I'm going to kill you. Looking at Zhang Zichong under her feet, Zhang Ziyun was so proud that she almost lost her mind. Cao Wenbin, did you see that? I stepped on your brother-in-law. Don't worry, you will enjoy all of this soon. Come to think of it, I have to thank you for not choosing me. Otherwise, how could I have met young Master Long? The more Zhang Ziyun thought about it, the more excited she became. But at this moment, Zhang Ziyun, you slut, take your stinky milk-soaked feet away. If you step on it again, I'll be suffocated to death. Zhang Ziyun was furious. Then, without saying anything, she started to roll her feet on Zhang Zichong's face. You think I'm dirty, don't you? If so, I'll use your face to clean it. I have to say, this woman is really cruel. A few minutes later, Zhang Zichong's nose bridge was broken by her. Fortunately, after receiving the news, Cao Wenbin and Zhang Jian arrived in time. Otherwise, who knows what might happen. Long Yunhei, your trick of luring the snake out of its hole is really not very clever. And it's extremely cheap. As the saying goes, soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. After figuring out the situation, Cao Wenbin didn't even look at Zhang Ziyun, and directly pointed his spearhead at Long Yunhei. Swish. He continued to flick his folding fan first, then Long Yunhei shrugged his shoulders, there's nothing I can do. With Senior Zhao in charge of your courtyard, I dare not cause any trouble. After hearing this, Zhang Zichong, who was still holding on, fainted from anger. But even so, no one at the scene paid any attention to him. No one helped him bandage his wounds. After all, the two big bosses were about to have a fight, and everyone had no energy to care about anything else. You are quite honest. Tell me, how do you plan to solve this problem? Long Yunhei knew that what Cao Wenbin was referring to was not Zhang Zicheng's matter. It's the issue of the ownership of the entire Zhang family. So, Long Yunhei immediately expressed his thoughts: let's fight to determine the winner. The winner gets exclusive access to the Zhang family's resources, and the loser gets to take their woman and get out. Of course, considering our status, the Zhang family's bet is indeed a bit small, so I'd like to add an additional bet. I wonder if Brother Cao dares to take it. With a slight turn of his eyes, Cao Wenbin immediately guessed what Long Yunhei was up to. What a coincidence, we actually thought of the same thing. So, Cao Wenbin immediately took advantage of the situation. There is nothing in this world that I, Cao Wenbin, dare not do. Tell me, what do you want to bet on? Originally, Cao Wenbin thought that Long Yunhei would go around in circles with him. After all, we should always be on guard against others. If you speak your thoughts directly, you will easily be plotted against. But unexpectedly, Long Yunhei did not play according to common sense. I'll bet on Princess Longji in the heaven-swallowing tower. She is my elder, I must bring her back to the Dragon Clan no matter what. Although Long Yunhei acted very righteous. But the moment he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin's brows furrowed slightly. This guy doesn't seem to care about Longji's life or death. But what good is a dead dragon girl? Could it be that Longji has some unknown physical condition? Thinking of this, Cao Wenbin immediately replanned his strategies and tactics in his mind. Of course, on the surface, he still looks so nonchalant. Longji, she's an ancient freak, she's worth a fortune. But considering your filial piety, I can use her as a bet. But can you come up with something to match it? Long Yunhei was angry. Because for the Dragon Clan, you can mock him for anything, but you cannot mock his endurance and financial resources. Country bumpkin, today I will show you how rich Shenlong is. After he finished speaking, he waved his right hand lightly, and the next moment, a bunch of strange things appeared on the open space of the library. Chapter 49, Clichés. Low-grade Imperial Weapon, the Cloud-Slashing Blade. Mid-grade Imperial Elixir. Immortal Grass. 10,000 years spiritual milk. Heavenly and earthly gentian. The more they watched, the more jealous the people from the Zhang family became. Are the backgrounds of all immortal forces so powerful? Emperor-level treasures are being taken out in piles. No wonder they have so many talented people. With so many treasures, even a pig can be made into an emperor. Since everyone from the Zhang family outside had seen it, there was no reason for Cao Wenbin, who was nearby, to miss it. But just when he was about to say something, "Brother Cao, you better pick your bets as soon as possible. After all, our time is extremely valuable." Originally, Cao Wenbin still had a smile on his face. But as soon as he said this, his face immediately turned dark. Long Yunhei, are you still asleep? You actually want to use this junk to bet against me against an ancient monster? The corner of Zhang's mouth twitched. Are these things junk? So what is in the Zhang family's treasure trove? Is it garbage? However, they had to admit that Cao Wenbin was indeed qualified to say this. Then what do you want? This time Cao Wenbin didn't hesitate any longer. I want that ray of invincible light. Don't tell me you didn't. If that's the case, let's just break up. Long Yunhei was silent. But just a few seconds later, he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, I'll use the invincible light to bet with you on grandmother Long Jishan. Brother Cao, do you need to adjust your status? If not, let's go to the arena now. The sooner we finish, the better." Cao Wenbin grinned. If you don't need it, then I naturally don't need it either. After saying that, he turned into divine light and rushed towards the west. And that direction is exactly where the Zhang family's martial arts arena is located. Brother Cao, if you are willing to give me grandmother Long Jishan, then you will be the biggest winner of today's competition. I can even play a scene with you and lose in a thrilling way at the last moment. Of course, if you want to show off, I can defeat you in one move. Well, would you like to consider it? On a high platform built from a rock from the center of the earth, Cao Wenbin and Long Yunhei stood facing each other. Originally, Cao Wenbin was planning to get started right away. But before he could take any action, a very subtle voice quietly reached his ears. And this also successfully piqued Cao Wenbin's interest. This Long Ji must be hiding a shocking secret. Otherwise, Long Yunhei would never be so humble. No, I have to test his opinion. Thinking of this, Cao Wenbin's eyes rolled, and then he began to tell the story using the art of sound transmission. Brother Yunhei, I met a very interesting enemy not long ago. That guy is extremely smart, and his luck is also extremely amazing. It can be said that you can encounter a secret place every few steps. But this guy has a fatal weakness, and that is he can't leave his mother. I even wanted to fight back. You care so much about Long Ji, don't tell me you have the same idea in mind. At the beginning, Long Yunhei was completely confused. After all, what Cao Wenbin said is totally irrelevant to the previous question. But after the last sentence was uttered, Long Yunhei understood everything. As a result, his handsome face, including the 2 little dragon horns on his head, turned red in an instant. Obviously, he was really angry. Cao Wenbin, can you use some brains? How could I have such a dirty hobby? Although he said so, Long Yunhei felt a little uneasy in his heart. Inspired by Cao Wenbin's words, he has unconsciously been thinking in that direction. Haha, you're angry out of shame. But don't worry, brother Yunhei, I'm very tight-lipped and won't let it get out. Long Yunhei was furious, so he subconsciously said, it's not what you think. The reason I want grandmother Long Jishan is because she is ice and fire. Having said that, Long Yunhei suddenly reacted. Then, he looked up to the sky and roared angrily, Cao Wenbin, you actually dared to trick me. You deserve to die. After saying that, he clenched his right fist and rushed directly towards Cao Wenbin. I have to say, this guy is quite capable. Even though none of his moves were effective, his fist still had the power to overwhelm the enemy. And Cao Wenbin also met the attack with his fist. Moreover, he was the first to arrive and directly blocked Long Yunhei's fist between the two of them. Bang! After a hard fight, both of their bodies flew back uncontrollably. The rock at the center of the earth that could originally withstand the full force of a quasi-saint was now trampled by the 2 of them, leaving footprints one after another. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. How can the physical strength of humans possibly compete with that of our dragon race? At this moment, Long Yunhei's 3 views were completely shattered. In fact, it was not only him, but also the people from the Zhong family who were watching in the audience, whose faces were also full of disbelief. You have to know that under normal circumstances, when human strongmen fight against ordinary monsters, they will lose more than they win. As for fighting with the Dragon Clan, it has always been 5-1. But now, as expected of the Cao family's young master, he is truly extraordinary. I told you, we humans are the most intelligent creatures on Earth. How could we be weaker than those beasts? I've finally figured it out. It turns out that people, whether they're humans or things, are all divided into different levels. If you're not cut out for it, even if you work hard, it's all in vain. I have to admit, you're right. Just as the crowd was discussing this, a sharp cry suddenly rang out from the far left side of the arena. Mr. Long, I remember now. This Cao Wenbin seems to have some forbidden body. You must be careful. Zhang Ziyun. Cao Wenbin frowned, and then a hint of murderous intent flashed across his eyes. This woman is useless anyway. If that's the case, then after we get off the stage, let's send that lineage of theirs to hell. Oh right, the second elder's lineage must also be sent over. After all, if there are more people, it's better to have company on the road. Chapter 50. You're not the protagonist yet you want to run away. Cao Wenbin, you dared to be distracted while fighting with Benlong. Isn't it just a divine body? Do you really think you are invincible? Feeling humiliated, Long Yunhei's face was distorted with anger. So, after he had finished adjusting himself, he turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Cao Wenbin again. And the further he advances, the more powerful his aura becomes. Go to hell. In Long Yunhei's opinion, this move of his would definitely catch Cao Wenbin off guard. If it is done well, it may even make Cao Wenbin lose his combat effectiveness. But when he came to Cao Wenbin's side, he saw an evil smile on Cao Wenbin's face. Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. With this judgment, Long Yunhei subconsciously wanted to withdraw. But he rushed too hard. I couldn't stop the car at all for a moment. No, Long Yunhei was desperate. Because before he could control his body, a demonic shadow appeared behind Cao Wenbin. Devil King Fist. This is the Cao family's unique skill. As for the results, crack. Without any suspense, the arm that Long Yunhei originally used to hit Cao Wenbin was directly broken. The whole person was like a kite with a broken string, flying out of the ring in the blink of an eye. Silence. The onlookers were all stunned. What did they see? A Dragon Clan prodigy who had reached the Nirvana realm was knocked off the ring in just 2 rounds. Are you sure you're not kidding? Hiss, young master is so powerful. I guess many of our family elders couldn't withstand that attack just now. Brother, that's not what you said before. The outcome has been decided. From now on, the Zhong family's head of family will have the final say. Look, that Long Yunhei actually ran away. That's right, just when everyone was chatting happily, Long Yunhei, who was like a dead dog just now, had already run away. Judging from his speed, his strength has declined severely at this moment. Even the previous 3 levels may be gone. Cao Wenbin, just wait for me. I will avenge you today. Obviously, even though he had lost half his life, Long Yunhei still refused to give in. But he also knew that he couldn't stay here for long. So after saying those harsh words, he turned back into a dragon. This will increase your speed. But soon, he was confused. Because he suddenly discovered that a huge tower had appeared above his head without him knowing when. You're not the child of destiny, and your luck is even the lowest level red. If I let you escape under these circumstances, I won't have any reason to live. As soon as the mocking voice fell, Cao Wenbin made a hand seal. Immediately afterwards, an extremely terrifying suction force erupted from the bottom of the heaven-swallowing tower. No. Knowing the consequences of being sucked in, Long Yunhei immediately struggled desperately. But unfortunately, he was just doing useless work. Just a few seconds later, he was taken in by the heaven-swallowing tower. Young master is awesome. Cao Wenbin had just finished his work when Pei Luoxue and the other girls immediately surrounded him and started to hold his stinky feet. If it were under normal circumstances, Cao Wenbin would definitely show off. But now, he doesn't have the time. Aunt Shui, take your men and kill the Zhong family's 1st and 2nd elders. Don't leave any alive. Remember, as long as it's from their lineage, even if it's an egg, you have to shake it until the yolk is loose. As for the other ancestor of the Zhong family. Having said that, Cao Wenbin turned around and prepared to go find Zhao Yuan'er. But before he could take any action, Zhao Yuan'er's voice already rang in his mind. Go and get busy. Don't worry about the Zhong family's ancestors' affairs. Obviously, Zhao Yuan'er has been paying attention to this place. Having received the promise, Cao Wenbin did not waste any time and immediately slipped into the heaven-swallowing tower. Bang! Under Long Ji's incredulous gaze, Cao Wenbin swung his right hand and threw Long Yunhei directly at her feet. Here, this is the savior you've been waiting for. Honestly speaking, this guy is really weak. If all the young dragons are like this, then you'd better just give up your dragon essence. After all, there's no way they can rescue you. Long Ji was silent. She never thought that the slap in the face would come so soon. After a while, she said in a dry voice, how can you be so cruel? He's barely even human anymore. That's right, before going up to the 2nd floor, Cao Wenbin had already tortured Long Yunhei. As for the purpose, of course it is to know the secret of Long Ji. But unfortunately, even though all his limbs were broken and his eyes were blinded, Long Yunhei still refused to say anything. The only gain was that the unrefined invincible light was found on his body. Facing Long Ji's questioning, Cao Wenbin acted calmly, I can't help it. He would rather die than answer my questions. Also, stop speaking up for this guy. Because if you refuse to cooperate with me, you will be even worse off than him. With a curl of his lips, Long Ji glared at Cao Wenbin in dissatisfaction. You just want my dragon essence. It's no big deal. Come on, I'll give it to you. After saying that, she slowly closed her eyes. Why don't you do it? After waiting for a long time and still seeing no sign of anything unusual happening to Long Ji, he opened his eyes in confusion. Just asking for Dragon Yuan was the previous price. But because you acted so arrogantly before, the price is raised now. Hearing this, Long Ji's very beautiful eyebrows immediately frowned. Besides dragon essence, what else do you want? At this moment, Long Ji already had a bad feeling. Really? When we were in the outside world, Long Yunhei let something slip. So I know you have a shocking secret. And it is this secret that I want. Impossible. Originally, Cao Wenbin thought that Long Ji would use this as a condition to bargain with him. But unexpectedly, Long Ji refused directly. No hesitation at all. This made Cao Wenbin even more curious. He really couldn't figure out what kind of secret could make two dragon geniuses protect each other with their lives. You won't tell me either. In that case, I'll just have to play the villain again. Let me think about it. By the way, have you heard of the Trojan horse? Never heard of it. What about peeling skin and inserting nails? Never heard of it either. Ah, your knowledge, you ancient freak, is really not very good. Forget it, since you are a beauty, I will reluctantly explain it to you. Chapter 51 Phoenix Cave. As Cao Wenbin explained, the 10 most cruel tortures in ancient blue stars slowly appeared before Long Ji's eyes. The more he listened, the more frightened Long Ji became. Especially when Cao Wenbin talked about the Trojan horse punishment, Long Ji was so scared that his whole body began to tremble. Shut up. I'll tell you everything. Is that all? Hearing this, Cao Wenbin laughed out loud. But Long Yunhei, whose limbs were disabled, exploded. Long Ji, how dare you? That place belongs to my dragon clan. If you dare to speak out, you will become the common enemy of all dragons. Cao Wenbin, don't you know a lot about punishments? Then come at me. If I frown even once, it's all because of you. I have to say, Long Yunhei is really a man of great character. Cao Wenbin also admires such people. But even though he admires her, he still has to do what he should do. Thus, after a flash of sword light, Long Yunhei lost not only his ability to move and his vision, but also his ability to speak. Long Ji, who witnessed everything with his own eyes, immediately frowned. Why don't you just kill him? Cao Wenbin smiled. However, this smile was filled with evil. Didn't I say that before? I like to play in front of the younger generation. Long Ji's face turned pale, and then he changed the subject without any hesitation. The secret of me is related to my physique. I am the divine body of ice and fire. Long Ji couldn't say any more. As soon as the words, ice and fire divine body, came out, Cao Wenbin waved his hand to interrupt her. Are you kidding me? Fire and water never mix, even a fool knows that. How could there be a divine body of ice and fire in this world? Long Ji rolled his eyes at Cao Wenbin and said, just because you don't know about it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. In fact, in the ancient times, many people in the dragon clan had ice and fire divine bodies. The reason why it disappeared later was because the dragon clan and the phoenix clan broke off. Water and fire can never mix, this is the rule of heaven and earth passed down from that time. Cao Wenbin's eyes lit up. You mean to say that the offspring born from the union of a phoenix and a dragon must have a divine body of ice and fire? Long Ji nodded. Indeed. And that's how I got my ice and fire divine body. My father was the most beautiful lady of his generation, and my mother was the last phoenix in the world. Hearing this, Cao Wenbin frowned again. Because according to the records of Dragon King from another world, Zhun Xiaoyao's mount is a phoenix. If Long Ji's mother is the last phoenix in the world, then where did Zhun Xiaoyao's come from? However, after the previous experience of being criticized, Cao Wenbin did not interrupt this time. He believed that as Long Ji talked more and more, the answer would soon come to light. Really? Because of the law of heaven and earth that water and fire can never mix, the moment I was born, a heavenly tribulation immediately descended. Fortunately, my parents were well prepared, so I escaped. But they are. My father died on the spot, but my mother managed to survive thanks to her innate ability of rebirth. But his soul has returned to the Phoenix clan's ancestral land. I don't know when he will return to the human world. And it was under the guidance of my mother's spirit that the world was able to find the location of the Phoenix clan's ancestral land. But those greedy people who wanted to go in and search for treasure were all injured by the Phoenix clan's protective formation. Even the emperor himself couldn't break the formation. As for what's next, Long Ji didn't say anything else, but Cao Wenbin had already imagined everything. After trying various methods, the group of people who couldn't get in naturally set their sights on Long Ji. After all, she has the blood of the Phoenix clan, and the Phoenix clan's ancestral land will definitely not reject her. So, after a great battle, Long Ji fell into the hands of Emperor Tuntian. However, due to the severe injuries, Emperor Tuntian's body collapsed directly during the journey to the Phoenix clan's ancestral land. In desperation, he had to leave the heaven-swallowing secret realm, hoping to be reborn by taking over another's body. Unfortunately, he was unlucky and met Cao Wenbin, the sixth brother who knew part of the plot and had prepared some countermeasures in advance. Okay, I've said everything I need to say. Now we can talk about the terms. Hearing this, Cao Wenbin laughed. Tell me what you want. Remember, don't go too far. Otherwise, I will kill you and take your body to break the formation of the Phoenix clan's ancestral land. Long Ji was stunned, and then his face fell. She originally thought that she could take the initiative in this transaction. But I didn't expect. It seems like the best I can do is be free. After making this judgment, Long Ji immediately said, I just want to be free. Of course, the premise is that you can't ask for my dragon essence anymore. To be honest, this request is not too much. If she wasn't pretty, Cao Wenbin would agree without hesitation. But now, that's impossible. I will take your dragon essence no matter what I say. This matter involves 3 rewards, so Cao Wenbin naturally won't give in. Long Ji was furious. If looks could kill, then Cao Wenbin would have died 800 times by now. This is not okay, that is not okay, what do you want? Do you want me to pay for nothing? Cao Wenbin had already thought of a plan for this question, so he answered calmly, well, after you help me get the Phoenix clan's inheritance, you can't go back to the Dragon clan. In that case, you should follow me from now on. I can give you the status of a concubine. Long Ji's eyes widened instantly. She really didn't expect that someone could be so shameless. If she agreed to this plan, wouldn't that mean that she would be transformed from a temporary gun mount to a permanent one? But after thinking about it carefully, she felt that what Cao Wenbin said made sense. Although you may suffer some hardships when following Cao Wenbin, your cultivation resources and personal safety are absolutely guaranteed. After all, the Cao family is a tree that cannot be any thicker. How are you thinking about it? Long Ji gritted his teeth and said, I agree. But I have a request. You say, if we find the Phoenix egg in the Phoenix clan's ancestral land, it must belong to me. Cao Wenbin's eyes lit up, and then he said with a wicked smile, no problem. After that egg hatches, you can never separate. Chapter 52 The Dragon Clan's Destined Son. Now that the conditions have been agreed upon, Cao Wenbin will naturally not be polite anymore. After all, in name only, this woman is already his concubine. But just as he pounced, Long Ji turned into a dragon again. You are sick. Cao Wenbin was quite annoyed. That mid-air split just now was so exciting, it looked like I could master it, but something unexpected happened. I'm doing this for your own good. It would be good for me if you could change back into human form now. Looking at Cao Wenbin, whose eyes were red and who was obviously very upset, Long Ji smiled. Aren't you very awesome? Can't you control me everywhere? Now you continue to be awesome. Of course, she thought so, but she didn't dare to say it. I really am doing this for your own good. If you can capture me in the Phoenix Cave, then with the help of the Ice and Fire Divine Body and the vast amount of fire attributes in the Phoenix Cave, you can at least gain the ability to be immune to fire. If you're lucky, you might even be able to comprehend the art of controlling fire. Cao Wenbin was silent. He knew that the woman was not lying. Because according to the records of Dragon King from another world, Jun Xiaoyao is immune to all fire-attributed magical powers. Even if the emperor attacked him with fire, he couldn't be hurt at all. Forget it, it doesn't take much time. After making the decision, Cao Wenbin turned around and left. Where are you going? Looking at Cao Wenbin's back, Long Ji was stunned. What else can we do? Heading to the Phoenix Cave, of course. Otherwise, when will I be able to become a dragon rider? The ancestral land of the Dragon clan. An old man with white hair and beard, who seemed to be in harmony with the heaven and earth, suddenly opened his eyes. Yunhe is actually dead. As soon as the muttering stopped, the originally warm cave was immediately filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. Rishan, come see me quickly. He spoke to the air, and his voice was not loud, but just a few seconds later, a colorful light quickly swept into the cave. Ancestor, what happened? The person who was speaking was extremely handsome, but his taste was not very good. Like Long Yunhe, he never let go of the fan. And he is none other than the current #1 beauty of the Dragon clan, Long Rishan. The Phoenix clan's ancestral land is about to open, so you should set off as soon as possible. Remember, you must take back everything inside. Even a stone. Also, if you encounter Cao Wenbin in there, don't hesitate, just kill him. At the beginning, Long Rishan was still very excited. After all, that is the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. The emperor encountered a treasure land that was so rare that even he couldn't walk. If he could master it, then the great emperor realm would be the starting point for him, not the end point. However, when the old man mentioned Cao Wenbin, Long Rishan's brows immediately frowned. Yes, he is crazy. But even if he was crazy, he would not dare to kill the young master of the Cao family at will. Ancestor, killing Cao Wenbin, isn't this a bit? Before Long Rishan could finish his words, the old man interrupted him. Just do as I say. After all, they were the ones who attacked first. Killing someone. Long Rishan's brows furrowed even tighter. That's right, your Yunhei clan brother is dead. The person who killed him should be that Cao Wenbin. Long Rishan's eyes widened instantly. Then he bowed and said, "Don't worry, ancestor, I know what to do." Very good. Remember, you must kill. The Dragon clan isn't the only one plotting to seize the Phoenix clan's inheritance. Look, Daikei, who had finally escaped from Cao Wenbin, is now rushing towards the Phoenix clan's ancestral land. While flying, this guy was still muttering to himself. After so many years, I finally see the sun again. Hey, actually I didn't want to come out so early. But you are such a disappointment. I can feel it. If I let you continue to wander, we will both die. So, I can only let you down. But don't worry, I will help you fulfill your last wish. Then Dai Yunyu, I will definitely help you experience it. Not only her, I will also help you experience the same with Cao Wenbin's other women. That's right, the Daikei at this time is no longer the original Daikei. The one controlling this body now is the old man inside the ring. And his identity is the famous Medicine Emperor. A great man who dominated a region 4,000 years ago. No one can match his alchemy skills. Originally, he should have waited until Daikei became a saint before seizing control of the body. But 3 days ago, the arrogant Daikei offended a powerful force again. If Medicine Emperor hadn't acted in time, Daikei would have died long ago. So, after it was safe, Yaodi, knowing that he could not go on, had to launch an attack in advance. As for why he had to rush to the Phoenix clan's ancestral land, it was because he had an elixir that could change his physique. After taking it, the person taking the medicine can be transformed into any race within 15 minutes. The Phoenix clan's legacy should be enough for me to cultivate to the peak of the great emperor. In this way, I will be qualified to compete with the Cao family. 10 days later, the airship Cao Wenbin was riding on finally arrived at the destination of this trip, the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan. Unlike the ancestral lands of other forces, the ancestral land of the Phoenix clan is located inside a volcano. The formation that blocked the emperor was right at the crater. Damn, it's hot out here. Cao Wenbin, who was looking for a landing site, muttered unhappily. In the past, he wouldn't have to do this kind of thing. But this time it was different, no matter what, he had to do it himself. Because this time, he came alone. Be it his fiancée, Pei Luao Shui the gun holster, or Shui Ru the protector, none of them came with him. Of course, it's not that they don't want to come, but Zhao Yuan'er doesn't allow them. There's no danger in going to the Phoenix clan's ancestral land, so why bring so many people? Besides, don't you have the jade token I gave you? If anything really happens, just summon me. As for them, just follow me back and prepare for the next ceremony. At the beginning, Cao Wenbin was a little confused. After all, in his impression, there seemed to be no happy events in the Cao family recently. It was not until he asked some indirect questions that he realized that they were planning to hold an engagement ceremony for him. I have to say, this reason is indeed very powerful. So, Cao Wenbin had no choice but to come and look for treasure by himself. That's a great platform, let's land there. Chapter 53, Leap Forward. Well, after all these years, I finally see the sun again. The air is so fresh. At the crater, Long Ji, who had just been released, had tears in his eyes. But before she could finish combing her hair, a very unpleasant voice suddenly reached her ears. Just stop being sentimental and quickly lift the restrictions here. I really can't stand it anymore. She glared at Cao Wenbin in dissatisfaction. You are so unromantic. But no matter how much people complain, Longji's actions are not slow. After making a small cut on the tip of her finger with her fingernail, she began to draw on the energy shield at the crater. As her fingers moved, a door large enough for an adult to pass through soon appeared on the originally indestructible energy shield. Let's go, this door will only last 5 minutes, so we have to hurry. After saying that, Long Ji was the first to go in. As for Cao Wenbin, he naturally followed quickly. Originally, Long Ji was planning to go straight inside. But just as the two of them stepped over the protective shield, Cao Wenbin grabbed her. What are you doing? Long Ji was very puzzled. But if you look carefully, you can see that her big eyes are full of shyness. It was obvious that she was pretending to be ignorant even though she knew the truth. To be honest, if someone with a thin skin comes here, it is possible that he or she might fool him or her. But Cao Wenbin didn't care about that. Okay, stop playing tricks on me. You will definitely not be able to escape today. I've been coveting the dragon essence that can boost my strength for a long time. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin pulled Long Ji and ran towards the cliff. Coincidentally, not far from them, there was a naturally formed cave. Swish! Not long after Cao Wenbin and Long Ji entered the cave, a young man suddenly appeared out of nowhere where they had just been standing. And this person is none other than Long Rishan. In fact, he came very early, but because he couldn't break the ban, he had to wait until now. Damn it, the good cabbages are eaten by pigs. But it doesn't matter, this young master likes to eat leftovers. Reclaiming wasteland is a thankless task, so leave it to fools. After staring at the cave not far away for a few seconds, Long Rishan smiled. Then he transformed into a huge light and rushed into the depths of the volcano. What's interesting is that as soon as he left, there was one more person here. Yeah, originally, the newcomer's attention was all on that bright light. But as a strange voice came, this person's eyes immediately looked towards the cave. There are actually wild mandarin ducks here. Are all the young people nowadays so unreliable? They'd rather give up the Phoenix clan's inheritance than give up their addiction first. The Medicine Emperor, who arrived late and had not seen Cao Wenbin and Long Ji before, had a look of shock in his eyes. But as he listened, his brows unconsciously frowned. Hey, why does one of the voices sound so familiar? Damn, it's Cao Wenbin. That guy is here too. The Medicine Emperor, who inherited all of Dai Kei's memories, quickly made the correct judgment. Then his eyes began to flicker. Should I go in and catch Cao Wenbin off guard, taking advantage of the opportunity to kill this formidable enemy, or should I first collect the Phoenix clan's inheritance and then come back to deal with this wild couple? For a moment, the Medicine Emperor was caught in a dilemma. But soon, he won't have to worry anymore. Because the situation at the scene has helped him make a judgment. As the strange sound became more and more urgent, the spiritual energy of this world began to become restless. Immediately afterwards, they swarmed into the cave. Is the woman a dragon? Is this a breakthrough achieved with the help of dragon essence? As expected of an old monster who has lived for 4,000 years, his knowledge is truly incredible. After making his judgment, the Medicine Emperor did not stay here for long. He turned around and chased Long Rishan. He knew very well that judging from the momentum erupting from the cave, he would never be able to defeat Cao Wenbin unless he used all his means. But if he really did that, then he would have no chance of inheriting the Phoenix clan's legacy. Forget it, let you live a little longer. I'll come and deal with you after I get all the Phoenix clan's inheritance. By the way, I'm also a dragon rider. Time flies, 2 days are gone in the blink of an eye. The cave, which had been noisy all the time, finally became quiet not long ago. But just a few minutes later, a burst of laughter broke this rare tranquility. I made a profit. This wave really made a lot of money. At this time, Cao Wenbin no longer felt the heat at all. On the contrary, I feel that this place is very friendly. That's right, the fire-avoiding ability that originally belonged to Jun Xiaoyao now belongs to him. Not only that, Cao Wenbin also mastered the art of controlling fire. From now on, no matter how powerful the strange fire is, it will become his toy. Oh right, there are still 3 treasure chests left to claim. Thinking of this, Cao Wenbin became even more excited. Then, without saying anything, he immediately turned to page 11 of the Wanmei Lu. Name: Long Ji. Identity: ancient freak of the Dragon Clan. Strength: late Nirvana realm, originally at the early stage of Saint realm, but after being suppressed by the heaven-devouring tower, her strength was greatly reduced. Appearance score: 96. Loyalty: 90. Note: this woman has good luck and her future achievements are limitless. Please do your best to cultivate her. After taking a quick look at Long Ji's basic information, Cao Wenbin turned his attention to the 3 colorful treasure chests. God bless you, I'm sure you'll get good products. First he bowed to the Buddha temporarily, and then Cao Wenbin opened the treasure chests one by one. Divine movement and transformation. This technique is a peerless form recorded in the wordless heavenly book. The user of this technique can transform their form into a myriad of forms. When attacking, the enemy is completely defenseless, and when retreating, even the enemy will tire themselves to death and find it difficult to catch up. Note: while using this skill, not only does it not consume physical strength, it will also slowly increase your cultivation. Heaven-breaking fist. This fist technique was created by the great Emperor Protean, and consists of 7 moves. Each punch has the power to shatter the heavens. If used consecutively, the power will be even greater. Using all 7 moves in a row can shatter the heavens. Note: those in the Nirvana realm can only deliver 2 consecutive punches. Star God Armor, a pinnacle imperial weapon. Crafted from peerless divine star stone and the hide of a peak imperial beast. Wear it and you'll be immune to all poisons and all evil will repel. Note: due to its heavy weight, those below the quasi-saint realm should not wear it. After reading the properties of the 3 treasures, Cao Wenbin was stunned. He had thought that the reward this time would be incredible. After all, Longji's appearance on the 11th page was already very high. But to such an extent that it defied the will of heaven was still far beyond his expectations. Chapter 54. Long Rishan is a man with a terrible fate. Little guy, are you convinced this time? After taking stock of the harvest, Cao Wenbin immediately looked at Longji with ill intentions. You're awesome, this is fine, right? Longji swung his tail, his voice full of fatigue. That's right, Longji has turned back into his original form. Of course, this time she was no longer trying to anger Cao Wenbin, but to protect herself. As she said before she transformed, if I don't change back into dragon form, I will die in this cave. Just accept it. Okay, change back. Let's hurry up and go treasure hunting. Speaking of this, a golden light immediately flashed in Cao Wenbin's eyes. This is a manifestation of greed for money. But it's not his fault. After all, according to the records of Dragon King from another world, many of Zhun Xiaoyao's trump cards were obtained from here. Fire immunity and mounts are just small matters. The thing that helps Zhun Xiaoyao the most is the heart of the first phoenix. With its help, Zhun Xiaoyao tempered his body to the point where it would live as long as the heaven and earth in just 100 years. It can be said that as long as the soul is immortal, he will not die. That heart must be obtained no matter what. After making up his mind, Cao Wenbin immediately prepared to leave the cave. But after walking a few steps, he stopped again. Because he found that Longji didn't catch up. Why aren't you leaving yet? Longji swung his tail again in dissatisfaction. I have no strength left. Cao Wenbin was stunned at first, but soon he laughed out loud. And his way of solving problems is simple and crude. He simply wrapped Longji around his arm as an arm guard. Come down when you're recovered. In a long and narrow passage, Long Rishan was moving forward with difficulty. Unlike when he first came in, he was now as hot as a dog. Note that this is not a metaphor, but a description. After all, only dogs stick out their tongues. Damn it, why would those old ladies from the Phoenix clan like to stay in a place like this? No wonder the first thing they do when they are born is to find a man. It turns out it's to relieve their sexual desire. While complaining, Long Rishan waved his right hand and directly put on a layer of water shield for himself. But before he could feel the coolness, all the water elements on the water shield evaporated. Depend on. It's Longri Tianma. Then he started to back down. Because he knew that in this environment, he could only last for an hour at most. If he continues walking, he will most likely die here. Forget it, saving your life is more important. As long as there is life, there will be no shortage of firewood. As for the clan elders, I can just make up a story and fool them. After coming up with an idea, Long Rishan didn't hesitate and immediately prepared to return the same way. But just as he turned around, his right hand happened to touch a stone. As the stone was moved, the wall next to him slowly split apart. Although this kind of scene has happened countless times since he was a child, Long Rishan was still stunned. However, as he was experienced, he woke up very quickly. Ha ha ha, I'm really a person blessed by God. That's what I said, there's no way I'd return empty-handed. After saying that, he went straight into the secret room. According to his previous experience, there must be great treasures in such a hidden secret room. But after entering, he was depressed to find that there was only a tree inside besides rocks. Is this tree some kind of alien species? How ignorant. This is called the Wudong tree, a fire-type treasure. Long Rishan, who was concentrating on studying trees, was almost scared to death. But before he could turn around, he was hit hard in the face. Then he flew out spitting blood. Boy, you really have a life of your own. If it weren't for our different races and the inability of our souls to merge, I would really want to possess you. This is the truth. After all, Dai Ke, who was highly regarded by the Medicine Emperor, did not have the same luck as Long Rishan. However, even though he was envious, the Medicine Emperor was not at all vague about what to do. With extensive experience in fighting enemies, he understood that since he had chosen to take action, he must not be soft-hearted. Otherwise, it is very likely that there will be more variables. Go to hell, kid. After saying that, Medicine Emperor's palm slapped towards Long Rishan again. According to his calculations, Long Rishan would definitely not be able to dodge this move. But he obviously underestimated Long Rishan, the #1 genius of the Dragon Clan. Or rather, he underestimated Long Rishan's wealth. Yes, Long Rishan was indeed caught off guard and hit by a palm. But the injuries he suffered were not as serious as Medicine Emperor thought. Because Long Rishan was wearing a primary imperial armor. This thing helped Long Rishan resist 20% of the damage. Therefore, the fatal blow of the Medicine Emperor failed to achieve the expected result. Boy, are you really that brave? Do you know that I am the #1 prodigy of the Dragon Clan? If you dare to attack me, be careful, my Dragon Clan will wipe out all 9 of your clans. Hearing this, Yaodi laughed. While his attack continued, he casually replied, is the dragon race so great? Don't even mention you, the #1 prodigy. Back in the day, I even played with the mother of dragons. That slutty loach stayed with me for a full 100 years just to ask me for medicine. The kind that always follows and never leaves. As soon as these words came out, Long Rishan's eyes turned red. Because he is from the same lineage as the mother of dragons. All the previous dragon mothers are his elders. If what the person in front of me said is true, then doesn't it mean? Long Rishan didn't dare to think any further and immediately yelled, bullshit. The dragon mother of my dragon clan has always been pure and innocent. How could she possibly do such a thing? I'll stay with you for 100 years, are you fucking worthy of it? As soon as he finished speaking, Long Rishan turned from defense to offense. The meaning is very clear, that is, he doesn't want the Medicine Emperor to speak anymore. But how could the Medicine Emperor let him get his wish? The more the enemy doesn't want you to do something, the more you have to do it. Only in this way can the enemy be thrown into disarray. So, you don't believe it. In that case, let me tell you the details. That naughty loach that came looking for me seems to be the 25th generation mother of dragons. She came here alone to seek medicine in order to break through to the emperor level. That day, she was only wearing a layer of gauze. But she seemed to know that I like stockings, so her legs were covered with a layer of gray stockings. You know I love helping others. Maybe the elixir that helps someone break through to the emperor level is too precious, and I didn't have it at the time. And in order not to disappoint her, I had to feed her something else. You didn't see it, she was so excited that she almost. By the way, that woman showed her loyalty by personally tattooing a succubus on her lower abdomen. I wonder if you've seen it. Chapter 55, Hit It Off. I have to say, this wave of verbal attacks is really lethal. Especially when the 3 words, succubus mark, came out, Long Rishan's head exploded. Because the 25th generation mother of dragons actually has a succubus mark on her lower abdomen. He saw that by accident. You made it up. Everything you said was made up by you. You must have spied on my ancestor, that's why you know about the succubus pattern. As soon as the roar fell, a seal appeared in front of Long Rishan. This is his trump card. No matter what happened before, he never used it. But this time, he used it. Obviously, the Medicine Emperor has touched his bottom line. The Medicine Emperor, who had originally been smiling, immediately changed his expression after seeing the seal. Divine Dragon Seal. Fuck, I slept with your ancestor, not your mother, why are you fighting for your life? If it were during his heyday, there would be no way Long Rishan would use the Divine Dragon Seal. Even if a great emperor uses the Divine Dragon Seal, the Medicine Emperor will not be afraid. But things are different now. At this moment, he only has the strength of the early stage of nirvana. The divine dragon seal, which was carved by the essence of Shou Mountain and actually weighed 1,000,000 pounds, was enough to kill him just by hitting him, let alone activating it. Boy, let's talk. I don't want that sycamore tree anymore. I'll give you an extra healing pill, and then this matter will be over. How do you think that is? To be honest, the conditions offered by the Medicine Emperor are definitely not low. After all, the pills he can carry with him are the best of the best. But unexpectedly, Long Rishan refused without even thinking about it. I'm talking about your mother. Insult my ancestor, you will die today. Even the Emperor can't save you, I said. After saying that, the divine dragon seal, under the control of Long Rishan, flew rapidly to the top of Medicine Emperor's head. This time, the Medicine Emperor was really anxious. The cold sweat was falling like rain. What's wrong with this guy? Why does he think so highly of that slutty loach? Could it be? As he muttered to this, a flash of inspiration suddenly came into Yaoti's mind. Then he didn't dare to delay and immediately yelled hysterically, "Stop, I have a way to make you sleep with that woman." At the same time, a golden pill appeared in the hands of the Medicine Emperor. It's called the Soul Nourishing Pill. After taking it, it can ensure that the soul will not dissipate for 1,000 years. Obviously, the shout he made just now was just a last-ditch effort. He himself doesn't think it will be useful. But reality is often so bullshit. The more impossible you think something is, the more likely it is to happen. The incomparably powerful dragon god seal stopped when it was 1 meter away from the Medicine Emperor. Can you really do this? The Medicine Emperor was stunned, and then the corners of his mouth began to twitch. Damn, no wonder he looked like his tail was stepped on just now. So he knew I slept with his goddess, and he's feeling unbalanced. You're such a loser. You'll never achieve anything great in your life. Although he was very disdainful, when the words came to his lips, he turned into a different expression. Of course I can do it. The reason why Long Zhaimei hasn't removed the succubus mark yet is because I left a restriction in her body. As long as you can get inside her and activate the restriction, Long Zhaimei will let you do whatever you want. Long Rishan was overjoyed when he heard this. He never thought that the thing he desired most would be so close to him. It feels like you can touch it with just your hand. Tell me how to activate the ban. As long as it's true, not only will I let you go, I'll also give you the Paulownia tree. Long Rishan looked anxious. So, the attack and defense are in different positions. As an old fox, Yaoti has found out Long Rishan's vital point, so he will not be dismissed so easily. The restriction in my hand involves a great emperor. If I use it well, I can even train the great emperor into my personal favorite. Do you think a Paulownia tree can be exchanged for such a divine object? Long Rishan's eyes focused. He had regained some consciousness and realized that he had miscalculated. He was really too eager just now. No, we have to find a way to take back the initiative. Thinking of this, Long Rishan's eyes focused. Then the controller of the dragon god seal fell another half-meter. If you don't tell me, I'll smash you into pieces. At this moment, Long Rishan's face was full of ferocity. But unfortunately, the Medicine Emperor doesn't buy it at all. He glanced up, tilted his neck, and said directly, "Come on. Anyway, I've made enough in this life. The only regret is that I can't taste that delicious loach again. You don't know, kid, that loach is very moist. I have to say, the Medicine Emperor's grasp of people's hearts is really amazing." Look, after describing this, Long Rishan's saliva almost overflowed from his mouth. Okay, you win. Tell me your conditions. As long as they're not excessive, I can agree to them. His eyes opened instantly, and then the Medicine Emperor stretched out a finger. I just have one request. That means you have to guard here for me for 5 days. For 5 days, no flies can be allowed in. If you can do it, then when I come out, control Long Zhaimei's restrictions, and I will immediately offer it to you with both hands. Upon hearing this request, Long Rishan's brows immediately frowned. The Medicine Emperor, who had been keeping an eye on him, immediately noticed something was wrong with him. Why, are you having trouble? Without pretending to be too arrogant, Long Rishan nodded directly. You asked me to stay here because you're afraid that those 2 people in the cave in the crater will disturb us while we're looking for treasure. Honestly, with my strength, it's easy to stop them. But the problem is, it's too hot here. Let alone 5 days, I can't even hold on for 1 day. The Medicine Emperor smiled. He thought it was something else. That's easy. Come on, take this thing. After he finished speaking, a fiery red pill appeared in his hand. This pill is called Fire Avoidance Pill. After taking this, within a week, you will no longer be afraid of the heat. Of course, you have to stay away from that river of lava. After all, the efficacy of this medicine has an upper limit. After finishing the explanation, the medicine emperor threw the pill to Long Rishan. But just as Long Rishan was about to reach out to take it, a burst of laughter rang out from behind the two of them. You two, stop messing around. Just wait to die obediently. Chapter 56, Are you going to bring it or not? What you said was very tough. But after Cao Wenbin walked into the secret room, he fell silent. And his expression became more and more solemn. He never thought that he would meet his old acquaintance Dai Ke here. The most important thing is that Dai Ke, whose luck had been turned yellow, was reborn from the filth. The blue light surrounding him almost blinded Cao Wenbin's eyes. Is this the intervention of heaven? Damn it, is our Cao family the arsehole of the heavenly Tao? Why do you always want to kill us? At this moment, paragraphs of text emerged in Cao Wenbin's mind. In the 5171th year of the Xian calendar, the head of the Cao family and his wife, with no way to escape, both hanged themselves to death. In the 5186th year of the Xian calendar, the sixth patriarch of the Cao family was ambushed by Dai Ke and his gang. In the end, he was outnumbered and blew himself up to protect his innocence. In the year 5194 of the immortal calendar, the third ancestor of the Cao family was ambushed by Dai Ke and the ancestor of the Jun family. In the 5250th year of the immortal calendar. These are all clips from Dragon King from Another World about the demise of the Cao family. Dayak must die. Once this idea appeared, it was like a maggot attached to the bone. No matter how hard you tried, you couldn't get rid of it. Cao Wenbin also followed his heart and rushed towards Dai Ke without saying a word. And the first move is a killer. Devil King Fist. I have to say, this move is really powerful. But the attacked, Dayak, not only did not panic, but also laughed. It's true that if there's a road to heaven but you don't take it, then there's no door to hell but you'll find it. Today is a perfect day to kill you, and then I'll find a way to sleep with Dai Yunyu. As soon as the words fell, an equally terrifying aura burst out from Deek's body. Sky-high palm. Boom. Before the two sides came into contact, Deek was extremely confident. After all, he has plenty of combat experience, while Cao Wenbin hasn't even grown all his hair yet. How can he compete with him with a hammer? But when the fists of both sides collided, his expression changed immediately. Because he could clearly feel that the power Cao Wenbin unleashed was at least 30% greater than his. How is this possible? We are both in the early stages of nirvana. Deek took more than 10 steps back before he could stand firm, his face full of disbelief. That's right, divine body. It's the difference in physique. Although Dai Ke's spiritual body is rare throughout history, it is still inferior to the forbidden body. Obviously, Deek is flattering himself. In fact, the Yuanling body is not even qualified to touch the forbidden body. But Dai Ke was not the only one who was shocked. Cao Wenbin, who was also knocked back several steps by the collision shock wave, was also a little confused at this time. After all, in his expectation, this Dai Ke, who came from a small family, would at least spit blood from his mouth even if he didn't shit himself after being hit by this punch. No, this is definitely not Dai Ke. Having slept with Dai Yunyu so many times, Cao Wenbin knows the details of the Dai family very well. He was sure that the Dai family definitely did not have such a powerful skill as Lingtian Palm. Oh right, Grandpa Zhejiang. A light bulb went off in his head, and then Cao Wenbin guessed the true identity of the person in front of him. You are the Medicine Emperor. Dai Ke has been completely devoured by you, right? How do you know? The Medicine Emperor was horrified. But soon, his eyes turned red. Boy, you know too much. In that case, I have to keep you here today no matter what I say. It is not difficult to see that at this moment, the Medicine Emperor, like Cao Wenbin, also has the intention to kill. But that's true, his ability to refine pills is a fatal temptation to any force. If his true identity were to be revealed, he would definitely become the otherworldly version of Tang Monk. So, the two of them, neither of whom wanted the other to survive, immediately started to fight each other madly. But as the fight went on, Yaodi was confused. Because after only 5 rounds, he was trapped in a corner. And he got slapped twice. If there is no external intervention, he will soon be taken down by Cao Wenbin. In desperation, he had no choice but to lick Zhong's old face and call for support. Long Rishan, how long are you going to see? Don't you want to fucking play with that slutty loach anymore? Originally, Long Rishan was planning to reap the benefits. After all, to him, these 2 people in front of him are not good people. But once Yaodi called out, he could no longer pretend to be dead. You can let me do it, but after the job is done, everything on him will belong to me. Also, you must hand over the restriction that controls my ancestor. Seeing that Long Rishan dared to take advantage of the situation, a cold light immediately flashed across Yaodi's eyes. But he didn't show it, no problem. As soon as this guy dies, I'll immediately give you the restriction. I'm tired of playing with that loach anyway. As for the stuff on this guy, it's even more of a hot potato for me. Even if you give it to me, I wouldn't dare to take it. This statement is well-founded and no one can find any loopholes. So the moment Long Rishan received the promise, he rushed directly towards the battle group. But soon, he stopped again. It's not that he woke up, but that a person appeared in front of him. Princess Longji, since you know me, then get out of here. This muddy water is not something a little guy like you can wade through. Longji looks very arrogant, and Long Rishan was indeed shocked. Having heard the legend of Longji, he knew very well how strong this woman's fighting ability was. But after being slapped twice again, the Medicine Emperor refused to take it anymore. Long Rishan, are you fucking going to take it or not? It's just a female loach, what's there to be afraid of? With someone like you, even if Long Zaimei took off all her clothes and lay in front of you, you probably wouldn't dare to go up to her. Originally, Yaodi wanted to say a few more words, but Cao Wenbin did not give him the chance. A big slap landed directly on his face. And this time I am putting in all my effort. As a result, more than half of his big white teeth were fanned out immediately. You still want to use provocation. If you have the time, you should think about your last words. After a snicker, an extremely huge amount of energy emerged from Cao Wenbin's right fist. Heaven-shattering fist. Although the momentum of this move is not as great as the Devil's Fist, if it hits hard, you will definitely see the brain matter. However, the Medicine Emperor, whose luck has skyrocketed to blue, is obviously not that easy to kill. Look, his right arm blocked Cao Wenbin's attack route at an incredible speed. Chapter 57. Dare you not let me ride. Boom. Click. Without any suspense, the arm blocking the way was hammered into 2 pieces. However, the Medicine Emperor breathed a sigh of relief. After all, no matter what, my life is saved for the time being. But just when he was about to urge Long Rishan again, his eyes suddenly widened like light bulbs. How is this possible? How could someone in the early stage of nirvana possibly unleash the power of a quasi-saint? This kind of heaven-defying thing is something that even those ancient monsters have never been able to do. That's right, after gaining the upper hand, Cao Wenbin did not stop but immediately raised his fist again. And this time, it's still the sky-breaking fist. Although the moves are still the same, the momentum is completely different. So, the Medicine Emperor, who no longer dared to harbor any hope, took out a blood-red pill from his ring. Then, without thinking, he stuffed the pill into his mouth. Cao Wenbin, you forced me to do this. The next moment, the Medicine Emperor's body began to swell rapidly. The momentum is getting stronger and stronger. What's even more bizarre is that the injuries caused by Cao Wenbin just now are also healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Damn it, if you can't beat me, just take drugs. You broke the rules. Where's the referee? I request a urine test on him. Although his words were full of sarcasm, Cao Wenbin's hands did not stop moving at all. The fist quickly landed on Yaodi's forehead. Boom. The expected sound of watermelon breaking did not appear, but instead there was a sound of metal clashing. Obviously, Cao Wenbin still couldn't kill the Medicine Emperor. Luck is really fucking unreasonable. Although he was very unhappy, Cao Wenbin still flew back. It's not that he's timid. But a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Besides, the Medicine Emperor at this moment is really weird. How could a good person grin after getting beaten? Cao Wenbin, Cao Wenbin, it seems you've exhausted all your 3 axes. In that case, then you can witness my 3 axe moves. After saying that, Yaodi stepped on the ground and rushed directly towards Cao Wenbin. The speed was so fast that even afterimages appeared in the air. Are you going to fight to the death? Cao Wenbin is not stupid. Although he didn't recognize the blood-red pill. But he guessed the efficacy of the medicine almost exactly. If nothing unexpected happens, it should stimulate potential. So, Cao Wenbin immediately prepared to fight guerrilla warfare. After all, although the effects of this type of elixir are powerful, without exception, they are all time limited. As long as he can delay until the elixir loses its effect, the medicine emperor will be his meat on the chopping board. Let him do whatever he wants. If I remember correctly, the 16-character mantra should be, if the enemy advances, I retreat, if the enemy stays, I harass, if the enemy tires, I attack, if the enemy retreats, I pursue. With a curl of his lips, Cao Wenbin quickly retreated as Junyan said. In order to achieve the pulling effect, he even used his magical body movement skills. Originally, Cao Wenbin thought that the next battle would definitely be a fierce one. He might even have to use the 7-star life destiny technique. But the truth is just the opposite. The medicine emperor didn't chase him at all. He didn't even go to kill Long Ji. Instead, the moment he retreated, he rushed towards the stone door of the secret room. Cao Wenbin was stunned. Long Ji and Long Rishan, who had been confronting each other, were also stunned. Obviously, Yaodi's actions were beyond everyone's expectations. It was not until his figure completely disappeared that the three of them reacted. Fuck, he's such a jerk, and he had the nerve to ask me if I wanted to bring it with me. This guy is such a coward. But that's probably why he's been able to live this long. Both Long were filled with emotion, but Cao Wenbin almost burst into curses. He knew that he had been fooled. That old guy Yaodi must have been preparing to escape since he started taking drugs. Everything he showed afterwards was a prelude. The purpose is to prevent Cao Wenbin from fighting head-on. Damn it, change your name from now on. Why call him Medicine Emperor? Just call him Movie Emperor. After cursing harshly, Cao Wenbin looked at Long Rishan with ill intention. Since that old guy has run away, I'll start with you. I've been using up a lot these past 2 days, so I'm just using your dragon whip to replenish my energy. After saying that, Cao Wenbin was ready to take action. But Long Rishan, who had also come to his senses, had already escaped. The divine dragon seal that had been floating in the air suddenly burst out with a green light the moment Long Rishan's handprint fell. Then, this imperial weapon wrapped Long Rishan and fled from here at a rapid speed. That speed is even faster than the medicine emperor who has taken drugs. These Destiny's Child are so damn difficult to deal with. Although he was unhappy, Cao Wenbin was not disappointed. After all, the green aura on Long Rishan is not fake, so it is normal that he cannot be killed. Forget it, I'll plan for them later. The most urgent task now is to seize all the opportunities here. He shook his head, and then Cao Wenbin walked towards the Paulownia tree. After cutting down this spiritual root of heaven and earth, he walked out of the secret room with satisfaction. But just as he was about to step out, he stopped again, and then looked at Long Ji with an evil smile on his face. This is the core area, so there's still quite a ways to go. I just had a big fight, and my legs are weak. Do you think it's possible? Cao Wenbin didn't finish his words, but Long Ji already understood what he meant. So this little female dragon just shook her head like a rattle. No, I can only choose between riding during the day and riding at night. Cao Wenbin didn't force it, but he sighed softly, so there is such a rule. Looks like I have to find a new mount. By the way, I wonder if the phoenix that escaped here earlier has been successfully reborn. If it works, she'll be quite the mount. Phoenix, it's the king of birds. Well, that's a good idea. Crunch, crunch. Cao Wenbin said it casually, but Long Ji beside him was so angry that he started grinding his teeth. After a while, the little dragoness glared and said, "Don't bring trouble to the phoenix. I'll be your mount, is that all right?" After saying that, she immediately changed back into dragon form. Cao Wenbin didn't hesitate and jumped onto her back in a few steps. Not bad, very comfortable. Okay, we can set off now. Chapter 58. Don't worry, I will let her accompany you. Phew, that was damn dangerous. It almost turned into a pile of materials. Behind a huge rock outside the volcano, Long Rishan leaned on his knees with his hands, gasping for breath. It was obvious that he had to go through great pains to escape. Just as he was recovering his strength and thinking about what to do next, the Medicine Emperor appeared like a cannonball and hit him not far away. At first, Long Rishan did not recognize this fellow sufferer. After all, at this time, the Medicine Emperor had turned into a human-shaped skeleton due to the backlash of the elixir. All the fat on his body added together probably weighs less than 2 taels. So, Long Rishan, who was already frightened like a frightened bird, subconsciously prepared to take action to defend himself. Fortunately, the Medicine Emperor spoke up in time, otherwise, it would have been really chaotic. "Boy, stop it. If you kill me, you'll never be able to sleep with Long Zime again in your life." This sentence is really useful. The divine dragon seal that was already hanging in the air stopped immediately. However, Long Rishan's eyes turned red immediately. "Don't threaten me with this. I don't believe it." The Medicine Emperor was stunned. Long Rishan's reaction was far beyond his expectations. In his opinion, shouldn't Long Rishan live for the cave, die for the cave, and fight for the cave all his life? How did he suddenly wake up? No, we can't let him get out of control. Otherwise it would be a real barbecue. Long Zime is my only hope for a comeback. If I can't get in touch with her. The Medicine Emperor didn't dare to think about it anymore. The next moment, he immediately comforted Long Rishan. "I really didn't lie to you this time. How about this, you take me back to Dragon Island first, I'll cast a spell to let you taste it, and then we can talk about other things, how about that?" "You don't know, that Long Zime." Waving his hand, Long Rishan did not let Yaoti continue speaking. "Are you serious? Are you really going to let me try it first?" Without any hesitation, the Medicine Emperor nodded directly. "I'm going back to Dragon Island with you, how could this be false? As long as you can let me get in touch with Long Zime, I will let her stay with you for 3 days." Long Rishan was silent. He always felt something was wrong. But he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Originally, Long Rishan was planning to think about it carefully. But before he could come up with anything, the Medicine Emperor spoke again. "It seems that you don't want to cooperate with me anymore. In that case, I will take my leave." As soon as he finished speaking, the Medicine Emperor made a move to leave. To be honest, Long Rishan didn't want to stop it from the bottom of his heart. After all, this Medicine Emperor is really too weird. Ever since the two met, he seemed like someone else's chess piece, being led by the nose everywhere. But as the Medicine Emperor walked further and further away, he walked faster and faster. Long Rishan was panicked. Long Zime's beautiful face and slender waist that could be held in one hand appeared in his mind one after another. "Wait, I agree to continue cooperating with you. But as soon as we return to Dragon Island, you must ask Long Zime to come and accompany me." As soon as these words came out, the Medicine Emperor stopped immediately. Then he laughed. "No problem, I will definitely let that slutty loach accompany you. Well then. Husband, wake up, we're here." Hearing the call, Cao Wenbin on the dragon's back immediately opened his eyes. Yo! Originally, Cao Wenbin was planning to tease Long Ji. After all, this was the first time Long Ji called him husband while he was sober. But as soon as he said that, he stopped immediately. Everyone's attention was drawn to a big door not far away. Is this the location of the Phoenix clan's treasure? Long Ji, who had turned back into a human, nodded heavily and was also very excited. It should be correct. After all, there is no road ahead. After saying that, she couldn't wait to push the door. Cao Wenbin was not idle either, and followed immediately. Of course, he did not participate in pushing the door, but looked around nervously. He is guarding against hidden weapons. But soon, Cao Wenbin realized that he was overthinking. The scene in the novel where hidden weapons and traps were flying everywhere did not appear, and Long Ji's process of pushing the door was extremely smooth. It was so smooth that it almost seemed unreal. No protection at all. Aren't the Phoenix clan afraid of their treasure house being stolen? Hearing this, Long Ji, who was wiping his sweat, laughed. Stolen. Look at the surrounding environment. If there is no Phoenix bloodline, who do you think can come in? Cao Wenbin was stunned, then scratched his head embarrassedly. That's right, the rocks here are all bright red in color, and the surrounding temperature is at least tens of thousands of degrees. Ordinary people really can't get in. Mistake, okay, let's go in quickly. With an awkward smile, Cao Wenbin then walked into the treasure house without looking back. But the first thing that caught his eye was not the heart of the first phoenix that he had been thinking about, but a fairy crystal mountain that towered into the clouds. They are all top-grade immortal crystals. It seems the Phoenix clan is quite wealthy. If it were an ordinary person, his mouth would probably be drooling. After all, immortal crystals are the hard currency of this world. Its status is equivalent to that of gold on Blue Star. Such a top-level fairy crystal mountain is enough to build a country. But for Cao Wenbin, this thing is no different from a stone on the roadside. So I just took a quick glance and walked past it. And after that, the two saw shelves one after another. The brocade box above is filled with rare treasures and various holy artifacts. And the further you go inside, the higher the level of the treasure. In the end, Cao Wenbin couldn't help himself and just grabbed a pair of shoes. That is a top-grade imperial weapon. It's called the Golden Sun Chasing Boots. After wearing it, it can make people's pace and speed more flexible. It's a perfect match with the magical and versatile body movement. Well, I finally found you. Just when Cao Wenbin was calculating how much improvement the Golden Thread Sun Chasing Boots could bring him, Longji had already rushed towards the Wudong tree with tears in his eyes. This sycamore tree is no different from the one Cao Wenbin cut down before. But on one of its branches, there was an egg. Obviously, this is the reincarnation of Longji's mother. I hope she can make it to Wanmailu. In this way, I can experience the dragon and the phoenix. After imagining the future, Cao Wenbin no longer cared about Longji. He immediately sped up and ran towards the innermost part. Originally, Cao Wenbin thought he would be able to find the heart of the first phoenix soon. But the reality was that it took him a full half-hour to finally arrive in front of a huge heart. You made it really easy for me to find you. As soon as the voice fell, his right hand stretched out impatiently. Then he lost consciousness. My destined one, you are finally here. The voice is very beautiful, it's a woman. Chapter 59, Little Brat, you are so brave. Swish. The moment the female voice sounded, the Wanmailu in Cao Wenbin's mind began to flip. Unlike the previous times when he flipped through several pages or even dozens of pages, this time he only flipped through one page of Wanmailu. The second most beautiful girl. Cao Wenbin, who had already woken up, was shocked. Then he couldn't wait to look in the direction where the sound came from. He wanted to see how attractive this second beauty was. Is there anyone prettier than my sister Yuener? Why am I so unconvinced? At the beginning, Cao Wenbin was very dissatisfied and indignant. But when his eyes fell on the woman, Cao Wenbin was immediately convinced. Professionals are professionals, and Wanmailu does not make random rankings. No matter in figure or temperament, she is slightly better than Zhao Yuener. As for appearance, the vocabulary Cao Wenbin learned during his 9 years of compulsory education is simply not enough to describe her. Fuck, this is an interjection. This is also what Cao Wenbin was thinking. But soon, he became serious. Are you Shi Feng? Although he was asking, Cao Wenbin's tone was full of affirmation. After all, this is the interior of the heart of the first phoenix. Really? You're very smart. That's right, I am the ancestor of the Phoenix clan, the first phoenix. By the way, little guy, you're quite brave, actually wanting to sleep with me. Do you know that back then, even if there weren't 100 supreme powers who were madly pursuing me, there must have been at least 80. Among them is the ancestor of your Cao family. But even they don't dare to have any bad thoughts towards me. What you were thinking just now was a bit outrageous. Cao Wenbin was stunned. It was within his expectation that this woman would have many dogs bootlicking her. After all, her beauty is there. As long as the man is not blind, it is difficult not to have a good impression of her. But the ancestor of his Cao family was also a bootlicker, which Cao Wenbin did not expect. Interesting. If I sleep with this woman and then take her to the Cao family's ancestral tomb for a stroll, that scene. The more he thought about it, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. Of course, while his mind was working furiously, his mouth was also busy. As long as you are brave enough, you can get maternity leave. Those supreme beings, including my ancestor, are just too timid. If it were me, you would never be able to leave this volcano in your lifetime. Either she is expecting a baby, or she is on her way to expecting a baby. Not surprisingly, Shi Feng's face turned red. Just as she said, all the men she met in her life were bootlickers. Everyone in front of her was in a group of 5 or 6. I don't know how to swear at all. Now she suddenly met Cao Wenbin, who was full of foul language, and she didn't know how to deal with it at all. So she fell silent. Especially when she thought about her current situation, she became even more silent. After a long while, she said with a sad look in her eyes, "Forget it, just say whatever you want to say. Anyway, in this life, you can only satisfy your desire for pleasure." Hearing this, Cao Wenbin's brows immediately frowned. Does this woman think that he will never be able to sleep with her in this life? How can this be? Not to mention the excitement, he can't give up just the reward of ranking second. What do you mean? Why should I only be able to satisfy my desire for words? Let me tell you, even if the King of Heaven comes, he can't stop me from sleeping with you. Shi Feng narrowed her eyes, and then she smiled. And this smile is very meaningful. It was as if the conspiracy had succeeded. Even the God of Heaven can't stop it. Then let me ask you, I only have one heart left now, how are you going to sleep? Against the blood vessels. Cao Wenbin was choked and speechless. After a long while, he finally said in a coy tone, "Can't your Phoenix clan be reborn from the ashes? In that case, then you can be reborn. Don't worry, I can wait." He rolled his eyes at Cao Wenbin fiercely. If it were so easy, why would I have waited until now? Don't you think about it. Since this move is called rebirth from the ashes, there must be fire first. And the fire used by phoenixes of different levels to rise from the ashes is also different. For example, that little phoenix outside, she can be reborn using the fire from the earth's core. But I need to encounter the chaos golden flame before I can achieve nirvana. Shi Feng's meaning was very clear, that is, you can sleep with her if you want. But you need to find the chaos golden flame first. And this thing is obviously a rare treasure. Otherwise, her licking dogs would have offered it to her long ago. So that's how it is. Don't worry, I will definitely help you find Chaos Golden Flame. From now on, the only thing you need to think about is how to please me after you have a body. Cao Wenbin is not bragging. But I am really sure. Because according to the records of Dragon King from another world, Daike possessed a Chaos Golden Flame in the later period. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be given to him by the Medicine Emperor. And since that old guy could find it, there is no reason why he couldn't find it with the support of the Cao family. By the way, according to you, when you were alive, you were definitely the group's favorite. If that's the case, then how did you die? This question has been on Cao Wenbin's mind since he met Shi Feng. After all, judging from Shi Feng's condition, she obviously did not die of old age. Originally, Cao Wenbin thought this was a very simple question. But unexpectedly, after hearing this, Shi Feng fell silent. After a while, she asked something completely irrelevant. What year is it? Year 5066 of the immortal calendar. Shi Feng was visibly stunned, then muttered to himself, less than 450 years left. What are you talking about? At this moment, Cao Wenbin's brows were wrinkled into the shape of a Chuan character. His face was full of tension. In an instant, a thin layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. There is no way, the time node of 450 years is too special for Cao Wenbin. If it's within 450 years, he can check the major events Dragon King from another world. But if it happens 450 years later, then the Dragon King from another world will be unable to help. Because this book only records up to the 5500th year of the immortal calendar. After that, it's all blank. Originally, Cao Wenbin thought that because Jun Xiaoyao had become invincible in the world, the Dragon King from another world was over. But now it seems that things are obviously not that simple. Why are you still keeping me in suspense? Just tell me what you know. After all, one person's plan is short, but two people's plan is long. Chapter 60 Shocking Secret. This time Shi Feng didn't keep you in suspense. After organizing his thoughts for a moment, he slowly said, more than 9,500 years ago, a space crack appeared in the westernmost part of the fairyland. At the beginning, no one cared at all. After all, it was so desolate there. But in the third year after the crack appeared, a group of monsters with wings on their backs, resembling demons, suddenly emerged from it. They are well organized and disciplined. They kill anyone they see. They are extremely brutal. So, as the only immortal force in the Western continent, the Liu family took the initiative to take action. But I didn't expect that after the two sides engaged in close combat, the Liu family was actually beaten back step by step. No matter what level of people the Liu family sends, the monster army can always deal with it. Even if the Liu family's supreme took action, he still couldn't gain an advantage. Now, the other immortal forces can no longer sit still. Although we didn't get along in the past, everyone understands the principle of lips and teeth are cold. So just a few days later, the demon-slaying alliance appeared. But even so, we couldn't drive the monster army back into the rift. That battle was a raging one, with countless casualties. Even the Supreme Being, who is said to have a lifespan equal to the heavens, was not spared. Starry Sky Supreme died in the first year after the war started. The Pope of the Holy See is following closely behind. Qilin ancestor. Including me, I also lost my physical body at that time. The only remaining heart was sent back by your ancestor. And if the war continues, the immortal realm will undoubtedly be defeated. After all, they have an endless supply of experts, but ours is becoming fewer and fewer. But just when everyone was despairing and ready to sacrifice their land for glory, the Liu family's supreme leader stood up. He borrowed the power of heaven and earth, and at the cost of never being reborn, he sealed the space rift for 10,000 years. With every extra word, Shi Feng's eyes became more sad. But she had lived for nearly 10,000 years after all, so she quickly calmed down. By the way, how is the Liu family doing now? Has a new supreme appeared? Cao Wenbin didn't say anything. It's not that I didn't hear it, but I don't know how to answer. After all, he had never heard of the Liu family. Judging from this situation, let alone the supreme, it is hard to say whether the Liu family still has an emperor. And Shi Feng is not a fool. Cao Wenbin's attitude is enough to explain everything. It seems that the few remaining old guys didn't keep their promise. But that's true. They might support the Liu family out of kinship, but their descendants may not have such awareness. Hee. At the end, Shi Feng actually laughed. Why are you laughing? Cao Wenbin looked puzzled. I remembered an embarrassing incident of your ancestor. When the Liu family's supreme master asked heaven and earth for strength, your family's supreme master swore an oath to heaven. As long as the Cao family exists in this world, the descendants of the Liu family will never die out. This is our ancestral motto, and we will never break our promise, whether in heaven or on earth. Look, what a nice thing to say. Cao Wenbin fainted. He would never have thought that his ancestor could be so childish. Fortunately, he was not at the scene at that time, otherwise he would have to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Maybe it's because of the emotion. By the way, do you think that after the seal breaks down, the people on the other side of the rift will invade again? Although he knew that Cao Wenbin was trying to change the subject, Shi Feng still answered seriously, I definitely will. That race is aggressive by nature, there's absolutely no reason for them to give up. Besides, before the space rift closed, one of their supreme beings said in person that the next time they come, they will definitely slaughter the entire immortal realm. Nodded gently. Afterwards, Cao Wenbin didn't say anything else. He closed his eyes and his mental power was released instantly. Now that I have asked all the questions that need to be asked, it is time to take this heart into my body. But as soon as he took action, Shi Feng immediately became anxious. What are you doing? Without this heart, my soul can only last 100 years at most. Hey, stop it right now. After you find the chaos golden flame, you can refine it, okay? The more he spoke, the softer Shi Feng's tone became, and in the end he even started to act like a spoiled child. But Cao Wenbin had no intention of stopping. But he took the time to reassure Shi Feng. Don't worry, with my level of cultivation, it will take at least 100 or 200 years to refine this heart. During this period, you can still stay inside. And didn't I tell you long ago? I'm definitely going to ride this phoenix of yours. So I won't let anything happen to you before I succeed. Dragon Island. After a long journey of several days, Long Rishan finally returned to his nest. Logically speaking, he went out to carry out a mission, so after returning, he should report first. But he didn't do that. Instead, he came directly to the door of Dragon Mother Palace No. 25. Junior Long Rishan comes to pay respects to the ancestor. Silence. There was no sound at all in the palace. But just as Long Rishan was about to shout, a puzzled voice rang out, Rishan. Why are you coming to me instead of practicing properly? Having said that, the palace door still slowly opened. Obviously, Long Zime inside was not on guard against his own descendants. But how could she know that she opened more than just this door? And Long Rishan was not polite either. When the gap in the door was just enough for one person to pass through, he had already squeezed in. If you have anything to say, just tell me. If I can help, I will definitely help. Looking at Long Zime, who was sitting cross-legged with an extremely delicate face and a sexy aura all over her body, Long Rishan smiled. Old ancestor, I just want you to sleep with me. How about this? This shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Long Zime was confused. How long had it been since she heard this? It seems that ever since that man disappeared, no one dares to be so rude to her anymore. Presumptuous. But just when she was about to teach this outspoken junior a lesson, a person suddenly appeared behind Long Rishan. Long Zime, I haven't seen you for so many years, your temper has improved. Not bad, not bad, finally she has some of the aura of the mother of dragons. This time, I feel a greater sense of accomplishment when I train. While the medicine emperor was teasing, he was also making seals with his hands. Long Zime didn't know whether it was a habit or she was guided by the seal. In short, she actually knelt down on the ground the moment the medicine emperor's voice sounded. Master, Master, you are not dead. Chapter 61 The Man with Two Hearts. What are you talking about? Don't you know what I'm capable of? You're not dead, so how could I possibly die? Long Zime was horrified. She heard a hint of dissatisfaction in the words of the medicine emperor. So, she didn't even dare to defend herself and just started to kowtow. Master, I was wrong. Please punish me. I have to say, the medicine emperor is really good. A contestant in the early stage of Nirvana could actually train a great emperor like this. Even though he was only a first-rank emperor, he was still an emperor. Long Rishan, who witnessed the whole process, immediately became excited. Hurry, let this woman accompany me to the bedroom. Long Rishan is very excited. I've even started thinking about what posture I should use in a while. But before he could think of a few, the words of the medicine emperor made him fall into an ice cave. Zime, take action to suppress this guy. Okay, master. As soon as he finished speaking, a great power of heaven and earth appeared in Long Zime's hands. Immediately afterwards, Long Rishan fell directly to the ground, no longer having the ability to resist. Mr. Yao, what do you mean? We agreed that when we get here, you'll let me have a taste first. Long Rishan was very angry. Because this is completely different from what was agreed upon in the beginning. So, after questioning, he waited for the explanation from the medicine emperor. But Yaoti's answer almost made him angry to death. Try something new. Do you think you're worthy enough? You haven't figured it out yet, have you? My goal is to get you to bring me here. Long Rishan was stunned. Have I let a wolf into my house? Thinking of this, he subconsciously glanced at Long Zime. Sure enough, he discovered a hint of anger in the depths of his ancestor's eyes. I'm going to fight you. But unfortunately, he couldn't move at all. And what medicine emperor said next directly shattered his heart of Taoism. Okay, stop struggling, kid. Just lie here obediently. I'm going to have some fun first. Don't worry, I won't close the door. Even though I can't taste it, I'll let you smell it. After saying that, Yaoti ignored Long Rishan and put his big hands directly around Long Zime's waist. But just as he was about to take a step, an extremely majestic voice suddenly sounded in the sky. 3 months from now, the young master of the Cao family will hold an engagement ceremony. All factions must send representatives to attend. If any of them fail to attend, the Cao family will visit them one by one later. Arrogant, overbearing, but in the entire fairyland, no one dared to show that it was not difficult. Because this is the message transmitted throughout the entire fairyland. It is something that only emperors of the 9th rank or above can do. Interesting. In that case, I will give Cao Wenbin a big gift. Long Zime, come with me. I want to apply something to your important parts. I just don't believe that I can't kill that guy like this. The Phoenix clan's treasure house. I don't know how long it took, but Cao Wenbin, who had kept his eyes closed, finally slowly opened his eyes. No vision appeared, but not far away from him, Long Ji, who was watching him nervously, suddenly took several steps back. Late Nirvana. That's not right. Even if he is in the late stage of Nirvana, he can't have such a strong aura. What the hell did this guy get here? Obviously, Long Ji didn't know about the heart of the first Phoenix. However, Long Ji understood that she was definitely no match for Cao Wenbin now. The days of losing in bed and getting back at someone outside the bed are gone forever. And that is indeed the case. At this moment, Cao Wenbin is more than enough to beat 10 of her. Interesting, really interesting. I thought it would be the heart of the first phoenix that replaced the original heart, but I didn't expect it to be two hearts coexisting. The trump card, this is definitely the biggest trump card. Oh, what a pity. Why is it a heart? It would be much better if it was a kidney. Oh, by the way, it's said that Zhun Xiaoyao has 6 kidneys. I guess I need to find a chance to borrow 2 from him. Just as Cao Wenbin was laughing foolishly, an extremely angry voice sounded in his sea of consciousness. Mr. Cao, look at what you've done. Cao Wenbin was slightly stunned, and then asked unhappily, what did I do? If you don't explain clearly today, then I will. The words are not finished yet. Because he didn't know what to say anymore. He would never have thought that when he was refining the heart of the first phoenix, he actually refined the soul of the first phoenix unconsciously. As the investigation deepened, Cao Wenbin was pleasantly surprised to find that Shi Feng at this time had already developed a deep connection with him. He could even decide whether the woman was in phoenix form or human form. In other words, this beauty who ranks second and has many dogs bootlicking her is now completely hers. A mistake. I can guarantee with my ancestors' integrity that this was definitely a mistake. Although he said so, he couldn't hide the smile on Cao Wenbin's face. That guy has a shitty personality. Although she was still so arrogant, Cao Wenbin could clearly feel that this woman no longer dared to be as arrogant as before. The tone of his voice also subconsciously lowered him. You will be nice to me in the future, right? Without any hesitation, Cao Wenbin nodded directly. That's for sure. Of course, I will make you suffer in some places. But this isn't directed at you, it's the same for all women. She rolled her eyes at Cao Wenbin and said, you're such a scumbag. I originally thought your ancestor was quite the bastard. I never thought that you, the younger generation, would actually surpass my master. By the way, can you really find the Chaos Golden Flame? If this hadn't happened, Cao Wenbin would never have told the truth. But now, he is not hiding it. He immediately revealed that the Medicine Emperor would possess the Chaos Golden Flame in the future. After receiving this news, a gleam of brilliance immediately flashed across Shi Feng's eyes. Are you going to be resurrected so soon? It seems that Cao Wenbin is really my destined son. The only thing that makes me unhappy is that if I follow him, my generational status will drop significantly. But it doesn't matter. After all, there is nothing perfect in this world. The most urgent task now is to revive as soon as possible. Thinking of this, she immediately floated to Cao Wenbin's ear. Now that you have a clue, you must work harder. I forgot to tell you, I am a phoenix with dual attributes of thunder and fire. The sooner you find the Chaos Golden Flame, the sooner you'll experience the simultaneous warmth and numbness. Chapter 62 Mystery in the Womb. I have to say, Shi Feng knows how to seduce people. And Cao Wenbin was indeed tempted. Just wait, at most 10 years, I will definitely let you know how painful it is to be a woman. After saying that, Cao Wenbin immediately withdrew from his sea of consciousness. Then he shouted at Longji, please let me ride it again, we should go back. Cao Wenbin couldn't say the rest. Because his attention was attracted by the little guy in Longji's arms. Don't tell me she came out of that egg. That's right, at this moment Longji is no longer alone. She didn't know when a little baby about 2 years old appeared in her arms. The little guy was wearing a bright red dress and had 2 little buns on his head. He looked as adorable as it could be. I'm always surprised by something I haven't seen before. This is called the mystery of the womb. Once her spiritual intelligence is awakened, she will be able to return to her original state. Ignoring Longji, who was full of contempt, Cao Wenbin was very curious and immediately came over. Judging from his expression, he seemed to want to hug this little girl. But unfortunately, Longji didn't give him any chance at all. With a flash of his figure, he instantly widened the distance between the two of them. Don't even think about doing anything weird to Linglong. Cao Wenbin rolled his eyes. Can you be more healthy in your thinking? She's just a little girl, what can I do to her? You know I like it cooked. Longji was stunned. Just when she was considering whether to trust Cao Wenbin once, Feng Linglong in her arms had already made the choice for her. Hug, hug. Longji's face turned dark. Looking for a man right after birth. You can't live without a man. But Feng Linglong was just like Cao Wenbin and ignored her. After struggling to break free from her arms, he rushed towards Cao Wenbin with his short legs. Haha, my popularity with women is really awesome. Kill them all. By the way, how long will she last in this state? Long Ji is very hurt. So she answered weakly, if it's fast, maybe 3 to 5 years. If it's slow, I'm not sure. Not long. He nodded, and then Cao Wenbin began to pinch Feng Linglong's little face with great interest. And Feng Linglong also cooperated very well. But children are children after all, and they soon lost their patience. Then, from her cherry lips came out a sentence that even Cao Wenbin couldn't accept. Brother, Linglong is hungry. You want to die. Long Ji, who was already going crazy, snatched Feng Linglong away and then disappeared on the spot. Cao Wenbin vaguely heard one sentence. You can drink anything from now on, but you are not allowed to drink milk. Do you hear me? Husband, where are we going now? Of course we're going back to the Cao family's ancestral home. After all, my engagement ceremony is about to begin. All right. The dragon-shaped Long Ji curled his lips, and then flew towards the center of Zhongzhou with all his strength. At the beginning, everything was fine. But just as the man, the dragon, and the phoenix were about to fly over a huge swamp. Boom. First, a violent explosion sounded not far away from the few people, and then a loud roar reached the ears of the 3 people. Shameless brat, hand over my wife immediately. Otherwise, my Qilin clan will never coexist with you. Cao Wenbin laughed. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect to meet a fellow traveler in such a remote place. To forcibly seize someone's wife is truly a role model for our generation. But as he smiled, his brows slowly furrowed. The Qilin tribe, forcibly seizing his wife. How come all of this is so similar to the plot of Lin Dong in Dragon King from Another World? Stop. Husband, you are not going to take a dip in the water. That won't do. I can tell from what I hear that Qilin is at least at the early stage of quasi-saint. If we start looking for trouble, we might end up getting ourselves into trouble. Having said that, Long Ji still stopped. Then the pedestrian traffic was restored. We have to wade into this muddy water, whether we want or not. Because the guy being hunted is my cousin. Long Ji was stunned. After a few seconds, she said with admiration, this is really the case that if you are not from the same family, you will not enter the same door. You, the young master of the Cao family, forced your subordinate's wife to cheat on you, and your cousin is even more outrageous. He directly raped a decent woman in broad daylight. You have completely disgraced the immortal force. Without paying any attention to Long Ji, Cao Wenbin made some preparations and then quietly walked over. And things did not disappoint him. The one who was running away was Lin Dong. What are you going to do? Cold salad. After giving an evil laugh, Cao Wenbin turned around and rushed towards a cave not far away without any hesitation. There is no intention of rescuing Lin Dong at all. This time, Long Ji was really numb. You're not going to help. Help me. My cousin is very lucky. There are people who can kill him, but it's definitely not this Qilin. So what are you going to do now? Go steal the Qilin clan's Dewey holy flame. Long Ji felt dizzy and almost passed out. She never thought that Cao Wenbin could be so brave. That is the holy fire of Dewey, the lifeblood of the Qilin clan. Back then, a little white tiger was hunted down by the entire Qilin clan for 100 years just because it accidentally glanced at that thing. This is to steal it. Long Ji shuddered and didn't dare to think about it anymore. He stretched out his right hand and pulled Cao Wenbin back. Husband, can we stop making trouble? Come home with me. By the way, haven't you always wanted to experience the world of ice and fire? As long as you follow me now, I will satisfy you immediately after we reach a safe area. In Long Ji's opinion, since she had put forward this condition, there was absolutely no reason for Cao Wenbin to refuse. But I didn't expect. Didn't you say before that you couldn't make it half ice and half fire? It seems you are lying to me. Just wait for me. Once I get the Dewey holy flame, I'll show you how I'm going to deal with you. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge force suddenly emerged from Cao Wenbin's body. Then Long Ji discovered that he had lost control of his body. Fortunately, she can still speak. So she immediately began to persuade him earnestly. My husband, the Qilin tribe values the Dewey holy flame very much. If we try to steal it with our strength, we will be sending ourselves to eat. There are so many young ladies in this world waiting for you to rescue. How can they live without you? Chapter 63, Intercept. Cao Wenbin didn't explain anything. His strategy is you do your thing and I do mine. So, Long Ji was in despair. So the moment she entered the cave, she began to say goodbye to Feng Linglong. Mom, I'm so sorry. You just resurrected, and I put you in danger again. But I really tried my best. If you want to blame someone, blame this stubborn donkey in front of you. If he listened to even one word I said. The more he spoke, the quieter Longji's voice became. It's not that she was afraid of Cao Wenbin's revenge, but she had already discovered something wrong. How could it be so quiet where the Dway holy flame is hidden? Could it be? Found it. Cao Wenbin raised the corner of his mouth, and then said with a smug look on his face, "That's right, it's the Qilin clan's charity day recently. And the Qilin who just went out to chase my cousin is the only guard of the Qilin tribe. You don't really think that the holy flame of Dulwich can make me risk my life for you? Am I that worthless? The so-called Day of Doing Good is actually a festival unique to the Qilin tribe. Once every 10 years. When the festival arrives, all Qilin, regardless of their strength, even the emperor, will spontaneously go out to do good deeds. And this behavior will last for a full half-month. It is precisely because of this that the Qilin has become an auspicious beast loved by all the people in the fairyland. As for the reasons behind the current situation, in fact, Lin Dong had already been planning the Dway holy flame. As soon as the Qilin tribe determined who would stay behind, he immediately began to stroll around the area frequently. The purpose is to hook up with Qilin's wife who stayed behind. And God helps those who work hard. By chance, Lin Dong finally met the Qilin named Mo Yu. Originally, Lin Dong had basically no chance. After all, time is really tight. But just when he was about to use the power of the medicine to get on the bus first and buy the ticket later, the Qilin who stayed behind suddenly came to his aid. It's off the rails. And as luck would have it, Mo Yu discovered it. So, Mo Yu ran to Lin Dong to complain. As for what happens next? Then why didn't you say so earlier? Are you enjoying seeing me make a fool of myself? In order to hide his embarrassment, Longji originally planned to hit Cao Wenbin lightly. But as soon as she raised her hand, she stopped again. That's not right. Even if you can get the Dway holy flame, how can you escape? You should know that the great emperors of the Qilin clan became emperors with the help of the Dway holy fire. As soon as the remaining Qilin sends a signal, they will definitely rush back at the first opportunity. Don't tell me you have a way to slip away from the emperor's nose. Cao Wenbin shrugged. Why not? Remember, if you don't want to die, you must trust me unconditionally. When I run away later, even if the route I take is nonsense, you must follow closely. Do you understand? The gap between us can only be 2 steps at most. If it's more than 2 steps, you will definitely die. Cao Wenbin was not exaggerating. Just stating the facts. In the original novel, after Lin Dong snatched the Dway holy flame, he ran into the swamp for his life. Finally, he narrowly escaped by entering a secret realm. However, the pet bear that had always followed him was beaten to death by the emperor. When he died, he was only 3 steps away from the secret realm. I see. After taking a deep breath, Longji nodded heavily. Although she didn't like to put her fate in the hands of others, she had no other choice now. After all, she doesn't have the ability to escape from the emperor. Are you ready? As they were talking, the 2 of them had already reached the deepest part of the cave. And on an altar not far from them, a ball of milky white flame was burning fiercely. Okay, you get the fire. After receiving a positive answer, Cao Wenbin did not hesitate at all. He waved his hand lightly and performed the fire control technique immediately. Chapter 64. A very handsome protector. Stop. Cao Wenbin's plan is indeed very good. But plans can never keep up with changes. Just as the Dway holy fire was about to enter his hands, a delicate cry suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful young woman with long hair and an unusually plump figure appeared not far from Cao Wenbin. Put down the sacred flame quickly, or I'll chop off your claws. Cao Wenbin frowned. His eyes seemed to be welded to the person and did not leave for a long time. It's not that this woman is so beautiful, but her appearance is so weird. In the records of the Dragon King from another world, there is no such person as her in this passage. Who are you? You guys are not worthy of knowing my identity. I say again, put down the sacred flame immediately. I don't know if it's because she hasn't been nourished for too long, but this woman has a very bad temper. As soon as Cao Wenbin asked the question, he was immediately counterattacked. So, Cao Wenbin also exploded. It seems your upper mouth won't speak properly anymore. In that case, I'll sew it up for you. And then I'll teach you how to talk with that bottom mouth. 7 stars point to life. As soon as he finished speaking, 7 lights appeared above Cao Wenbin's head. Immediately afterwards, 3 of the lights lit up one after another. And Cao Wenbin's cultivation level was instantly raised to the early stage of quasi-saint. It's truly worthy of being the technique used by the great emperor. 3 lamps can actually allow me to break through to the quasi-saint realm. If all 7 lamps were lit. The more he thought about it, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. But the young woman not far away was dismissive of this. Is this the basis for your boastful words? You're really a frog in a well. Today, I, Yun Qingzu, will show you, a toad, what a Tianhe river is. Although she said so, her expression no longer had the casualness she had before. But that's true. Before, Cao Wenbin's strength was only at the late stage of nirvana, while she was at the peak of quasi-saint. There is an insurmountable gap between the two sides. She can easily crush them just by relying on her realm. But now, the two of them are only 2 small realms apart. If you want to win, you'll have to put in some effort. At this moment, Yun Qingzu also had doubts in his heart. Because anyone who can use such a life-threatening technique must have an extraordinary background. But soon, she calmed down again. I am now young Master Lin Dong's protector. With this status, why should I be afraid of others? Thinking of this, a hint of pride immediately appeared at the corner of Yun Qingzu's mouth. Then she no longer hesitated and drew the sword from her waist. Lingxiao sword technique. As the roar sounded, a sword energy went straight to Cao Wenbin's face. Logically speaking, Cao Wenbin should avoid the limelight. After all, no matter from which perspective, he is not qualified to withstand this sword energy. But the reality is, heaven-shattering fist. Husband, no. Long Ji was horrified. In a hurry, she raised her hand and prepared to throw Feng Linglong towards the sword energy. Fortunately, she held back in the end. Otherwise, Feng Linglong might have to be reborn. Just as Long Ji was anxiously thinking of a countermeasure, the attacks of Cao Wenbin and Yun Qingzu had already collided with each other. Bang! Affected by the shock wave, the cave was shaking violently, and rubble was falling down in large pieces. It is obvious that this cave is about to collapse. But whether it was Long Ji or Yun Qingzu, their attention was not on this. Draw. Impossible. Yun Qingzu's fox eyes were full of disbelief. Like Shui Ru, she is the master's maid in name only. Therefore, the skills she used were all top-notch. Before this, fighting against opponents of higher levels was a common occurrence for her. Those of the same level are suppressed at will. As for those whose realm is lower than hers. To put it bluntly, she never even looked at that kind of garbage. But today, she was taught a lesson by someone who was 1 level lower than her. This is because she has a good attitude. If it were an ordinary person, he would have collapsed. Who the hell are you? This time, it was Yun Qingzu's turn to ask this question. But the answer she got was, you are not worthy of knowing my identity. But don't worry, when I pin you down and you scream, I'll leave you a clue. After all, I can't let my son be without a father. Yun Qingzu's nose was almost crooked from anger. At the same time, I also understood what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot. Okay, just lie down obediently. Heaven-shattering fist. The same moves, but different momentum. At this moment, Yun Qingzu actually felt a hint of holy power. Damn it, this must be an illusion. How could this kid, who hasn't even grown all his hair yet, possibly reach the threshold of becoming a saint? Damn it, I'm going to fight her. If it doesn't work, I'll just open my legs. Since your life isn't in danger, there's nothing to be afraid of. After making the decision, Yun Qingzu immediately swung the sword in his hand. Soon, a sword curtain appeared in front of her. Chapter 65, Warm-Hearted Cousin. Boom. The sword and fist soon collided with each other. As for the results, without any surprise, the cave collapsed directly. The commotion here finally woke up the Qilin, which had lost its mind and only wanted to kill Lin Dong. The holy fire cave collapsed. Oh no, we've fallen into a trap. After making this judgment, the Qilin named Mo Bei immediately turned back into human form. The next moment, he started writing and drawing on the ground. Lin Dong, who had specialized in studying Qilin, knew that Mo Bei was calling for his ancestor. And this method takes only 1 minute. In other words, if he cannot get into the secret realm within 1 minute, then he will die without a burial place. As for relying on family, that's impossible. No force dares to provoke the Qilin clan if they are not in the right. Because the vast majority of people in this race are stubborn. If things go wrong, they might really dare to launch an imperial war, or even an immortal war. Damn, what the hell is going on? Isn't Aunt Yun guarding the Dway sacred flame for me? How come the holy fire cave collapsed just by watching it? Did we encounter the enemy? While Lin Dong was pondering, he quickly flew towards the holy fire cave. Originally, he was planning to kill the enemy for Yun Qingzu without thinking twice after arriving at the destination. But when he really saw the situation on the field, he was completely numb. Cousin Wenbin, why is he here instead of at home preparing for the engagement ceremony? Also, isn't this kid a waste? Even if he awakened the forbidden body a few months ago, he wouldn't be able to fight Aunt Yun to a draw. Shaking his head, Lin Dong didn't dare to delay any longer. With a flash of his body, he rushed directly towards the battle group. Of course, his strategy changed. It's no longer a fight, but a fight of separation. Cousin Wenbin, Aunt Yun, please stop it. Don't fight anymore. Upon hearing this, Cao Wenbin immediately retracted the third sky-breaking fist that was about to be launched. At the same time, an expression of, as expected, appeared on his face. Cao Wenbin is not stupid. At first, he might not react. But such a long buffer period was enough for him to analyze Yun Qingzu's general identity. The only thing he hasn't figured out yet is why Lin Dong didn't let Yun Qingzu kill the Qilin directly, but chose to lure it himself. Different from Cao Wenbin's calmness, after hearing these words, Yun Qingzu's pair of chopstick-like legs in flesh-colored stockings began to tremble. She actually wanted to kill the young master of the Cao family. And forced others to use life-threatening martial arts. And he also said a lot of dirty words. At this moment, Yun Qingzu felt that his future was bleak. My mouth is full of bitterness. This basket is probably too big for my several mouths to swallow. Originally, she thought this might be the end of her life. After all, the Lin family would never offend Cao Wenbin for her. As long as the little brat in front of him complains, Lin Dong will definitely let her commit suicide in order to prevent the relationship between the Cao and Lin families from being damaged. But just when she was thinking about what last words to leave, she was surprised to find that Cao Wenbin had no intention of complaining at all. What does he mean by this? This time, Yun Qingzu was really confused. But if you can survive, that's good. So, she just started pretending to be a quail. Reduce your presence as much as possible. Of course, she was also following the main group. After all, she knew exactly how dangerous this place was. While she was daydreaming, Cao Wenbin and Lin Dong were running and chatting. Cousin Wenbin, why are you here when you're not at home preparing for the engagement ceremony? Also, when did you have a daughter this big? It was obvious that Lin Dong treated a man, a dragon, and a phoenix as a family of three. He rolled his eyes lightly. Cao Wenbin ran for his life while taking the time to retort, what's with your eyes? Can't you see that this little girl is a phoenix? She's currently in the mystery stage of being in the womb. When she replies, her strength will scare you to death. This is not bragging. Because according to Long Ji, when Feng Linglong was at her peak, she had the cultivation level of a 6th grade great emperor. As for why you are here, Cao Wenbin shrugged his shoulders, and his meaning was very clear, that is, he came for this little phoenix. I never thought that I would get another Dway holy flame just as I was about to go back. After saying that, he took out the milky white flame and showed it off. That look really deserves a beating. However, when the flame appeared, it forced Yun Qingzu, who was originally following them, to retreat a little. There's no way, Cao Wenbin and the other two are immune to fire. Because Lin Dong was wearing the imperial weapon, the fire god armor, he could barely endure the high temperature of the Dway holy fire. But Yun Qingzu, who had nothing, couldn't bear it. This was the reason why she just guarded the sacred fire and didn't reach out to take it. Chapter 66 Swordsmanship defeats the Emperor. Wenbin, quickly put away the sacred flame. The test was so uncomfortable. By the way, you said this little girl is a phoenix, doesn't that mean? Lin Dong couldn't say the next words. Because where Mo Bei was originally standing, a beam of light had already shot up into the sky. Not good. The signal has been sent. The Qilin clan's emperor is about to return. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Dong's voice fell, a crack slowly appeared on the edge of the light column. It is not difficult to see that the emperor who was summoned back should not be very strong. At least it's much worse than Zhao Yuaner. After all, Zhao Yuaner has always been able to tear the void in one go, so it wouldn't be so difficult at all. But no matter how weak he is still an emperor. They may not be considered important in the eyes of the big guys, but crushing them to death is definitely not much more difficult than crushing an ant. Don't resist. I'm the strongest and fastest here. So it's best for me to lead you. Hearing this, Longji subconsciously felt a little resistance. Being familiar with Cao Wenbin's methods, she naturally understood that the next thing to appear would be the heaven-swallowing tower. But she also knew that what Cao Wenbin said was right. So I suppressed the discomfort in my heart. Collect. Soon, Cao Wenbin was the only one left at the scene. Immediately afterwards, he used his magical and versatile body skills to the extreme. With the cultivation level of an early quasi-saint and the help of the golden silk sun-chasing boots, Cao Wenbin at this moment was like teleporting. In the blink of an eye, he was already 100 miles away. Originally, Cao Wenbin thought that there would be no more accidents in this matter. After all, in Dragon King of another world, even Lin Dong, who was at the peak of Nirvana realm, could escape death, so naturally, it would be no problem for him, a pseudo-quasi-saint. But he forgot that Lin Dong is the child of destiny. Everything can turn out well. But what about him? According to the original plot, the grass on his grave should be 1 meter high now. So there was no suspense and the accident happened soon. Ancestor, that guy stole the Dewey holy flame, please come out quickly. Seeing Cao Wenbin running farther and farther away and about to disappear, Mo Bei became anxious. As soon as he said this, an angry roar immediately sounded from the other side of the crack in space. Shameless little thief, you're looking for death. As soon as the voice fell, the speed at which the space cracks expanded immediately increased a lot. Obviously, the emperor on the other side of the crack must have used some secret method. Depend on. Cao Wenbin was furious. He knew that he had to find a way, otherwise he would never be able to escape. We must block him there. If there were no space constraints, even if there were 10 of me, I wouldn't be enough for him to kill. After making up his mind, Cao Wenbin took out the Rakshasa sword. Of course, he didn't expect this imperial weapon to help him defend against the enemy, but sword cultivation. That's right, Cao Wenbin pulled out another trump card. A trump card that he has never used since he got it. In an instant, the situation changed drastically. The sword energy that had been nurtured for several months, once it was released, shocked the world. Wherever the sword light passes, time and space are distorted. Not to mention others, even Cao Wenbin, the instigator, was stunned at this moment. Gurgle. Is this the sword energy I chopped out? Just when Cao Wenbin was falling into self-doubt, Mo Bei, who had been roaring just now, had been turned into minced meat by the aftermath of the sword energy. As for the main body of the sword energy, it continued to rush towards the space crack. You deserve it, for talking too much. I just don't understand. It's just a doorman job, and I don't pay you. What the hell are you doing? After complaining harshly, Cao Wenbin turned around and left. No delay at all, because he understood that although this attack was powerful, it would at most cause some trouble to the emperor. Wanting to completely stop it from coming is simply wishful thinking. Of course, if this sword energy had been nurtured for several years, that would be a different story. And the facts are indeed as Cao Wenbin expected. This sword energy only delayed the emperor for 3 seconds. But this is enough for Cao Wenbin. When the Qilin clan's emperor, whose eyes had turned blue with anger, came over, Cao Wenbin had already stepped into the secret realm. Goodbye. Ah, little thief, I, Mo Yuan, swear, even if it means my soul is destroyed, I will kill you. At this moment, Mo Yuan was so angry that his right leg started digging the ground. This is a sign that he is about to charge in beast form. But unfortunately, he soon lost his target. Inside the secret realm, Cao Wenbin, whose cultivation had fallen back to the late stage of nirvana, released Longji and others with a wave of his hand. After a brief period of adaptation, Lin Dong rushed to Cao Wenbin in 2 steps. He first stretched out his hands to grab Cao Wenbin's arm, and then asked excitedly, "You actually have 2 emperors imprisoned in your tower. Tell me quickly, how did you catch them?" The emperors he was talking about were the 2 from the Zhong family. The corners of his mouth curled up, and then Cao Wenbin said proudly, "These are the pigs that Sister Yuaner caught for me for my training." Lin Dong was stunned, but soon, he jumped up. "Sister Yuaner. Damn, You captured Zhao Yuan'er. Chapter 67 Riddles. Isn't it obvious? If I don't know the whole story, Sister Yuan'er can personally help me capture the emperor. Although he knew that Cao Wenbin was bragging, a hint of jealousy still emerged in Lin Dong's heart. After all, that was Zhao Yuan'er, a proud daughter of heaven with countless halos. In this fairyland, there must be at least 3 digits of men who are thinking about her. As for the rest, it's not that you don't care about it, but that you have self-awareness. An ancestor of his family cut his own heart meridians when he learned that Zhao Yuan'er was going to get married. Fortunately, it was discovered early, otherwise the happy event might have turned into a funeral. And with a beauty of this level, let alone doing anything else, just holding hands or giving a hug would be enough to make you happy for a long time. If only I could. Thinking of this, Lin Dong's eyes lit up, and then without saying a word, he reached out and hugged Cao Wenbin's neck. Cousin Wenbin, your cousin has been good to you since you were little, right? Glancing at Lin Dong, who had a sinister look on his face, Cao Wenbin nodded affirmatively. That's quite good. I still remember when we were little, you took me to spy on my aunt taking a bath, and when we were caught, you used me as a scapegoat. Lin Dong sweated profusely. Why is this guy so vindictive? That was so many years ago. Ahem, you have to understand me, kid. Choose the lesser of 2 evils. You were young then, so the elders definitely wouldn't have killed you. Cao Wenbin rolled his eyes. Thank you. Okay, tell me what you want to say. There are some goodies waiting for us not far away. Without beating around the bush, Lin Dong gathered his thoughts and said, Wenbin, please teach me how to seduce the emperor. I know that there is someone in our Lin family who is in a similar situation to Senior Zhao. Although his looks can't compare to Senior Zhao's, his charm. Lin Dong became more and more excited as he spoke. But he didn't notice that a wicked smile had already appeared at the corner of Cao Wenbin's mouth. Cao Wenbin knows the person Lin Dong is talking about. That is a 4th-grade emperor. She is not the most beautiful, but with her status as an emperor, she is also a famous beauty. But Cao Wenbin also knew that this woman was extremely loyal. Take reputation very seriously. This is a good opportunity to get back at him. In an instant, all the bad thoughts in his stomach rushed into Cao Wenbin's mind. Cousin, do you really want to learn? Think. Then come closer. This is a unique skill that can't be shown to others easily. After laying the groundwork, Cao Wenbin said mysteriously, the secret to my success is just 5 words. A good woman is afraid of a clinging man. Lin Dong frowned. Will this work? Of course. The emperor is usually very lonely. Under such circumstances, you suddenly broke into her life, which must have been more effective. Remember, the key to this move lies in the word entanglement. As soon as there is time, we must get involved immediately. Oh, and make more witty remarks. Even tell her dirty jokes if necessary. What Cao Wenbin said makes sense. After Lin Dong thought about it for a moment, he felt that it made sense. So, Wenbin, I'll remember this favor as your brother. If you have any problems in the future, just tell me. Even if I have to go through fire and water, I, Lin Dong, will never frown. Cao Wenbin smiled. But this smile is extremely intriguing. And go through fire and water. You must save your legs first. Of course, Cao Wenbin didn't say this. Instead, he continues to maintain his image as a good brother. By the way, cousin, can you tell jokes or riddles? Lin Dong was stunned. Then he scratched his head embarrassedly. I really don't know how to do this. Wenbin, why don't you just be a good person and send the Buddha to the West? He glared at Lin Dong in a speechless manner. You are so unromantic. No wonder I've only had one Mo Yu in all these years. Well, I can only think of one for now, so I'll tell you first. It's a riddle. Woman's fat, hit a child's food. Lin Dong frowned. At the same time, his brain started working rapidly. But soon, bitterness appeared on his face. Because he had no clue. But when he was about to find the answer that Cao Wenbin wanted, he discovered that his cousin had already rushed towards the ancient building not far away. Wenbin, you haven't given me an answer yet. Let's talk about it after we finish exploring this secret realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin disappeared into the building. Master, let's follow. If it's too late, there will be nothing left for us. Although what Yun Qingzu said made sense, Lin Dong's movements were still very slow. And judging from the way he kept scratching his head, he was obviously still pondering the riddle. Don't worry, cousin Wenbin won't eat alone. Don't forget, his mother, Lin Xian, is my aunt. Chapter 68, Planning Jun Xiaoyao's husband. What is the answer to that riddle? Obviously, not only Lin Dong couldn't figure out the answer, but Long Ji, the ancient freak, couldn't figure it out either. It's Shizhalong. Cao Wenbin answered very casually. But Long Ji, who was awakened, blushed immediately. As for Lin Dong, who just walked in. Great. Jelly, what a jelly. Wenbin, why didn't I realize you were so talented before? Cao Wenbin rolled his eyes at him and did not continue to dwell on this topic. After Lin Dong walked up to him, he pointed to the corridors on both sides and said, what a coincidence. There are 2 passages here. How about we each take one? No problem, but I'm going to take the left one. As soon as the serious matter was mentioned, Lin Dong immediately became serious. At the same time, his eyes, which had 4 eyeballs, began to emit light. Damn it, are you shameless? He actually used his double pupils to cheat. Having said that, there was no trace of anger on Cao Wenbin's face. Because he knew that even if the things in the left channel were given to him, he would not be able to use them. So, after finishing his complaints, Cao Wenbin turned around and walked towards the passage on the right. Without any hesitation. Soon, the only people left at the scene were Long Ji holding Feng Linglong and Yun Qingzu, who was alone. Originally, Yun Qingzu thought she could finally take a break. But just as she was looking for a place to sit, Long Ji spoke. My husband asked me to bring you a message. Yun Qingzu's body tensed up instantly, and her face lost all color. She knew that Cao Wenbin would not let her go so easily. If you have anything to say, let Master Cao tell me in person. This way I can better listen to the teachings. Long Ji smiled. She naturally understood what Yun Qingzu meant. Isn't it just to delay until Lin Dong comes back? Who do you think is closer to Lin Dong, you or my husband? If something really happens, do you think the Lin family will side with you or with my husband? Yun Qingzu was silent. The corners of his mouth were filled with bitterness. Towards whom? Is this even necessary? The broken bones are connected with tendons. And what about her? To put it nicely, he is Lin Dong's protector, but to put it bluntly, he is just a reserve gun mount. Go ahead. I did something wrong before, and I am willing to accept the punishment. Long Ji nodded with satisfaction. Yes, a man who knows the times is a hero. Don't worry, my husband doesn't want to spread your legs, but he wants you to help him invite someone during a specific period of time. Yun Qingzu was stunned. She never thought that Cao Wenbin would put forward such a condition. Is it that simple? What else? You don't really think my husband is after your body? Please, if that's the case, it won't be a punishment, it will be a reward. Yun Qingzu agreed with this point. After all, being able to sleep with the young master of the Cao family is the dream of most women in the fairyland. Whether married or single. But this request is too weird. Is there anyone in this world that Cao Wenbin can't invite, but I can? What she didn't know was that there really were such people. And he is an extremely important person. Jun Xiaoyao's mother, Zhongzhou. That's right, she is the mother of the first male protagonist in Dragon King from another world. During this period, no one could have imagined that Yun Qingzu, a woman with little presence, would have a connection with the powerful Zhong family. More than 300 years ago, the then head of the Zhong family was ambushed by his enemies while exploring a secret realm. Originally, it was a dead end. But at the critical moment, Yun Qingzu's ancestor rescued the head of the Zhong family, allowing the head of the Zhong family to escape. Although they escaped, both of them were seriously injured. The Zhong family has a deep foundation, and after paying some price, it was naturally easy for them to save the head of the family. But the Yun family was a small family, so Yun Qingzu's ancestor died as soon as he returned home. Before he died, he tried his best to take out a jade pendant from his arms. As for words, he didn't say a single word. Thus, the powerful effect of this jade pendant was completely buried in history. But others don't know the value of this jade pendant, but Cao Wenbin knows it. This jade pendant was given to the ancestor of the Yun family by the patriarch of the Zhong family when the 2 old guys fled separately. And also made a promise. As long as someone from the Yun family comes to the door with the jade pendant, the Zhong family will definitely help them fulfill any wish. Of course, this is just a polite remark. However, it is not difficult to use this jade pendant to make a date with Zhongzhou. And this is exactly what Cao Wenbin is interested in. He wants to find a suitable opportunity to capture Zhongzhou. As for what happens next. Hey, what are you thinking about? Are you willing to cooperate with my husband? Yes, of course. Chapter 69. Use the supreme bone to strengthen your right hand. In the passage on the right, Cao Wenbin was running wildly. But the more he ran, the slower he became. When he first came in, every time he lifted his legs, he could run at least a few hundred meters, but now, he couldn't even run 10 meters. Of course, this wasn't because he was physically exhausted, but the gravity in this space is actually slowly increasing. Hey, why does this method seem a little familiar? And at the moment when Cao Wenbin made his judgment, Shifeng, who had been hiding in his heart, actually spoke for the first time. Little guy, try punching the wall with all your strength. Although he didn't know what Shifeng's purpose was, Cao Wenbin still did it the first time. After all, he has eaten more salt than he has walked. In this case, it is definitely right to listen to experienced people. Devil King Fist. Boom. If it were outside, Cao Wenbin, who was in the late stage of nirvana, might not be able to smash a mountain with one punch, but he could still make it shorter. But here, his punch couldn't even knock down a bit of stone. How is this possible? It's really him. Cao Wenbin was stunned. Then he immediately asked, who is this guy? The Supreme of Strength, Shi Hao. If nothing unexpected happens, this secret place you found should be Shi Hao's training ground before he became famous. You are here to train strength and willpower. As for your cousin, he should be training in Chile and strategy. Little guy, no matter what, you must finish this journey. Because at the end of the road, there is a supreme bone placed by Shi Hao. As long as you can get it, your strength and potential will definitely have a qualitative leap. I secretly gave Shifeng a thumbs up. At this moment, Cao Wenbin was really convinced. As expected of a man who has lived for nearly 10,000 years, his knowledge is truly unmatched. What he knew was actually more detailed than what was recorded by the Dragon King from another world. Why, you don't have confidence? Seeing that Cao Wenbin didn't move for a long time, Shifeng thought that he was scared, so he immediately used provocation. But she was obviously overthinking it. No confidence. You're such a joke. Cao Wenbin didn't say anything harsh. He took a deep breath and continued running. And this run lasted for 3 full days. In the end, the only thing left for him was the instinct to lift his legs. As for the speed, it was extremely slow. I couldn't take a step for several minutes. The only thing that made Cao Wenbin feel relieved was that he had seen an arch. If nothing goes wrong, as long as I step over the arch, I can escape from this damn gravity zone. Little guy, you should burst out with all your strength. There are only the last 5 meters left. If all else fails, just imagine the arch is your favorite thing. As long as you keep trying, you can. As I said, Shifeng knows how to seduce people. As soon as she finished speaking, a surge of great power immediately emerged from Cao Wenbin's body. Then, he crossed the 5-meter distance that seemed like a chasm just now in 2 steps. Bump. Without any surprise, as soon as he left the gravity zone, Cao Wenbin immediately fell to the ground. His chest was like a bellows, rising and falling violently. This secret realm is truly tortuous. After resting for only half a minute, Cao Wenbin stood up despite enduring the discomfort. After all, you can take a break anytime. The most urgent task now is to get the supreme bone. As Cao Wenbin turned his head, an arm bone emitting bursts of golden light and pressure came into his sight. This object was quietly suspended above an altar, with no protection around it. However, you should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. Although he didn't notice anything unusual, Cao Wenbin still circled the altar several times before taking the supreme bone. After making sure that there really was no trap, he reached out and held the supreme bone in his hand. Have you decided where to use it to strengthen it? Without even thinking, Cao Wenbin replied subconsciously, of course, strengthen the right hand. The shadow of Shifeng nodded. Yes, strengthening your right hand is indeed the most cost-effective for you. After all, every time you perform a punch, you use your right hand. Her analysis was very logical, but she had no idea that Cao Wenbin just wanted to have a golden right hand. Chapter 70. The good cabbages are eaten by pigs. Cao family ancestral home. The square, which used to be very spacious, is now filled with various airships. Of course, there are also various mounts. But their owner has long disappeared. The Qingyan sword sect of the northern continent has sent a gift to the young master, a sacred sword. Wow, the Qingyan sword sect is quite generous. I remember that their entire sect only has 7 holy swords, the onlookers near the ceremony table were discussing. The Peacock dynasty of Zhongzhou has sent a gift to the young master, 10 heaven-snatching pills and 100 drops of 10,000-year-old stalactites. Look, this is a real bloody expense. The heaven-snatching pill, that's a top-notch holy-level elixir that can revive the dead. At this moment, most of the onlookers had red eyes. But no one dared to have any bad thoughts. After all, this is not a place where you can act wild. If you are a dragon, you have to coil up. Even if you are a tiger, you have to lie down. In the following period, their conjunctivitis became more and more serious, with no sign of improvement. But that's true, the later a force appears, the stronger it will definitely be. The more valuable the gift is, the more valuable it is. But there are exceptions to everything, and this time is no exception. Look, the Jun family, who is also an immortal force, sent an extremely insulting gift. The Jun family gave a bell as a gift. That's right, the people from the Jun family gave us a bell. A huge bronze bell that is 100 meters high. Has the relationship between the Cao family and the Jun family deteriorated to this extent? You're ignorant, aren't you? Last time, when Jun Xiaoyao from the Jun family was born, the Cao family was even more ruthless. They directly gave him a piece of a pig's tail. What does this mean? Cover the rear. It's strange to say, the Jun family, who have a feud with the Cao family, have sent people, but the Lin family, who have been married to the Cao family for generations, have not made any move yet. Is there even a need to ask? They must have been in long ago. After all, they are a serious family. Okay, let's go in quickly. My intuition tells me that this engagement party will be very interesting. This person was not wrong. At this moment, the inner hall of the Cao family was extremely lively. It's not that someone is making trouble, but that Lin Xian is getting angry. You little brat, you're late for such a big thing as an engagement. Of course, Cao Wenbin was her flesh and blood after all, so Lin Xian didn't say anything harsh. As a result, Lin Dong suffered. Tell me, did you take my son to spy on someone taking a bath again? Lin Dong was sweating profusely, like a waterfall. God swears to my conscience. The reason why I came back on time this time has nothing to do with him. But he also knew that reasoning with a woman was useless. So he immediately changed the subject. Aunt, it's getting late, my cousin and I are going out first. If it's any later, it would be rude. After saying that, Lin Dong didn't give Lin Xian a chance to react. He pulled up Cao Wenbin, who had already changed his clothes, and ran straight to the hall. That's where the younger generations gather. Not a single old person. As for the purpose of doing this, it is of course to facilitate communication. As for the older generation, they were drinking tea in other places. By the way, sit back and watch the younger generations fight. And I don't know if it's because we have the same thoughts. In short, when Cao Wenbin walked into the hall, Zhongzhou happened to arrive as well. Looking at the woman in wedding dress walking towards them, Lin Dong's eyes widened instantly. Is this my sister-in-law? How about it, beautiful, right? He nodded heavily, it's really beautiful. Strange, why do I feel heartbroken? Cao Wenbin smiled. Under normal circumstances, this is your wife. It belongs to me now, you would be surprised if you weren't heartbroken. Cousin, it's not my brother who's not a human being, it's just that my sister-in-law is too charming. But I saved you. After all, this woman is very involved, you can't control her. Originally, Cao Wenbin wanted to have a few words with Lin Dong. But before he could open his mouth, Zhongzhou had already arrived. So, Cao Wenbin immediately forgot about his friendship for the sake of beauty and immediately forgot about Lin Dong. How about it? No one bullied you while I was away, right? Zhongzhou pursed her lips and smiled. How could anyone bully me? Don't forget, I came in through the main gate. Besides, my aunt and I are inseparable every day. Even if others want to give me a hard time, they won't have the chance. Cao Wenbin thought about it and it made sense, but Zhongzhou's address made him dissatisfied. Aunt, the engagement ceremony has already taken place, and you still haven't changed your mind. Looks like I have to shake up the husband's power. Just wait, tonight I will. Not surprisingly, Zhongzhou's little face turned red immediately. After all, she had never been in contact with a man since she was a child, so how could she have heard such dirty words? You want to die, saying this in public. Just as she raised her little hand to hit Cao Wenbin twice, a cold snort sounded in the hall. Humph, the good cabbages are eaten by pigs. Beauty, why don't you follow me? No matter how you look at it, I'm better than this guy from the Cao family. Don't worry, I don't care if you're secondhand. When you get to my side, you're still the legal wife. Chapter 71 The Skinny Long Rishan. As soon as these words were spoken, the hall, which had been bustling just a moment ago, suddenly became quiet. Then, everyone started looking for the person who spoke so wildly. Long Rishan. Did this guy take the wrong medicine? The Dragon clan and the Cao family have always kept to themselves. He must have been blinded by lust. After all, dragons are naturally lustful, so it's only natural that they couldn't control their mouths when seeing such a beautiful woman. How do you think Master Cao will respond to this guy? Of course I'll beat him up. What man can remain indifferent when seeing his woman being molested? Not necessarily. Don't forget, Cao Wenbin's divine body has only been awakened for a year at most. This time is too short. Even if the Cao family's resources are incredible, how much can they improve him? In my opinion, in the end, it will definitely be Lin Dong who will take the lead. Listening to the discussions around him, Long Rishan, who had become the focus, looked so proud. Then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he slowly walked to the center of the hall. Steady steps and extremely fast speed. However, compared with his handsome appearance in Fengku, he now looks skinny and bony. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that this guy must have been indulging himself in excessive sexual activity recently. Cao Wenbin. Originally, Long Rishan was planning to give an opening speech. But as the landlord, how could Cao Wenbin let him finish pretending? So as soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Cao Wenbin. Long Rishan, it seems you are itching for trouble. Tell me, how are you going to get beaten this time? As soon as these words were spoken, the other geniuses who were watching the excitement were shocked. Mad. It's so fucking crazy. As for Long Rishan, he was so angry that his eyes turned blue. In fact, if this happened at another time and place, Long Rishan would not be so angry. But now it's different. That Long Zime was watching him in another room. Although he has played everything he wanted to play in the past few months. But precisely because of this, he didn't want to make a fool of himself in front of Long Zime. Because he has experienced it, he wants to hold it for a long time. Cao Wenbin, you don't really think I'm afraid of you. Let me tell you, the reason I ran away last time was because you had helpers. If it's one-on-one, I can beat you to a pulp. Shrugging his shoulders, Cao Wenbin did not choose to continue talking nonsense. Instead, he rushed in front of Long Rishan in just a few steps. Since you are so confident, let's have a competition. How about the loser crippling his own hands? Good. Long Rishan answered very straightforwardly. In the eyes of others, this is a sign of his confidence. But only he himself knew that all this was planned long ago. Back then, the Medicine Emperor didn't let him touch Long Zime at all. So in order to achieve his goal, he fought to the death. He also threatened that unless he was killed, he would tell everything he knew to the top leaders of the Dragon clan after he got out. This time, Yaodi was numb. After all, in his plan, Long Rishan is an extremely important part. If Long Rishan refuses to cooperate, nothing can be accomplished. So, the Medicine Emperor immediately tortured Long Rishan. But knowing that there would be a beauty trap later, Long Rishan gritted his teeth. Even if the Medicine Emperor used the torture of Lingqi, he still couldn't make him surrender. And it was his persistence that allowed him to have the wonderful time that followed. Although this beauty is shared with others, he is content. However, just a dozen days ago, the Medicine Emperor suddenly found him and asked him if he wanted to have Long Zime all to himself. This time, how could he bear it any longer? Without any hesitation, he immediately said that as long as Long Zime was given to him, he could do anything. Originally, Long Rishan thought that the Medicine Emperor would ask him to do something outrageous. But Cheng didn't expect that the Medicine Emperor only asked him to provoke Cao Wenbin once at today's banquet. No matter whether he wins or loses, he will give Long Zime to him afterwards. To be honest, he knew there was something fishy going on, but he still couldn't help but want to give it a try. Humph, you have your tricks, and I have my tricks. If I can defeat Cao Wenbin this time, my status within the clan will definitely rise again. As long as I can enter the highest level of the library, I don't believe I can't find a way to break the ban. Thinking of this, Long Rishan's momentum suddenly became stronger. Cao Wenbin, prepare to die. Seeing that the protective shield in the hall had been opened, Long Rishan didn't wait any longer and immediately sacrificed the dragon seal. A divine dragon covers the sky. Right from the start, the killing move was used. From this, we can see how much he desires to win this competition. What made Long Rishan even happier was that Cao Wenbin was so arrogant as to only extend his right hand. Blocking the dragon seal with your hands. Do you think you are the supreme power? Although he was complaining, Long Rishan had no intention of letting go of this opportunity. With the seals in his hands, he immediately helped to speed up the dragon seal. Everyone, get ready to taste the meatloaf. Chapter 72 Long Zime appears. What on earth is Cao Wenbin thinking? Do you think he might have had enough of life and wanted to be reborn? If you were born into the Cao family and became the only heir, would you be willing to reincarnate again? I really can't figure it out. But the outcome of this match is definitely not in doubt. Obviously, none of the onlookers present were optimistic about Cao Wenbin. In fact, not only them, but even Zhongzhou is also not optimistic about her husband. After shouting loudly, Zhongzhou was ready to rush forward. But before she could take a step, a stream of energy blocked her way. Sister-in-law, there are rules for martial arts competitions. You can't interfere without permission. Rule. Bullshit rules. Is that thing useful to my Cao family, or to your Lin family? Don't hesitate, come with me. Lin Dong was stunned. Then he shook his head helplessly. He really didn't expect that this woman had this side. It seems that my cousin will have a hard time in the future. But he still didn't move. Because it is no longer necessary. Boom. While they were talking, the fighting had already started. As for the results, the divine dragon seal, which was so powerful that it seemed to be able to flatten a mountain, was now resting steadily in Cao Wenbin's right hand. Not a single wave was made. That's impossible. Long Rishan, who witnessed everything with his own eyes, almost popped his eyes out. Not just him. Everyone in the hall, including Lin Dong who had always had confidence in Cao Wenbin, was also stunned. Take the dragon seal with bare hands. Are you sure this isn't a joke? Just when everyone was confused, Cao Wenbin moved. Your attacks are just like your people. I'm so weak that I can't be any weaker. Open your eyes and take a good look. This is how a real man attacks. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark shadow appeared behind Cao Wenbin. Devil King Fist. Seeing Cao Wenbin take action, Long Rishan, who was still in a daze, was shocked. But just when he was about to hide, he found it was too late. So, in desperation, he had to cross his arms in front of his chest and try to block the attack. But unfortunately, he was doing completely useless work. Boom. As the loud noise sounded, Long Rishan also flew backwards. He didn't stop until he hit the wall of the hall. The other beauties were stunned again. Am I dazzled? Cao Wenbin is actually in the late stage of nirvana. Oh my god, is there any elixir in the Cao family? It seems that the Cao family's background is even more terrifying than imagined. In just 1 year, they were able to raise a person with only acquired cultivation to the late stage of nirvana. Having good talent is indeed not as good as being born well. Of course Cao Wenbin heard all these words. But he ignored it. With a flash, he came directly to Long Rishan's side. He first stretched out his leg and kicked the other person. When he found that the guy had completely lost the ability to move, Cao Wenbin laughed. It seems you are no longer able to fight. In that case, I'm going to collect the bet. After saying that, Cao Wenbin was about to take action. But at this moment, a voice full of excitement suddenly came from outside the hall. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful woman wearing only a bellyband and panties in a gauze dress appeared in front of everyone without any warning. Interestingly, she was barefoot. So sexy. This is the common voice of everyone. The next moment, except for Cao Wenbin, all the men present bowed unconsciously. Of course, they weren't saluting. But it's to cover up the embarrassment. Who are you? Why are you stopping me? She raised her hand and lifted her hair. My name is Long Zime, and I am the 25th generation dragon mother of the dragon clan. As for why I want to stop you. Long Zime shrugged. This child is my back, and now he is in trouble again, so naturally I have to stand up for him. With a raised corner of his mouth, Cao Wenbin looked the woman up and down before saying with disdain, stand out. Do you think you can pull this off? He is just a first-rank emperor, he doesn't care at all. Even if the other party is from the dragon clan. After all, he is right in this matter. However, Cao Wenbin had to admit that this woman was really beautiful. If it were another man, he might not be able to resist her temptation and subconsciously agree to her request. Strange, with Long Zaime's looks, she's worthy of being listed in the 10,000 beauty records. But why is Wan Mailu not moving? Could it be that her experience is too rich, which lowers her rating? Oh my god, if this is true, what on earth did this woman go through? The more Cao Wenbin thought about it, the more incredible it seemed. At the same time, Long Zaime, who had been rebuked by him, finally spoke again. Of course I'm not at the level to take the lead. But I can compensate you in other ways. As long as Master Cao promises not to chop off Rishan's hands, I'll stay with you for one night, how about that? Chapter 73, Take advantage of the situation. Am I hallucinating? How could the noble emperor say such a thing? Illusion, this must be an illusion. You have to know that this is the Dragon Mother, just like the holy maiden of the church, the purest being in the fairyland. Brother, please stop teasing me. Just looking at her clothes, I don't see how she's pure. To be frank, the girls in Chunshui Pavilion all dress more formally than her. In fact, from ancient times to the present, whether it's the Dragon Mother or the Saint, they have nothing to do with purity. They are just products packaged by two immortal powers. As long as the profit is big enough, they can be sold at any time. That's exactly what happened. Isn't it rumored that the church sent out 2 generations of saints in order to win over Shi Hao, who possessed the supreme bone? Sure enough, if you want to play high-level games, you either need a strong background or a strong fist. As soon as Long Zaime said this, the onlookers were shocked. Great Emperor, this is a great emperor. From ancient times to the present, how many people have had fun with the emperor? But now, someone is going to accomplish this achievement right in front of them. At this moment, most of the geniuses were almost going crazy with jealousy. And Long Rishan, who was like a dead dog just now, suddenly got up from the ground as if he had a last burst of energy. No, absolutely not. I would rather die than let the ancestor suffer such humiliation. After saying that, Long Rishan stood in front of Long Zaime. He also stretched out his hands. The meaning is very clear, just chop me up. Originally, everyone thought that Cao Wenbin would ignore Long Rishan. After all, how much is the dragon claw worth? Where is the Long Zaime fragrance? But Cao Wenbin's actions were beyond everyone's expectations. He actually ran towards Long Rishan's hand. Fuck, if you don't want it, then give me this chance. Damn it, if I had known this would happen, I would have challenged Long Rishan. Could it be that this Cao guy doesn't like women? Ignoring them, Cao Wenbin, who was already in position, directly grabbed Long Rishan's hands. Judging from his expression, it seems that he wants to pull his spoils off alive. However, just as Cao Wenbin's hand was about to rest on Long Rishan's wrist, an extremely gentle force suddenly swung him away. Master Cao, I told you that you can only get me today. Rishan is very important to my dragon clan, so don't worry about his hand. Staring at Long Zaime who was walking forward again, Cao Wenbin smiled. I'm sorry, although I like to eat cooked food, I don't like it overcooked. Long Zaime wanted to get angry, but soon she calmed down again. After all, the words that the Medicine Emperor said before he left are still fresh in my mind. No matter what method you use, even if it means dancing erotically in public, Cao Wenbin must be caught. After taking a deep breath, Long Zaime's face was filled with charm again. Master Cao, you don't understand this. Young people don't know how good aunts are. Cao Wenbin is very disdainful. This is simply far-fetched reasoning. But just as he was about to refute, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Mr. Cao, can you pretend to agree first? My ancestor has been controlled by someone. I suspect her current actions are not from her own heart. Cao Wenbin's eyes fixed. Being controlled. Could it be the Medicine Emperor? In an instant, everything that happened in the Phoenix Cave flashed through his mind like a movie. So the slutty loach that the Medicine Emperor was talking about was this one right in front of me. Interesting, really interesting. I originally wanted Wu Qingmeng to be an undercover agent, but now it seems that's not necessary. As for being controlled, Cao Wenbin didn't care too much about this matter. After all, there were experts in this field in his Cao family. I can't say that it can be completely eliminated, but it is still possible to suppress the hidden hand left by the Medicine Emperor and let Long Zaime regain her own personality. Mr. Cao, what do you think? If you refuse to accept the compensation I offer, you'll be left with nothing. After saying that, Long Zime pretended to turn around. To retreat in order to advance. In that case, I'll just use my trick to take advantage of your opponent's strategy. The corner of his mouth curled up, and then Cao Wenbin gritted his teeth and said, "Stop right there. After causing trouble at my engagement ceremony, you want to leave without paying anything. How can there be such a good thing in the world? Don't you want to pay? Fine, I'll pay. Come here, take this slutty loach to the back hall. After I finish my work here, I'll go over there and deal with her." As soon as this roar came out, the hall immediately became lively. And the person involved, Long Zime, immediately clapped her hands. Not bad, not bad. Master Cao knows how to cut his losses in time. In that case, I will wait patiently for good news. Chapter 74 Sequence No. 1. Husband. Seeing her husband doing this in public, Zhongzhou immediately refused to tolerate it. But after a few seconds, she calmed down. Because Cao Wenbin gave her a look that told her to stay calm. There's an inside story. The others who didn't get the hint were still whispering. Cao Wenbin's acting is really good. I almost thought he wasn't into Dragon Queen. Everyone understands. This is just for show to the Dragon Clan. After all, the Cao family's enemy is the Jun family. Before the two sides have decided the winner, it is impossible for them to make enemies with other immortal forces. This good fortune is really fucking enviable. Playing the Great Emperor, I don't know if I can achieve this in my lifetime. With your talent, you'd better go to bed. Listening to the discussions around him, Cao Wenbin's face immediately turned dark. Damn, how can these people be so superficial? Can't we see the essence through appearances? Everyone, the interlude is over, let's continue. The words are not finished yet. Because another person jumped out. You forced the old man to sleep with you at the engagement party. Cao Wenbin, Cao Wenbin, you are truly a talent. Thinking that the huge Cao family will be handed over to you in the future, I can wake up laughing even in my dreams. Cao Wenbin was shocked, and then he looked over in the direction of the voice. Jun family. Cao Wenbin had never seen the person who spoke. But just based on the other party's tone, Cao Wenbin roughly guessed the other party's identity. After all, the atmosphere is too tense. That's quite knowledgeable. Yes, I am the first sequence of the Jun family, Jun Wanji. Without any hesitation, the moment the other party revealed his name, Cao Wenbin immediately flipped through Dragon King from another world. And the golden finger did not disappoint him and soon presented the answer to him. Jun Wanji, the top 10 in the Jun family. Jun Xiaoyao's cousin. At this time, he should be at the early stage of quasi-saint cultivation, and his strength is very strong. Because he was once defeated by Jun Xiaoyao single-handedly, he admires his younger brother very much. Is its die-hard supporter. He never had contact with women in his entire life, but he was promoted to a powerful emperor 300 years later. A true gold medal supporting actor. Not being close to women is the finishing touch. No wonder he can always follow the protagonist. After sighing softly, Cao Wenbin said calmly, Jun Wanji, this name is really unlucky. You are doomed, how long can you live? This counterattack was quite sharp, and Jun Wanji's expression indeed changed. After all, this is the first time someone has interpreted his name in this way. For a moment, he felt as if he had eaten feces. How disgusting it is. The Cao family is really just good at talking. You have no real skills at all. Cao Wenbin raised the corner of his mouth and then exposed the other party's past. No skills at all. If I remember correctly, several decades ago, at a banquet organized by your Jun family, my father, with just one sword, seemed to have swept through the 10 major sequences of your Jun family. If this isn't considered a skill, then what does it mean for the Jun family to be swept away? Garbage. Not surprisingly, Jun Wanji's face immediately turned the color of liver. The power of the tongue. Cao Wenbin, I want to challenge you. Do you dare to accept it? It's finally here. Cao Wenbin smiled. In fact, he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. After all, this is the traditional song played when the Cao and Cao families hold banquets. As long as there are people of the same generation between the two families, they must fight. This is to demonstrate strength. What's the bet? Bet on the third leg. Cao Wenbin rolled his eyes immediately. Damn, you really know how to find things. If you stay away from women all your life, it doesn't matter whether you have that thing or not, but I can't do that. I'm counting on it to get the reward. But after thinking about it for a while, Cao Wenbin did not refuse. He doesn't think he will lose, even if he is one level lower than the other party. The first-ranked member of the Jun family has become a eunuch. This news is enough to shock the entire immortal realm. Thinking of this, Cao Wenbin didn't hesitate any longer. He flashed and returned to the center of the hall. And Jun Wanji naturally didn't want to fall behind. Who do you think will win this competition? Is there even a question? Jun Wanji will definitely win. Although this guy is nominally of the same generation as Cao Wenbin, he's actually a full 20 years older than Cao Wenbin. Given that both sides have similar backgrounds, this 20-year gap is simply impossible to overcome. That's right, Jun Wanji will definitely win this battle. After all, the Jun family lost face last time, so they must be fully prepared this time. Have you forgotten that Cao Wenbin possesses a divine body? This advantage is enough to make up for the 20-year gap. Cao Wenbin has a divine body, so Jun Wanji doesn't have one. Don't forget, he's the #1 sequence of the Jun family. It's definitely not as good as Cao Wenbin's forbidden body, but it's definitely not far behind. Chapter 75. Do you think there is no one in my Cao family? Did you hear that? There are only a few people who support you. Although Jun Wanji was defeated in the first 2 verbal confrontations. But he didn't learn his lesson. Look, when he was confronting Cao Wenbin, he started to mock again. So, when I was fighting against Long Rishan, there was no one supporting me. But in the end, didn't I win? I think you should stop trying to be clever. You should use this time to think about how to pee in the future. Jun Wanji was so angry that his hair stood up. However, he learned from his mistakes and now he understood that when it comes to talking nonsense, he is definitely no match for Cao Wenbin. So he changed his strategy immediately. Field, open. As soon as the voice fell, Jun Wanji's aura changed immediately. At the same time, an indescribable rhythm slowly spread out with him as the center. Logically speaking, if an unidentified object approaches, everyone should try to avoid it. But none of the beauties present moved. Obviously, they all understood that this rhythm was not offensive at all. And that is indeed the case. This is a method unique to quasi-saints. It can suppress your opponent in all directions. Of course, if they were both quasi-saints, no one would use this trick. After all, if you know how to do it, I can do it too, so it would be a waste of time to use it. Boy, let's see how arrogant you can be. Jun Wanji, who realized that Cao Wenbin had been tricked, immediately burst into laughter. Then he flashed and rushed towards Cao Wenbin. Originally, he thought that Cao Wenbin would show some panic on his face. They might even run away in panic. But soon he was disappointed. Cao Wenbin is as calm as ever. I just want to see how long you can keep pretending. After saying that, Jun Wanji raised his fist which was as big as a casserole. As for the target, it was Cao Wenbin's face which was much more handsome than his. Lie down for me. Bang. No surprises. The sound of flesh hitting flesh instantly spread throughout the hall. But what Jun Wanji hit was not Cao Wenbin's face. But it was the hand that appeared in his offensive path at some point. That's right, his fist was caught by Cao Wenbin. That's impossible. Jun Wanji roared and prepared to retreat. He is not stupid. Although it was just a simple fight, no moves were used. But he saw clearly that in close combat, he was definitely no match for Cao Wenbin. After all, if you can't even see what other people are doing, what's the point of having fun? If you don't leave now, you might never be able to leave. But what terrifies Jun Wanji is, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't pull out his captured right hand. How can you have such great strength? The advantage of the forbidden body is that it is not bound by the laws of nature and has infinite possibilities, not infinite strength. But Jun Wanji had no idea that Cao Wenbin, who had successively fused the heart of the first phoenix and the bone of the supreme, had already reached an extremely terrifying level of physical strength. This is because the two things have not been completely refined. If they are not dispersed, even if Cao Wenbin stands there and lets him hit him, he will not be able to hurt Cao Wenbin at all. There's so much you don't know. How terrifying is the forbidden body? How could a country bumpkin like you from the Jun family know it? While mocking, Cao Wenbin's right hand was also slowly exerting force. As a result, the arrogance on Jun Wanji's face disappeared. Instead, there is distortion. Endless twists. Let me go. Just let go when you say so. Who do you think you are? He curled his lips in frustration. The next moment, Cao Wenbin exerted his strength violently. Ah! This time Cao Wenbin let go. But Zheng Wanji no longer had the strength to escape. He just held his right hand and rolled on the ground. Return the domain. What's the point of all that fancy stuff? One strike breaks all laws, this is the right way. As soon as he finished speaking, Cao Wenbin raised his leg and kicked Zheng Wanji in the balls. Judging from the speed and power, if this kick is successful, it will definitely be a complete failure. Fuck, this Cao Wenbin is too cruel. He really wants to destroy Zheng Wanji. This is too arrogant. In the past, no matter who won or lost, the Zheng and Cao families never took any bets. Cao Wenbin should stop at the critical moment. At this moment, the men present all clamped their legs together unconsciously. But most people think that Cao Wenbin would not dare to kick the ball hard. But as the legs got closer and closer to the testicles, someone couldn't sit still anymore. How dare you, little bastard! Stop it right now! The roar came from outside the hall. But before the sound faded away, a figure appeared not far from Cao Wenbin. Judging from his aura, he is actually another great emperor. And this person's strength is obviously much stronger than Long Zime. But before he could do anything, he was stunned by a delicate scolding. What? Do you think there's no one in my Cao family? Chapter 76 The Way Home. Bang! Ah! Since the other party's helpers were shocked, Cao Wenbin naturally wouldn't be polite. A direct blow to the vital point. In an instant, a stream of bloody red blood flowed from between Zheng Wanji's legs. Cao Wenbin, you and I cannot coexist with each other. At this time, Zheng Wanji had not yet realized that he would never be close to women for the rest of his life. So after finding out that he was really useless, he went crazy. However, his right hand was crushed and his weakness was broken, so he no longer had any ability to fight back. The only thing I can do is roll on the ground. I can't even utter a complete sentence. But he can't fight back, but someone can. Look, the great emperor of the Zheng family, named Zheng Wudao, became furious upon seeing his descendants in such a miserable state. And judging from his appearance, he seemed even angrier than the victim Zheng Wanji. Cao Wenbin, you've gone too far. Our Zheng family is going to war with your Cao family. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the room was shocked. Puff. But Cao Wenbin was immediately amused. Then he responded before Zhao Yuan could start a war. As for you, it seems that you are not qualified to say this. Of course, if the Zheng family has fallen to the point where a 6th-rank emperor is in charge, then just ignore what I said. Zheng Wudao wanted to say something, but he couldn't utter a word. Because Cao Wenbin is right. He really has no say in whether to start a war. Not to mention him, even his backers can't make the decision. After all, their Zheng family is not as united as the Cao family. No matter how sweet your words are, you must give me an explanation today. If not, Cao Wenbin waved his hand and didn't let Zheng Wudao finish his words. Don't hesitate, you only have 2 choices now. One is to take this eunuch away immediately. The other one is that both you and he will rest here forever. Snort. Originally, Zheng Wudao wanted to fight back against Cao Wenbin, but he had no say in the matter. But he didn't expect that as soon as he snorted, Zhao Yuan had already come to Cao Wenbin's side. Okay, you guys are good. Although his face was twisted with anger, Zheng Wudao did not act recklessly. After calming down a little, he turned and walked towards Zheng Wanji. There is no way, the situation is stronger than people. He really can't beat Zhao Yuan. Of course, even if he could do it, he would never dare to do it. After all, there are quite a few old monsters in the Cao family. Don't move, I'll help you stop the bleeding and pain. After saying that, Zheng Wudao began to tap Zheng Wanji lightly. He is worthy of being an old monster who has lived for thousands of years. Although he has no medical skills, he can easily stop bleeding and relieve pain. You, the Zheng family, take care of yourselves. After making sure that Zheng Wanji was safe, Zheng Wudao began to tear apart the space. But he calmed down, but someone started making trouble again. Look, Zheng Wanji, who just woke up, didn't even understand the situation around him, but he started to make harsh remarks. Cao Wenbin, I will remember today's shame. I will repay you 100-fold in the future. By the way, my brother Xiaoyao will come out of seclusion when the road to heaven opens. Then he will let you understand how terrifying my Jun family is. Even though he was seriously injured, when Jun Wanji mentioned Jun Xiaoyao, a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. Not only him, even Jun Wudao, who had always had a stern face, laughed. Obviously, the two of them have begun to imagine the scene of Jun Xiaoyao beating up Cao Wenbin. If your Jun family isn't afraid of becoming a family of eunuchs, then just let him come. You. Hearing this, Jun Wanji was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and all the hair on his body stood up. But just when he was about to do something, Jun Wudao, who had already torn open the space crack, took him away. Before disappearing, he only managed to leave behind one sentence: my Xiaoyao clan member is so powerful that you can't even imagine. Cao Wenbin admitted this. If he had just come here, he would have trembled when he heard Jun Xiaoyao's name. But now, that's it. Alright everyone, now that the chores are done, we can get back to hanging out. Keep on playing, keep on dancing. After saying that, Cao Wenbin returned to Zhongzhou's side. Then he started showing off the food on the table. After all, he had fought 2 battles in a row and he was really hungry. Can you please pay attention to your image? Zhongzhou, who had been serving on the side, rolled her eyes. Then, she prepared to help Cao Wenbin wipe his mouth. As a result, the 2 people who had not yet formed a tacit understanding bumped their arms into each other. The piece of tiger penis between Cao Wenbin's chopsticks flew out without any suspense. As luck would have it, the tiger whip fell directly between Zhongzhou's legs. Cao Wenbin was stunned for a moment, then he grinned. This thing is pretty amazing. It was cut into pieces and fried, and it still found its way home. At first, Zhongzhou didn't react. However, when she saw Cao Wenbin's obscene expression, she instantly came to her senses. You're going to die. Chapter 77 The Terrifying Mr. Wang. Those who can come to the banquet are all important figures. No one would miss that one bite of food. So as soon as the episode was over, someone immediately said goodbye and left. After sending most of the people away, Cao Wenbin did not delay and took Zhongzhou directly to where Long Zime was. He was extremely curious about the secrets of the Mother of Dragons. Husband, what is that road to heaven? Cao Wenbin was stunned. Then he suddenly remembered that Zhongzhou came from a first-rate force, so it was normal that she didn't know. So, Cao Wenbin explained as he walked, the road to heaven is a super-large secret realm. No one knows where it came from. Jointly controlled by all immortal forces. Every 100 years, this secret realm will open once. And then, it will be a carnival for all the immortal forces. Because there are rumors that inside the road to heaven, there are treasures that can allow even the Supreme Being to reach greater heights. Of course, this is just a rumor. But there are quite a few other good things. When the road to heaven began last time, my father passed 4 levels in a row and finally obtained a supreme medicine, the Emperor Pill. Zhongzhou was shocked. She knew about Chengdi Dan. It can increase the chance of becoming an emperor. It is no exaggeration to say that if a peak saint level cultivator takes an emperor becoming pill, there is almost a 100% chance that he will be able to break through to the emperor level. However, this thing is extremely difficult to practice, and it has not appeared in the fairyland for thousands of years. I didn't expect that the Cao family has it. Since this secret realm is so important, why don't the leaders of your immortal forces take action? Shrugging, he said, because this secret realm, like most secret realms, has an age limit. So every time, it's the younger generation who takes action. I see. While the two were chatting, they finally arrived at Long Zime's residence. Master, madam, the person who spoke was an old man. His long beard hangs down to the ground, and he looks very old. He looked as if he might pass away at any moment. But Cao Wenbin didn't dare to underestimate him at all. Because even Zhao Yuaner didn't know how old this person was. All we know is that he has been the chief steward in Cao's mansion. It has always been like this since ancient times. Mr. Wang, why did you come here early? This is the first time the young master has asked me to do something, so I have to be proactive. Master, please. After saying that, Mr. Wang took the initiative to push open the gate of the courtyard. This is a 3-story courtyard with everything you need. Obviously, the servant who arranged Long Zime did not understand what Cao Wenbin meant. He really thought that his young master wanted to have fun with the dragon mother. But that's true, if even the servant understood it, the controlled Long Zime would have run away long ago. Soon, they found Long Zime by the pond. At this moment, she is feeding the fish. Master Cao is Master Cao, he has to put on such a grand show just to do something. Don't worry, I'm fully automatic and don't need anyone to wait on me. Ignore her. After Mr. Wang revealed his understanding, Cao Wenbin immediately asked, did you see anything? Elder Wang nodded confidently. The restriction this woman is under is called the soul play technique. It was created by a flower thief 6 or 7,000 years ago. Anyone who falls under this spell will have their self-awareness suppressed deep within their sea of consciousness, and everything will be done for the benefit of the caster. Interesting, really interesting. I thought this technique was lost after that flower thief was killed, but I never thought there would still be someone who knows it. At the beginning, Long Zime looked indifferent. But after Mr. Wang revealed her secrets, her expression changed immediately. Then Long Zime turned around and left without saying a word. But unfortunately, this is the Cao family, how can she just leave when she wants to? Stop it. Mr. Wang didn't even move, he just snorted coldly. The next moment, Long Zime, a first-rank emperor, was fixed in the air. Can't go up, can't go down. Fuck. Cao Wenbin's eyes almost popped out. He knew that Mr. Wang was awesome, but he still couldn't accept this level of awesomeness. What kind of strength does this old guy have? Although he had a lot of questions, Cao Wenbin didn't ask. After all, when it's time for him to know, Lao Wang will definitely tell him the first time. Mr. Wang, since you see the problem, can you solve it? Originally, Cao Wenbin thought he would get a positive answer. Perhaps he didn't expect that Mr. Wang actually shook his head decisively. The person who cast the spell is quite skilled. Unless he is completely killed, there is no solution to this spell. Cao Wenbin's face changed, but before he could say anything, Elder Wang spoke again, but I can temporarily awaken her self-awareness, which can last for about 5 days. The corner of his mouth twitched, and Cao Wenbin immediately smiled bitterly. 5 days is too short, it's not enough for me to plan. Mr. Wang, is there no other way? Chapter 78. This medicine. If combined with the awakening pill, the time can be extended to 1 month. Master, look. Cao Wenbin's face was full of confusion. After all, 1 month is too short. But he also knew that this was probably the limit. Forget it, just 1 month. Just hurry up. Thinking of this, Cao Wenbin immediately gave Mr. Wang an affirmative look. Let's get started. Good. Before the answer was uttered, old Wang's dying body had already appeared beside Long Zime. Then he pointed his finger directly at Long Zime's forehead. Without any suspense, Long Zime fainted immediately. Master, now that the matter is settled, I will leave now. If you need anything, just call me. After saying that, he disappeared right away. At the same time, a pill slowly floated into Cao Wenbin's hands. Master, this is the awakening pill. When this woman wakes up, just let her take it. Cao Wenbin was a little confused. Is this solved? This is too perfunctory. However, Cao Wenbin also knew that Mr. Wang would never lie to him. If he said it was solved, then it must be solved. And that is indeed the case. When Long Zime opened her eyes again, her temperament had changed. Although the whole person still looks so sexy. But her eyes became extremely clear. Thanks. After landing, Long Zime immediately bowed to Cao Wenbin. Obviously, although her self-consciousness had been sealed before, she knew everything that happened in the outside world. You're welcome. Okay, first tell me what task the Medicine Emperor has assigned you. Long Zime was silent. Looking at the appearance, it seems that he is organizing his words. After a long while, she whispered, from Long Rishan's provocation until I stepped in, all of this was a plot set up by the Medicine Emperor. As for the purpose, I think you've guessed it. It's all so I can have sex with you legitimately. As long as you lose control, you will temporarily lose yourself. So I easily brought him to the Medicine Emperor. Cao Wenbin was stunned for a moment, then asked with a puzzled look on his face, do you have this ability? Anyone who sleeps with you will lose themselves. He shook his head gently, of course I don't. But the toxins in my body do. Before I left, the Medicine Emperor placed a poison sac in my body. As long as the poison sac is broken, you will be doomed. Cao Wenbin was shocked when he heard this. Is that old guy Yaoti so vicious? Can this kind of trick be used? Damn, Luckily Long Zime isn't on the Wanmailu, otherwise. Cao Wenbin didn't think about what happened next. After all, the result was obvious. How about it, are you interested in fighting the Medicine Emperor together? Of course I do. I wish I could eat his flesh and drink his blood. It was clearly a deal where both sides got what they wanted. I stayed with him for 100 years, and he helped me break through to the Emperor level. Why would he do this secretly? Long Zime said this quickly and urgently. It's not hard to see that she has been waiting for this moment for a long time. But Cao Wenbin didn't completely believe her. After all, the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceptive she is. If you take these 2 pills, I will join forces with you to deal with the Medicine Emperor. How about that? Originally, Cao Wenbin thought that Long Zime, who had suffered a loss once, would definitely hesitate. But unexpectedly, she didn't even think about it, and just tilted her head back and swallowed the 2 pills. Now you can speak. Use whatever tricks you have, don't worry about my feelings. Cao Wenbin gave a thumbs up, and then whispered about his plan. The ancestral land of the Dragon Clan, the Dragon Mother Palace. Why hasn't Long Zime come back yet? Did the plan fail? Impossible. The soul drama technique is extremely hidden. Unless a 12th-ranked Great Emperor or a Supreme Being is present, it is impossible for it to be exposed. Although the Cao family has such a person, even if Cao Wenbin is favored, he can't possibly have such a bodyguard. Could it be that Cao Wenbin's fighting ability is so strong that Long Zime hasn't been able to take him down yet? Well, that should be it. The Medicine Emperor, who thought he had found the truth, laughed. But soon, he cursed fiercely again. Damn, that kid's kidneys are really good. Even the special medicine I made myself is not as good as this. It seems that after he comes over, I will perform a small operation on him first. And sometimes things just happen so coincidentally. Just as he finished talking to himself, a space crack appeared not far away from him. And this gap is still slowly expanding. Are you back? The Medicine Emperor was overjoyed. Haha, with Cao Wenbin as my puppet, my future will definitely be smooth sailing. Recovering our former strength, or even going further, is no longer a dream. Long Zime, you really are my lucky star. Chapter 79 Deliberately letting the water go. Soon, Long Zime walked out of the space crack with Cao Wenbin, who looked a little dazed, and Long Rishan, who had a complicated expression on his face. Master, we are back. Nodded gently. The Medicine Emperor didn't say anything. At this moment, his attention was all on Cao Wenbin. Hey, why is Cao Wenbin so stupid? Could it be that the dosage has been increased? That shouldn't be the case. Just when he was about to think about it carefully, Long Rishan suddenly roared. Yao, I'm going to fuck your ancestors for 8 generations. You actually treated me like a fool. Do you know how much I lost face at the banquet? After saying that, Long Rishan slapped Medicine Emperor directly with his palm. Are you crazy? We are brothers-in-law now, so what's wrong with asking you for help? How about this, for the next week, I'll let Long Zime stay with you alone. That should be okay, right? The Medicine Emperor spoke quickly while resisting. Really? One spit, one nail. It seemed like he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. In short, as soon as the Medicine Emperor finished speaking, Long Rishan immediately stopped. Fuck, you'll die at the hands of this woman sooner or later. The Medicine Emperor was so angry that his beard stood up. However, he did not entangle with Long Rishan anymore, but turned around and waved at Cao Wenbin. After all, the poison he used on Cao Wenbin has a time limit. If you don't use the soul play technique to consolidate it, something will definitely go wrong. As for what he was thinking about just now, after being interrupted by Long Rishan, he had already forgotten it completely. Boy, where's your awesome energy in the Phoenix Cave? Looking at Cao Wenbin getting closer and closer to him, Yaoti smiled so happily. In his mind, he had even started thinking about how to deal with Cao Wenbin. By the way, ask him to send Dai Yunyu over right away. This is the only way to be worthy of the original owner of this body. The more he thought about it, the more excited the Medicine Emperor became. Dai Yunyu's perfect figure occupied his entire mind in an instant. But soon, his pupils began to shrink. It wasn't that he was excited, but he suddenly discovered that Cao Wenbin, who came to his side, had taken out a dagger at some point. And still stabbing him in the heart. Dream, I must be dreaming. Although that's what he said, the Medicine Emperor's body was extremely honest and he dodged so quickly. But the two of them were too close. No matter how fast his reaction was, he couldn't avoid Cao Wenbin's fatal attack. Puff! Without any suspense, the dagger stabbed directly into the Medicine Emperor's heart. If this happened to an ordinary person, he would probably have to reincarnate on the spot. But the Medicine Emperor is the Medicine Emperor after all. I don't know how he managed to get the dagger stuck in his body. No matter how hard Cao Wenbin tried, he couldn't pull it out. You're not poisoned. Until now, Yaodi still cannot accept this reality. But he was still calm. After all, there are two people in this room who are completely under his control. Even if he lost his fighting ability, Cao Wenbin still couldn't make any waves. But just a few seconds later, his expression changed from calm to horror. Because he suddenly discovered that the great Emperor Long Zime was out of his control. The hairpin-shaped weapon, which had only been seen once thousands of years ago, was also attacking his vital points. How so? The Medicine Emperor was completely stunned. This is completely different from what he imagined. Damn, could it be that Long Zime ran into the Cao family's 12th-rank emperor during her operation? Thinking of this possibility, Yaodi's body immediately began to tremble. At this moment, he was really scared. No, I have to leave quickly. If this really alarms the 12th-rank great emperor, even if the King of Heaven comes, he won't be able to save me. I have to say, the Medicine Emperor is indeed decisive. As soon as he made up his mind, a small tripod immediately appeared in front of him. Medicine King Cauldron. A mid-grade imperial weapon. His best friend in the past. Goodbye, old friend. As soon as he finished muttering, a burst of white light immediately emanated from the body of the Medicine King Cauldron. Oh no, this guy is going to detonate the imperial weapon. Long Zime was knowledgeable and experienced, so after seeing through the Medicine Emperor's thoughts, he immediately pulled Cao Wenbin back. Huh, only Cao Wenbin. Is Long Rishan not in the same group with them? If that's the case, then this little dragon can still be used for some good purposes. After taking a look at Long Rishan, who was obviously stunned by this sudden change, Yaodi's eyes lit up. So, he immediately shouted, Long Rishan, come here and help me escape. I can see that Long Zime has only regained consciousness temporarily. As long as you help me escape, I will immediately give you the restriction that controls her. Long Rishan was obviously stunned for a moment. But soon, he started cursing. How many times have you used this trick to trick me? This time, I won't be fooled no matter what. Chapter 80 Undercover. The Medicine Emperor also understood that it was impossible to fool Long Rishan by just making promises. So this time, he just threw a jade token over. And what is recorded on this jade token is exactly the first half of the Soul of Drama technique. You should believe me this time. Long Rishan was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect the Medicine Emperor to be so decisive. But since he had obtained what he wanted, he did not hesitate any longer and flashed to the side of the Medicine Emperor. Since you are so sincere, I will help you again. After saying that, Long Rishan pulled the seriously injured Yaodi and rushed towards the palace gate at a rapid speed. At the same time, the Medicine King Cauldron, which had expanded to its limit, finally exploded. Boom! In an instant, the entire Dragon Mother Palace was filled with wind waves like mountain torrents. To be honest, this is only because there are many imperial-level protective formations in the palace. Otherwise, the palace would have been blown away by this shock wave. Long Rishan and Yaodi took this opportunity and finally escaped. Where to now? The Medicine Emperor pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, 2 months ago, I discovered a secret realm. I originally wanted to wait until I broke through to the quasi-saint realm before exploring. After all, that secret realm is too dangerous. But now it seems that if we want to make a comeback, we can only take risks. Secret realm. Hearing these two words, a meaningful smile immediately appeared on the corner of Long Rishan's mouth. That look. Inside the Dragon Mother Palace. Is yellow luck here? Medicine Emperor, Medicine Emperor, it's time for you to log off. Staring at the two rather embarrassed figures, Cao Wenbin smiled. At the same time, the airwaves generated by the explosion of the Medicine King Cauldron were finally smoothed out by Long Zime. Nothing will go wrong. It can be seen that Long Zime is very nervous. But that's right, this matter concerns her freedom after all. No matter who it is, no one can remain calm. Don't worry, the Medicine Emperor will definitely die. Don't forget, we have a backup plan. Now, you should think about how to live after you are completely free. Long Zime was stunned. Then there was complete silence. Life. What strange words. In the past, the only thing in her consciousness was living. By the way, waiting for the master's call. However, since the Medicine Emperor's life has begun to count down, she should indeed consider this issue. Master Cao, I want to spend the rest of my life in the small courtyard I used to live in. Is that possible? Of course, I won't eat for free. If someone is your enemy, as long as they are not from the dragon clan, I can help you solve it. I can even be your mount. In fact, if there was no Long Rishan, she could continue to be the mother of dragons. After all, not many people knew about her relationship with Yaodi. In the eyes of outsiders, she is still so unattainable. But now, can it be used as a mount? Cao Wenbin's eyes lit up. You know, this is a great emperor. Even though it's only first grade, so what? The emperor is the emperor. It's not something that anyone else of any level can do. If he rides her out, no matter where he goes, Cao Wenbin will definitely be the most popular guy. He's a head above the other geniuses when he shows up. Change back into dragon form and let me see it. As soon as these words came out, Long Zime's big eyes narrowed immediately. She is not stupid, so she naturally understands what Cao Wenbin means. So, in the blink of an eye, she turned back into her original form. Unlike Long Ji's golden color, Long Zime is a white dragon. But it is not pure white, but white with pink. It's pretty good. As soon as he finished talking to himself, Cao Wenbin dodged and lay directly on the dragon's back. The touch is even better than Long Ji's. Not bad, it's really good. By the way, why did you choose to go back to that small courtyard? The dragon-shaped Long Zime hesitated for a moment before softly replying, I was awakened there, so I want to start a new life there. Cao Wenbin gave a thumbs up. As expected of a person who has lived for thousands of years, this realm is truly amazing. But he had no idea that this was just a cover. Long Zime's real intention is to repay her gratitude. To repay Cao Wenbin for helping her escape from suffering. Since you've said that, I'd be a terrible person if I didn't agree. Let's go, we should go look for those two people. Full speed ahead, let me see how fast you are. As Cao Wenbin spoke, he patted Long Zime on the head. The meaning is very clear, that is, we can set off. And Long Zime did not disappoint him. With a twist of the slender body, the dragon and the man disappeared from the spot. When they appeared, they had already arrived outside the dragon clan's ancestral land. On the dragon vein of the northern continent, a house that stretches as far as the eye can see stands quietly. This place is none other than the Jun family's ancestral home. As long as they are from the Jun family, no matter if they are from the direct or collateral branch, they all live here. Of course, people from the side branches can only live on the periphery. While practicing, he also acts as a bodyguard. Originally, this place is peaceful. Everyone in the Jun family is busy with their own affairs. But at this moment, a hole suddenly appeared in the sky above the ancestral home. At this moment, everyone in the Jun family who saw this scene was shocked. After all, the Jun family's ancestral home is just like Lingxiao City, where the air is restricted. Which blind emperor is so arrogant? How dare he descend upon us like this? The noise around us quickly disappeared. Some people even shut up before they could finish their words. Because the onlookers have already seen who the person is. It turns out that the Wudao patriarch has returned. Hey, is that Zheng Wanji behind him? How come his appearance has changed after just one trip? If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have noticed. How did our first sequence become so feminine? By the way, didn't he go to the Cao family's engagement party? I wonder if he won this time. Shish, keep your voice down. The result of this competition is written on both of their faces, what the hell are you asking? Just as everyone was whispering, an extremely old voice suddenly rang out from the central meeting hall, Wudao is back. Hurry and bring Wanji here. Upon hearing this, Zheng Wanji's tears immediately fell. Then, without saying a word, he rushed directly to the meeting hall. He looked like a primary school student who was going to complain to the teacher. At this moment, the Zheng family members who were watching were completely stunned. Fuck, Zheng Wanji is crying. No, I'm still asleep. I have to go back and catch up on some sleep. What on earth did Zheng Wanji go through in the Cao family? I won't be beaten with a stick. Chapter 81. The big trumpet is useless, it's time to practice the small trumpet. Bang! Cao family, what a Cao family. How dare you let my descendants die out? Just wait for me. If I don't dig up your Cao family's ancestral graves, I won't be named Jun. In the conference room, after listening to Jun Wudao's retelling, the old man sitting in the first seat directly smashed the teacup in his hand to the ground. The reason why they were so angry was because Jun Wanji was the only one in their branch. In other words, if Jun Wanji is destroyed, their branch will be cut off. But soon, he calmed down. Because he knows that being angry won't solve any problems. Ancestor Luo Feng, you must make the decision for me. Hearing this cry, a trace of heartache flashed across Jun Luo Feng's eyes. But just a few seconds later, it turned into determination. With a wave of his sleeves, a book of martial arts techniques appeared in front of Jun Wanji. Jun Wanji is very happy. In his opinion, what the ancestor gave should be a way to repair the body. Although he had never heard of such magical arts in the fairyland, it was normal for this ancestor to have some hidden treasures after living for tens of thousands of years. But when Jun Wanji picked up the martial arts technique with anticipation, the expression on his face immediately turned into horror. Love flower treasure mirror. If it were someone else, they might not understand the meaning of this book. But Jun Wanji, as a direct descendant, knew it clearly. This Lianhua treasure mirror is for the brave warriors in the clan to practice. Because the first sentence of this exercise is, when the exercise starts, heat is generated, the heat comes from the body, and the body is burning. If you want to practice this exercise, you must castrate yourself first. Although this technique can be upgraded quickly in the early stages, it is impossible for the practitioner to become a saint in his lifetime because of his incomplete limbs. I don't want to. I'd rather die than practice this. Jun Luofeng's eyes narrowed immediately. Wanji, stop messing around. You have to practice this technique whether you want or not. Don't forget, in 3 years, the road to heaven will open. For the past 1,000 years, our branch has been developed by Jun Xiaoyao's lineage. And the road to heaven is our only chance to turn the tables. Originally, you are definitely no match for Jun Xiaoyao. But once you refine this love flower treasure mirror, the situation will be completely different. With your talent and our resources, 3 years is enough to elevate you to the peak of quasi-saint. In this way, the biggest winner of the road to heaven must be us. Besides, don't you want to take revenge on Cao Wenbin yourself? At the beginning, Jun Wanji's face was full of disdain. After all, he is the ultimate egoist. Family and other things are nothing to him. But Jun Luofeng's last words went straight to the heart of his heart. So, Jun Wanji gritted his teeth and put the Lianhua treasure mirror into his arms. Ancestor, I can practice this technique. But I need you to ensure that my status in the future will never decline. After all, the peak of quasi-saint is in my Jun family, so I really can't show it off. Without any hesitation, Jun Luofeng nodded directly. Don't worry, your food, clothing, and daily expenses will always be of the highest standard. Even if it means burial. Good. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and then Jun Wanji turned and left. Not dragging your feet at all. It wasn't until his figure completely disappeared that Jun Luofeng spoke again. Wudao, go inform Wanji's father and tell him that his trumpet is broken and ask him to practice with his trumpet again. 10 days later, in a desert. Mr. Yao, did you remember it wrong? How could there be a secret realm in such a ghost place? Long Rishan, who was following behind Yaodi, had a look of dissatisfaction written all over his face. But even though he complained, his speed was not slow at all. Don't worry about me doing things. Not only is there a secret realm nearby, but it's also a huge secret realm. If we can explore them all, it will be enough to arm you and me to the teeth. But let's make a deal first. We can divide the rest of the things equally, considering our shared hardships, but that strange fire here must belong to me. Long Rishan waved his hand indifferently. It doesn't matter, brother, I don't lack those things. You know, I only care about the soul drama technique. The corner of his mouth curled up, and then the medicine emperor gave Long Rishan a thumbs up. Brother, I like your persistence. Don't worry, you don't even have to wait until the secret realm ends. As soon as you enter the secret realm, I will immediately give you the second half of the soul drama technique. It's a deal. Long Rishan burst into laughter immediately. He behaved so heartlessly. After the communication, the two of them simultaneously increased their speed to a higher level. But even so, the two of them still ran for half a day before reaching their destination. Arrive. After saying that, Yaodi immediately ran towards the pool in the oasis. At the same time, a mirror appeared in his hand. Originally, Long Rishan wanted to ask Yaodi what was going on. But before he could open his mouth, the area illuminated by the mirror turned into yellow sand. As for the spring water, it turned into a whirlpool. Illusion. Long Rishan's face was full of horror. You know, the dragon race is born with a keen eye. Ordinary illusions can't hide it from him at all. But when facing the oasis just now, he didn't see any flaws at all. Haha, brother, there's no need to be surprised. This illusion was created naturally. Not only you, but even Long Zime would not be able to see through it. Nodding, Long Rishan did not refute. After all, this is the truth. Is this vortex the secret realm teleportation array? By passing through it, we can enter the secret realm. It's not that simple. Not much to explain. After replying to Long Rishan, Yaodi took out a jar from his ring. Then he threw the jar into the whirlpool. Bang! No surprises. The moment the jar touched the vortex, it exploded. However, the venom in the jar caused great damage to the vortex. Under its corrosion, the vortex that was originally spinning rapidly suddenly stopped. Until it becomes a big hole. This time we can really get in. As soon as he finished speaking, Yaodi flashed and came directly above the big hole. Then it dived down. You can tell from his expression that this time, he can really get in. But just as he was about to get into the cave, an invisible barrier appeared above the cave. It bounced him back directly. That's impossible. There are only 2 traps at this entrance. The Medicine Emperor rubbed his head and roared. But what he got in response was a mocking remark. Hey, your Iron Head skill is not up to par. If that doesn't work, hit it a few more times. Cao Wenbin. Chapter 82 Medicine Emperor, die. Dream, I must be dreaming. Get out of here, both of you. You're not welcome in my dreams. Looking at Cao Wenbin and Long Zime who suddenly appeared, the Medicine Emperor went crazy. There is no way, this secret place is too important to him. If this place is taken away again, he will never be able to return to the top in his life. Of course, even though he said that, he also knew that this was not a dream. The top priority now is to solve the problem. No, I can't give up. We must rush into the secret realm no matter what. As long as we get in, there's still room for maneuver. Thinking of this, Yaodi immediately turned around and looked at Long Rishan. You should still have the Imperial weapon in your hand. Hurry and detonate one. As long as we break through the space confinement set by Long Zime, we can enter the secret realm. Don't worry, you won't suffer any loss. I'll give it to you after I have a harvest. Originally, Yaodi thought that Long Rishan would bargain with him like he did before. He even took out the second half of the soul of drama. But unexpectedly, this time Long Rishan agreed so readily. No problem. After he finished speaking, a sword appeared in Long Rishan's hand. The Medicine Emperor was stunned. Then he quietly hid the jade pendant. After all, every penny saved counts, and the landlords don't have any surplus food. Detonate quickly. Okay. It's still so enjoyable. The next moment, the Imperial sword began to emit fluorescence. Judging from the look on his face, he's obviously going to self-destruct. Good brother. The Medicine Emperor was truly touched. But before he could finish his words, the Imperial sword disappeared from Long Rishan's hand. When it reappeared, it had already pierced his heart which had just healed. Why did you attack me? Our interests are aligned. Without me, how can you control Long Zime? Looking at the sword tip sticking out of his chest, Yaodi was filled with disbelief. I understand everything. So you guys have already colluded. When you first came back, you were so angry and attacked because I noticed something was wrong with Cao Wenbin. You're trying to distract me. And they were able to find this place because you left marks along the way. No wonder you kept going to the bathroom during this trip. I thought your kidneys were failing, but now it seems. The Medicine Emperor, who had sorted out everything, did not hesitate. He raised his hand and took out a pill from the ring, the reincarnation pill. He knew that he was definitely doomed today. However, with this reincarnation pill, although his body and soul can no longer be preserved, he can be reborn with consciousness. You 3 bitches, just wait for me. In 1,000 years, I will avenge you for what you did today. Even if you die, I will dig your graves. I have to say, this guy Yaoti is really cruel. But unfortunately, Cao Wenbin didn't give him any chance to implement his plan. Just as he took out the medicine, Cao Wenbin grabbed his wrist. Then with a little force, the medicine emperor's hand holding the medicine was pulled off alive. Still want to leave yourself a way out? Dream on. Do you know that in order to kill you, I didn't even have time to sleep with my fiancé? As soon as the mocking voice fell, Cao Wenbin grabbed the sword again. Then, he began to stir it frantically. Every time it is stirred, the vitality of the medicine emperor decreases by 1 point. At the same time, luck also dropped significantly. Why do you want to help them? Don't you want Zhongzhou anymore? Knowing that he had no way to survive, the medicine emperor stopped struggling. Before he died, he just asked the questions in his heart. Obviously, he wants to be a clear-headed ghost. Long Rishan didn't let him down. He shrugged and explained with a faint smile, how can you, a scumbag like you, understand what true love is? I don't ask for eternity, I just ask for having it once. Zhongzhou finds her true self, that's what I want to see most. The medicine emperor was stunned. Then he burst into laughter. He didn't care at all about the bloody hole in his chest that was bleeding wildly. Interesting, really interesting. Just wait, you will regret it sooner or later. I'm sure you'll never experience that beauty again. After saying this, he completely died. But Cao Wenbin did not relax at all. After pulling the sword out from his heart, he began to stab medicine emperor again. 2 swords hit the body and 1 sword head, even gods can't save you. Sure enough, when the sword was inserted into the medicine emperor's brain, this guy began to tremble violently. It wasn't until a few seconds later that it completely died down. Damn, these Destiny's sons have so many tricks up their sleeves. After complaining a few words, Cao Wenbin stabbed twice again. In order to find peace of mind, he even summoned the holy fire of Dawei. As a result, Daikei's body was quickly burned to ashes. Cao Wenbin, what should we do now? What else can I do? The secret realm is right in front of me. How can I just give up? While speaking, Cao Wenbin had already rushed towards the whirlpool. Chapter 83 The excited Shifeng. An abandoned city buried in the dust. There are ruins everywhere. The sky is gray and lifeless. This is the environment Cao Wenbin is in now. When Cao Wenbin looked around, Shifeng, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly jumped out. Kid, hurry, go to the city center. I can smell the scent of chaos golden flame. Shifeng said this quickly and urgently. His tone was full of excitement. But what drove Shifeng crazy was that Cao Wenbin didn't move at all. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and get going. I only need a ray of chaos golden flame for my nirvana and rebirth. The remaining amount is enough for your physique to evolve further. This temptation is really great. But Cao Wenbin remained unmoved. This time, Shifeng was really anxious. But she also knew that it was useless to urge her. This guy Cao Wenbin must be waiting for her to bribe him. Tell me what you want. Shifeng was a bachelor, so after he figured it out, he immediately asked for the price. Don't you come, call me husband first. Shifeng was stunned. Then she stammered, husband. Go and dream your dreams. This is a title that even your ancestors in the supreme realm have never heard of. Cao Wenbin curled his lips in disdain. It's precisely because he hasn't heard it that I, as his junior, have to help him listen to it. You don't want to call me, right? Fine, then I'll leave. That chaos golden flame won't do much to me anyway. As the young master of the Cao family, I have many ways to improve my physique. After saying that, Cao Wenbin really turned around. He also raised his right leg, etc. Although he knew that Cao Wenbin was just pretending, Shifeng still called out to him. After all, this is her only chance of resurrection in tens of thousands of years. She can't afford to gamble, nor does she dare to gamble. Husband, is this okay now? Cao Wenbin nodded with satisfaction. Yes, hearing such an awesome person called husband is really quite interesting. Of course, since he finally had the opportunity to control Shifeng, it was impossible for him to just make a request. Remember, you have to call me that from now on. Also, when you have a body, you must dance for me. Shifeng was almost going crazy. If possible, she really wanted to bite Cao Wenbin hard. But she also knew that when you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Okay, I'll dance whatever you want me to dance. Ha ha. After a loud laugh, Cao Wenbin rushed into the city. After all, too much is as bad as too little. As for the type of dance, let Qin Yunmeng teach her when the time comes. It would be better to have a duet. The more he thought about it, the more excited Cao Wenbin became. But soon, he had no time to think about it. Because as he goes deeper, a bunch of evil spirits actually emerged from the collapsed houses around. And more. In less than a minute, the space nearby was filled with these ghosts. Yang energy, such fresh yang energy. Living people. We haven't seen living people in thousands of years. Don't fight over it, this body is mine. Why? Just your triangular head. Cao Wenbin was a little confused. He really didn't expect that one day he would become a popular figure in the eyes of others. Forget it, we can't stay here for long. Obtaining the Chaos Golden Flame is the top priority right now. As soon as he finished muttering, a milky white flame floated above Cao Wenbin's head. It's the Dulwich Holy Flame. And with its appearance, the ghosts that were trying hard to squeeze towards Cao Wenbin just now retreated instantly. In the blink of an eye, a large open space appeared around Cao Wenbin. This sacred object of the Qilin clan is really useful. Looks like I need to find an opportunity to refine it. In the invincible light, the two emperors in the heaven-swallowing tower. Cao Wenbin shook his head helplessly. He has been too busy recently. There is no time to digest so much of what we have gained. Why did you stop again? Hurry up and leave. Saucy Phoenix, what are you so anxious about? Having said that, Cao Wenbin's body is extremely honest. With a flash of his body, he was directly in the air. But before Cao Wenbin could see the surrounding environment clearly, a huge force suddenly descended upon him. So, he just fell headfirst. Boom. Without any surprise, a big hole was immediately smashed into the dusty ground. Ahem. Forbidden air. Fuck, what the hell is this place? It's been so many years without maintenance, and the forbidden air formation is still working. Cao Wenbin stood up quickly, shaking off the dust on his body and complaining swearingly. Since he couldn't fly, he had to search on the ground. I hope the treasures hidden here are worth my efforts. If not, I'll set this place on fire. Chapter 84 Quasi-Holy Ghost. Maybe the threatening words worked. In short, just a few minutes later, a relatively complete palace appeared in front of Cao Wenbin. Although it has lost its former glory due to years of erosion, its majestic aura cannot be concealed. Not bad, very sensible. If it were someone else, they might still hesitate. But Cao Wenbin, who held the Dway Holy Flame in his hand, didn't care about that. Push the door and walk in. Crack. The door is very light and opens with just a push. But what is behind the door is as heavy as Mount Tai. The first thing that surged out was a huge amount of ghost energy. Immediately afterwards, a loud shout was heard. Who are you, rascal, to dare to trespass into this prince's residence? Originally, one of Cao Wenbin's legs had already stepped into the palace. But as soon as he said this, he subconsciously dodged. Sure enough, as soon as he left, a big pit appeared where he had been standing. The power of a peak quasi-saint. After making this judgment, Cao Wenbin's expression immediately became solemn. There is no longer the same coolness as before. You have some good eyesight. Boy, contribute your body. If you cooperate, I can reward you with a baronship. As soon as the voice fell, a giant who was more than 2 meters tall appeared in front of Cao Wenbin. It's also a ghost. However, unlike those illusory guys outside, this ghost's body is almost solid. Apart from the skin color, they are almost the same as ordinary people. And beside him, there was a woman in palace dress. Judging from their intimacy, if nothing unexpected happens, they should be a couple. Puff. Even though he was very wary of the other party's strength, Cao Wenbin was still amused. Then he retorted with disdain, "Old man, he died early in the morning. You'd better take the title you have with you to your grave." Presumptuous. Ordinary people would not be able to stand Cao Wenbin's rhetoric. Not to mention this so-called prince. My Qingling ancient nation has a long-lasting destiny. Even if heaven and earth are destroyed, we will never perish. Boy, I just wanted to taste your flesh. But now it seems that I am about to devour your soul as well. Remember, the one who will eat you is the king of side-by-side, Yi Qingtian. After saying that, the prince raised his fist and rushed towards Cao Wenbin. It can actually ignore the Dway Holy Fire. Isn't this thing the nemesis of all evil things? Cao Wenbin's face was full of horror. But soon, he found out that he was worrying too much. This prince is indeed powerful, but he cannot ignore the Dway holy fire. It's just using ghost energy to fight back. As for the price, it is naturally a significant reduction in strength. His original cultivation was at the peak of quasi-saint, but after coming to Cao Wenbin's side, he could only perform at the early stage of quasi-saint at best. Qingling dynasty. Is this the capital of the Qingling dynasty? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. These words were shouted by Shi Feng. If this had happened in the past, Cao Wenbin would definitely be extremely curious and would have pulled her aside to ask her all sorts of questions. But now, Cao Wenbin doesn't have the time. Devil King Fist. Bang. As one gained strength while the other lost, this time the two ended up in a draw. Dream, I must be dreaming. Like Cao Wenbin before, Yi Qingtian, who had retreated to a safe area, also had a look of horror on his face. It's not that its concentration is poor. But the current situation is really weird. Nirvana fighting against the quasi-saint, in its concept, this is something that is simply impossible. Dream, since you feel like you're still asleep, I'll wake you up. Cao Wenbin, who has always been unyielding, took the initiative to attack immediately after he recovered. As for the boxing technique he used this time, it was the sky-breaking fist. At the same time, he also wrapped the Dway holy fire in his fist. If this is true, no, there's no need to hit him hard. Even if it just scratches the skin, Yi Qingtian will be in big trouble. But Yi Qingtian was not stupid. Faced with Cao Wenbin's obvious foul, he immediately put his feet on the ground. He dodged so quickly. Originally, he thought that with his speed, he could quickly get rid of Cao Wenbin. But unexpectedly, after running for a while, the distance between the two people not only did not increase, but became closer and closer. How can this guy's speed and agility be so abnormal? No, if this continues, I will be purified by the Dway holy fire. Thinking of this, Yi Qingtian's face immediately became gloomy. Then he shouted at the woman who had remained motionless, possession. Cao Wenbin, who was chasing, was stunned. Possessed. What is this? An ability unique to the Qingling dynasty. Chapter 85 The Legend of the Qingling dynasty. Fuck, it really can possess people. While Cao Wenbin was still in a daze, the female ghost had already flown towards Yi Qingtian. While flying, she was also changing the shape of her body. And it's extremely fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, she turned into a suit of armor. Then she attached herself tightly to her man's body. Stunned. At this moment, Cao Wenbin was really dumbfounded. At the same time, he also discovered that Yi Qingtian's aura had obviously reached a higher level after putting on this set of armor. The cultivation level that was suppressed by the Dway holy fire to the early stage of quasi-saint has now recovered to the middle stage. The world is truly full of wonders. As soon as he sighed, 7 lights immediately appeared above Cao Wenbin's head. 7 stars point to your life. To be honest, he really didn't want to use this trick. After all, the week period after using it is really uncomfortable. But there is no way. With Cao Wenbin's current strength, he can only fight against players in the early stage of quasi-saint at most. When facing the mid-term, we must seek help from external forces. Humph, since you've made me uncomfortable, don't even think about having an easy time. And Yi Qingtian obviously had the same idea. As a result, the two of them collided with each other immediately. Bang! This time it was a two-way rush, so the collision was extremely strong. Originally, Yi Qingtian thought he could easily defeat Cao Wenbin this time. But unexpectedly, reality taught him a very vivid lesson. There is always someone better than you. Yes, he has improved a lot. But Cao Wenbin has improved even more. Without any suspense, Yi Qingtian flew backwards directly. And the moment the two sides came into contact, the holy fire of Dway also rushed onto his body. Therefore, before he could even steady himself, Yi Qingtian started rolling on the ground. At this moment, the ghost energy in his body had been shaken away. The entire ghost body was directly exposed to the Dway holy fire. As for the armor that was transformed by my daughter-in-law, it had already evaporated. Quick, stop it. As long as you take back the Dway sacred flame, I can make you a marquis. No, I'll even give you my title. It can be seen that Yi Qingtian is really panicked. Unable to withstand the burning, he even took out his proud title of king in order to seduce Cao Wenbin. But unfortunately, Cao Wenbin doesn't like it at all. I've told you before, you'd better take that title with you to your grave. After saying that, Cao Wenbin immediately flew back. This person is doomed to die. In that case, there is no need to get entangled with it. After all, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Ah, boy, you will die. I curse you for life. Yi Qingtian didn't finish his words. Because at this time, the Dewey holy fire had already burned his throat. Curse. If this thing is useful, then what's the point of us immortal forces using it? It has long been cursed to extinction. He curled his lips in disdain, then Cao Wenbin turned his attention to Shi Feng. He didn't forget the woman's previous cry. From the sound of it, she seemed to know something about the Qingling dynasty. Have you heard of the Qingling dynasty? Cao Wenbin was not disappointed. Shi Feng immediately nodded heavily. In our time, there were legends about this dynasty. It is said that in ancient times, before your Cao family rose to prominence, this small piece of land in Zhongzhou was ruled by the Qingling dynasty. And they have two fundamental bases. One is their soul training technique. The souls of the high-ranking officials of this dynasty are all extremely powerful. Even if they lose their physical bodies, it won't affect their survival. It's just that the strength will be reduced a little. As for the other foothold, they are the women of their royal family. They can transform into armor, increasing the strength and defense of the combatants. Originally, I didn't believe it. After all, how can a living person become armor? But today, the more he listened, the brighter Cao Wenbin's eyes became. Then he said nothing more, turned around and ran to the innermost part of the palace. Obviously, he wanted to find a set of armor for himself. Unfortunately, even if he turned the ground upside down, Cao Wenbin still couldn't see the second ghost. The only gain was the discovery of a method for cultivating the soul. And many soul attack methods. Unlucky. As Cao Wenbin walked out, he was still cursing. But he was not too disappointed. After all, this is just a royal palace. Once he finds the palace, he will be able to choose from a wide variety of armors. I wonder if the person in power in this dynasty is a man or a woman. If she's a queen, then let her become your armor. No, I have to find the palace as soon as possible. Cao Wenbin, who was already excited, immediately increased his speed. But as he went deeper, Cao Wenbin suddenly discovered that this abandoned city was not as simple as he thought. Chapter 86 Sneak into the palace. The imperial city follows. Looking at the densely packed guards on the city wall, Cao Wenbin's eyes almost popped out. Are ordinary soldiers all at the king level? Fortunately, the people of the Qingling dynasty cannot leave here. Otherwise, the situation in the fairyland will change in an instant. At this time, Cao Wenbin was hiding in a cloud of smoke. That's right, the reason why the ghosts on the city wall couldn't smell the life on him was because he used the smoke-hiding pot. I never thought that Dai Ke, who was supposed to kill me, would actually help me. Well, let's just put this debt on Dai Yunyu. When I get back, I must repay her several times. With a smile on his face, Cao Wenbin found an opportunity and quickly crossed the city wall. In fact, given the density of guards on the city wall, even if Cao Wenbin were to shrink 10 times, he would definitely not be able to get through. But as luck would have it, when he took action, he happened to catch up with the shift change between the two groups, which gave him an opportunity. Perfect. It seems my luck is slowly getting better. This is not narcissism, it's the truth. After all, the light of luck on Cao Wenbin has reached green at this moment. He's almost catching up with Wu Chengqian. Of course, no matter how much he thought about it, his pace was not slow at all. Under the guidance of Shi Feng, he was rapidly approaching the chaos golden flame. However, the further he moved forward, the more Cao Wenbin's brows furrowed. Because he found that the further he went in, the stronger the ghost energy around him became. That's not right. The place where the Dewey holy fire is located is extremely hot. It's difficult for ordinary people to get close to it. Logically speaking, as a chaos golden flame of higher quality, even if it's not as vast as 1,000 miles of red cliffs, it should be completely devoid of humans and animals. But now, this question was not only what Cao Wenbin was thinking about, but also what Shi Feng was thinking about. Shi Feng, worthy of being a man who had lived for tens of thousands of years, quickly gave the answer. I see. This is the end of prosperity, and everything will turn into its opposite when it reaches its extreme. As the supreme power among fires, the power contained in Chaos Golden Flame has reached its peak. So what's emanating is a sinister and spooky aura. And the reason why the ghosts in Qingling Imperial City can live for so long is precisely because of it. Logically speaking, Cao Wenbin should be very excited after hearing this news. After all, the stronger the Chaos Golden Flame, the greater his gains will be. But the reality is that Cao Wenbin's face is almost as long as Chengbai Mountain. Damn, according to what you said, isn't the Chaos Golden Flame the sacred object here? Shifeng, let's go home. When I break through to the Supreme Realm, I'll bring you here to get this Chaos Golden Flame. Cao Wenbin is very self-aware. He knew very well that at this moment, even if he used all his cards, he could only deal with a saint at best. But here, Cao Wenbin is sure that there must be an emperor here. As for the Supreme, there should be no such thing. Otherwise, the people in power here would never be willing to stay in such a small place. But even if it was just the emperor, it would be enough to crush him to death. So if you don't leave now, when will you leave? But when he backed out, Shifeng immediately quit. My mother and husband have called me, and you're leaving just like that. Can you be more promising? You run away when you encounter trouble. How can you control the Cao family in the future? Without any hesitation, Cao Wenbin immediately refuted, this has nothing to do with whether you are successful or not. A Nirvana realm warrior against a great emperor realm. That's not called promising, that's called stupid. Shifeng was silent, because she knew that Cao Wenbin was right. But she also knew that Cao Wenbin must not really leave. So, husband, please help me. The soul state is very uncomfortable. Besides, I can't serve you in this state. Don't you want to experience something that even your ancestors have never experienced? Before, Cao Wenbin was very determined to leave. But after saying this, he hesitated. Shifeng saw that there was something going on and immediately turned up the heat. After I'm resurrected, you won't be able to see your toes if you look down. As for why? Hiss. Cao Wenbin's breathing immediately became rapid. Then he gritted his teeth and said, I'll trust you just this once. But if I find out later that you're not as good as I described. She smiled shyly, if you say anything false, then I'll let you do whatever you want. This time, Cao Wenbin was really shocked. Women really do have a tea-like aura. But I like it. With a grin, Cao Wenbin took another step forward. But after taking just a few steps, he had to stop again. Because, stop, who are you? Why do you use this strange fog to cover up your breath? Obviously, he was discovered. The other party must have passed by here and happened to see him running wildly. Damn, what a bad luck. After muttering to himself, Cao Wenbin slowly turned his head. Chapter 87 The Cursed Zhongzhou Part 1. After many days, Wan Mailu finally moved again. And finally stopped at page 17. Obviously, the voice was spoken by a woman. As Cao Wenbin turned around, the other person's face was finally exposed to his eyes. It's cooked, very cooked. This was Cao Wenbin's first feeling. As for the second one, it is noble. This woman is like a natural emperor, her whole body is full of nobility. She is definitely a member of the Qingling dynasty's royal family. There's even a high probability that she's the empress of the Qingling dynasty. Catch her, we must catch her. Of course, that's what I think. But there was no trace of greed on Cao Wenbin's face. After all, this woman's strength is at the peak of quasi-saint. If the other party becomes alert, then let alone catching him, it will be unknown whether he can escape from here alive. So, sir, more than an hour ago, I found an imperial-level pagoda in the ruins outside the palace. The smoke around me is emitted by that pagoda. As he spoke, Cao Wenbin took out the heaven-swallowing tower. This was a plan he came up with on the spur of the moment. The purpose is to see how vigilant this woman is. If it's really bad, then just take her into the tower when she's not paying attention. If it is very strong, kill it. Then quickly escape. Anyway, the time limit for the 7-star life pointing technique hasn't expired yet. Cao Wenbin, who is still a quasi-saint, is confident that he can completely leave this secret realm before the emperor of the Qingling dynasty reacts. Imperial soldiers. Maybe he hasn't encountered any danger in tens of thousands of years. In short, the vigilance of this woman in front of me can no longer be said to be low. But it simply doesn't exist. Look, after listening to Cao Wenbin's words, she didn't even hesitate. He snatched the small tower from Cao Wenbin's hand. It really is an imperial soldier. Hee, with this, my soul should be able to reach the saint level. Boy, I want this thing. As for the reward, just go to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to collect it. I will notify them. After saying that, the woman turned around with a smile. Obviously, she was getting ready to leave. And this is exactly the opportunity Cao Wenbin has been waiting for. Therefore, after a handprint, the woman who was full of joy just now disappeared from the spot. Hey, didn't your mom tell you not to take things from strangers? With a grin, Cao Wenbin then disappeared. Inside the tower. The second floor, which had been idle for a long time, finally welcomed a prisoner. And her appearance at this moment is exactly the same as Long Ji's at the beginning. Big. The breath of a living person. Who the hell are you? How did you get into this world? Ignore her. Cao Wenbin pinched his chin and admired her curvy figure for a while. Then he asked back, tell me what your name is and what your identity is. As soon as this was mentioned, the woman's neck immediately tilted back. I am the 67th emperor of the Qingling dynasty, Yi Qinger. Boy, if you know what's good for you, then let this emperor go. Otherwise, the elders of my clan will never let you go. Also, if you still want to survive, you must explain how you got in. Cao Wenbin's eyes lit up. From what this woman said, she seemed to be longing for the outside world. If that's the case, then there's room for maneuver. However, Cao Wenbin did not make it clear right away. You don't have to threaten me. If you were scared, I wouldn't have caught you just now. Well, tell me how your Qingling dynasty ended up in this state. Originally, Yi Qinger was still full of pride. But after hearing the last sentence, she immediately became sad. After several minutes, she finally asked in a low voice, you should be from Zhongzhou too. Can you tell me who is in charge of Zhongzhou now? Slightly stunned, this question was really beyond Cao Wenbin's expectations. But his intuition told him that what Yi Qinger was going to say next must be a shocking piece of news. Chapter 88 The Cursed Zhongzhou Part 2. Central Province now belongs to the Cao family. It has basically reached the point where no one dares to disobey my orders. Cao Wenbin didn't say much, just gave a brief introduction. But just these two short sentences made Yi Qinger sneer. How dare you disobey? How domineering. It seems that the time has come for another dynasty change in Zhongzhou. It's true that reincarnation comes once every 10,000 years, and no one can escape it. If it were someone else, they would definitely go crazy on the spot. After all, this curse is so vicious. But Cao Wenbin, who knew the future well, was not angry. Instead, he showed curiosity. You are exaggerating a bit. You know, the Cao family has many great emperors. Don't even mention changing dynasties. Before Cao Wenbin could finish his words, Yi Qinger interrupted him directly. That's useless. Back in the day, my Qingling dynasty was also full of emperors. There are even several peak emperors. But in the end, didn't it end up like this? Not only us, but also the Zhongzhou overlords of the previous generation were the same. And they are even worse. At least we still have some sparks left, but they didn't even have a hair left. They are even worse. At least we still have some sparks left, but they didn't even have a hair left. Cao Wenbin was silent. Because this rhythm is really similar to